So, let's summarize Autumn Wind, a short adventure built in 5th edition using some homebrewing. Of course, it's an entirely custom setting and all that, that's a given. The players are Mucky playing Barrelhead, Lollerskates playing Raphael, Schwa playing Diet, Rich and Della, HKS playing Filane/Citrine, and Steak playing Shala. These recordings have been made over the course of 3 years. Because of the scope of the content that needs to be covered, I'll be showing some images of the sessions from the videos that HKS recorded, but it will be quite swift. So feel free to pause the video if you wish to read or investigate something particular. Session 1. The game starts. The party meets up with Balric, their contact. After a short discussion as the players are introduced one by one, the party travels from the East Bridge to the East Wilderness, where they first spot the Night Watch, and then they arrive at Brightdale. There, they talk with King Darius, and the first hook for the game is made. King Darius's son, the Prince Marth, is missing, and there's bandits and they were difficult to deal with. The party has been entrusted with finding the wayward prince and dealing with the bandits. Although there's hints of more problems than that being present in the town, which can be there as side hooks if they're so interested. This is a short session because, well, we started very late and nobody was really quite prepared. Session 2. Effectively a tavern session. The party does not leave Brightdale. They go from house to house talking to Neddard, the Mayor Dale, and Clara. The party splits up during these meetings, and so we jump between several of the encounters piecemeal. Most importantly, during the encounter with Neddard, Shala decides to use Detect Magic, and since I didn't read the actual effects of Detect Magic, I end up revealing the presence of one of the Kali meteorite fragments that's within Neddard's basement, specifically the dust of this. This leads to an early hook in which Neddard has them attempt to find him another sample of the stone. Detect Magic also detects the presence of the Arcadian stone, which is one of the artifacts that Samson wants for a side arc later on in the game. Every single time the party ever goes to Neddard's house, they're gonna obsess over his fucking bird, thinking it's some kind of mystical key to the end of all things or something. But it really is just a bird, a fact that will stump them. Clara is north of the town, at an area called the Altar. The party will put a lot of focus on the altar throughout the coming sessions, believing it has some kind of major importance to the game, when it really doesn't. However, the advantage of the altar will allow exceptionally high perception and arcana rolls to detect the presence of Wolfstaff moving around the map, as well as the presence of Jormungandir, though it will be some time until they make any connections of the sorts. A longer session, clocking in at 4 hours. Session 3. Another average length game. The party calls it a night and tuckers in for the first night of the game. Except for Shala, who goes exploring towards the altar that they conversed with Clara at north of town. There, Shala is confronted by the first Night Dweller and nearly dies for the effort, unable to score any more than marginal damage on it. Although the party is warned about creatures who fear the light and dwell in the darkness, Shala doesn't really quite click that light is what harms the creature and chooses to disengage back in town. The party wakes up at the next day, and they discuss their findings, as well as the results of their various conversations with the townsfolk and other such things. Now it's clear that there are threats to the town that are within short distance. Furthermore, the night saw a wolf attack resolution that rolled rather high. The wolves inflicted serious damage to the town's defenses and damaged the warehouse early into the game. This put some pressure on the players to find a solution to the wolf problem, or at least have a more active system set up where they can try to intervene in future attacks. Citrine investigates the wolf remains, and this, plus the Night Dweller encounter having taken place at the altar, reinforces the party's superstitious beliefs that the altar has some connection to things happening in the town. Session 4. The rest of the party ends up investigating the wolf remains, and then, as a group, they return to the altar to inspect it. Unable to find anything interesting about the altar, such as markings or remains of Shala's battle, the party eventually gets sucked into following James Barenci on his patrol to the western border of the marsh. However, the party had no intent to seek out the prince quite yet. Even so, they were following in line with the prepared ambush set in place by Wolfstaff. James ends up leading the party westward, and the party ends up deferring to him and his somewhat mediocre roles to find and track any possible ambush awaiting them. When James rolls high, it is already just a little too late. But James' high roll does prevent the party from getting surrounded by a million wolves.
Barrelhead rolls initiative, and then rolls initiative again. And then Citrine rolls initiative. Lucky approves.
Even so, ample application of fire and fists massacres the wolves, seeing very little, if any, damage applied to the party. Incidentally, Barrelhead was also knocked to the ground by a wolf grapple contest, something that we would basically never see ever again. After massacring the wolves, the party travels west to the marsh, where they meet Captain Hendrik. Session 5. The party will only briefly test the waters of the swamp with their feet, before getting cold feet and fucking off right back to Brightdale, but not before Della manages to score some barley. The party drags a bunch of wolf bodies along with them, as Hendrik and various Nightwatch follow them back to Brightdale, effectively abandoning the King's outpost at the border of the marsh. Then the rest of the session almost entirely is spent once again talking to random people, including revisiting Neddard.
And they won't leave his goddamn bird alone!
Before returning to the altar to pour water on it that came from the river. Lines and stuff glow across the altar, and the party begins to deepen their suspicions about the altar's involvement. At this stage, the party is so far off the mark that the game stands to spend more time within Brightdale than the time necessary for the entire original campaign had been plotted out for. As daylight falls and the second in-game day begins to draw to a close, the party overhears a conversation between James Barenci and some others, noting that he hasn't heard back from the eastern outpost, where the two guards were that they crossed early into the game, for some time. The party opts to go check up on them on his stead, an act that saves his life, but puts the party in the direct path of a nighttime encounter, as it will take some hours to travel between the two areas. There, in the eastern wilderness, they find that the two guards have been incinerated and find the remains of Wolfstaff, who leaves behind blood and filth along with wolves wherever he goes. Session 6. The party is directly thrust into a nighttime encounter. As their travel across the map will see them enter an intermediary map between the Eastern Forest and Brightdale, where they will encounter a small number of night dwellers. As the party has yet to quite gather that night dwellers only take damage from weapons or spells that shed light, the party withstood the chance to take significant amounts of damage before they figured out their gimmick. Indeed, as soon as the fight starts, the party is instantly crippled by their disgustingly low wisdom saves, and fear hits nearly every single person. However, before the Night Dwellers are able to accomplish anything, Dietrich casts Daylight and invokes their other secondary effects, where certain bright effects, depending on the size of the Night Dwellers, will force them out into subspace. All the Night Dwellers are instantly dispatched, and the party returns to Brightdale without incident. The party will then spend literally the rest of the session performing tavern gimmicks. I will use Samson in an effort to divert the party away from the altar by stating that the altar is something that was used for Jotun rituals as a sort of a passing of the dead. The Jotun believed that the altar and the blessing of the river helped warriors ascend to Valhalla after they died. This will not deter the party from fantasizing about using the altar as some kind of super weapon. Session 7. Finally, 3 in-game days later, the party decides it's time to start looking for the prince. The party is going to head west and reach the marsh, and they're going to attempt to circumvent the marsh as much as possible, even though their quarry most certainly lays within it. They're going to enter the marsh and travel north, and then they're going to go northwest, and then they're going to go southwest. The party is going to encounter portions of the game that haven't even been touched in development yet because I have forgotten about them. Because of the wake of the events of August 5th, 2020, the swamp is one of the myriad of areas in the game that was originally placed in as early as July, but never saw any actual effort placed into it because of how stressed out and how depressed I've been. In fact, I completely forget these maps even exist at all until the party enters them. While some portions of the map were populated, the marsh wasn't. And so, between this and the party's insanely good stealth rolls and general navigation luck, they managed to avoid all areas where reptiloids would have dwelled anyways. The party therefore happens across Vincent's mushroom farm. Following footsteps from the mushroom farm, the party will just waltz into Old Frisca Fort from the north, a direction I hadn't even anticipated to really be easy to get to. And yet the party basically bypassed the entirety of the swamp, and most of its contents and encounters will go completely undiscovered. It's only been 2 hours since they left town in real time, and 2.5 hours since the game started, and the party is already rolling initiative to fight Vincent and the Vriskar Jar. The Vriskar Jar are extremely disadvantaged by their positions mostly guarding the front, along with all their walls and stuff being the front. So, although Vincent will surprise the party with his burst damage, he will instantly get power dunked and all the Vriskar Jar will meet their ends in short order. The party does not choose to kill Vincent, which is something I hadn't ever imagined to happen all the way up until within the starting sessions of the game. This decision will lead to tremendous impacts throughout the rest of the game. The party collects an unconscious Vincent, Prince Marth, and an old man that was for some reason there. Session 8. The spellcasting and fighting in Fort Vriskar has attracted Shugen's attention. But Shugen is currently within the southern reaches of the marsh and will take time to reach them. As the party travels back around the direction they came to get to Old Fort Vriskar, they're gonna cast more spells just like they had in the first time they get here. Shugen has sent its scouts, giant wasps, which the party will avoid all the way up until they return to the border. The party will shoot at the wasps and kill some of them before others escape. Shugen now enters an aggressive stance and will begin to roam the map. But the party calmly disengages long before Shugen appears. The party will pass through the wolf battleground where they find more traces of wolf staff who circled from the north around the lumber camp to this area to investigate it some time ago. The party then returns to town and the rest of this 3-hour session is spent sitting in the tavern talking to Vincent and friends. Literally everything Vincent says about Ragnarok is like a triple-headed red herring, and this entire game is basically a titanic, colossal mindfuck, designed to hide my hand from the party as much as humanly possible, given most of the game is extremely predictable with the right contexts. But I will avoid giving those contexts as long as possible. Session 9. The players will spend the entire session either in the tavern or within close proximity to it, trapped within its gravity well, unable to escape its drunken fumes. Barrelhead destroys a pyramid of potatoes. Citrine investigates dead wolves and meanders around the map, catching up with various townsfolk along with Raphael. But other than that, most of the party stays put precisely where they are, unable to escape. Diet Rich attempts to find Samson, but Samson rolled a high perception, spotting the arrival of Vincent, whom is Olaf, his brother, and Samson immediately absconds from town, never to return. The party settles in for a long rest, with Barrelhead bringing Vincent to his room so he can watch over him. Although he's still bound and doesn't have his weapon, he is still quite dangerous. Shala decides to sleep outside in a tree like a bloody monkey or a cat. Here, before the end of the game day, something very critical happens.
Shala asked Balric for a scroll of sending in the day prior, and is now going to use it before attempting to receive a long rest. It's the last opportunity to possibly contact Gruld. If you don't do so now, you won't be able to. You won't hear from her for the rest of the game. And then, when they wake up, they find that everyone is gone. The guards are gone, the king is gone, the townsfolk are gone. And outside, where Shala was asleep and now awakes, she finds some strange individuals. Kronos' time phase has activated.
Session 10. The party immediately frees Vincent and gives him back his weapon. Shala is confronted by Hanzo Hattori, whose identity the party will not learn until nearly the end of the game, over 50 sessions after the fact. What is supposed to be an extremely difficult fight, rendered even more potentially challenging by the party being separated with Shala having slept outside, turns out to not really be that difficult after all, although Hanzo gets in a few good licks.
Wolves waiting in ambush on the ceiling of the tavern will fall onto the party's heads like hairy rain, many of them dying on impact, and Raphael will get spanked. Vincent is a bloody monster, even nerfed.
After the battle, the party is once again trapped in the tavern, unable to escape its aroma. Session 11. Freed from such foolish things as morals, the party rampantly loots the entire town for everything that it's worth, although they end up missing the blacksmith, the hostel, the outhouse, and most other locations. Instead, they tunnel vision straight onto Nether's area, locating the meteorite dust. They loot Samson's house as well, carefully avoiding the booby-trapped chest's magic. However, they never identify the Vulpine amulet they receive from it, an important lore keystone for Samson that hints at his association with the wolves. Also, it grants significant bonuses to skill checks such as perception, which would have dramatically altered events future in the game. This item will go unidentified until resolutions after the 4th area of the game, and even then, nobody will ever actually use it. The party will then start roaming, encountering Wolfstaff, which, unlike the battle in the town, will actually prove to be rather difficult for them, particularly since they all stand on top of it, eating its cleave.
Unrelated trivia. Shala is a wild magic barbarian. When she uses rage, she rolls on a table, and certain effects happen. For example, she can deal a small amount of damage to targets of any kind within 30 feet around her. Another bit of trivia. She uses it during this fight, and Raphael is on the very edge of it. Raphael has just casted a concentration spell, and it's a high level one. Raphael will receive 1 point of damage from Shala's AoE effect when she uses Rage, and this will kill Raphael's concentration immediately. Wolfstaff will prove to be a dangerous encounter, as even though Barrelhead is able to grab a hold of it and grapple it, Wolfstaff grabs a hold of him and restrains him, with Barrelhead hanging onto a leg from within Wolfstaff's mouth. From here, the party swarms around it, and Vincent's impact on the game becomes more and more apparent, as he not only has rage, just like Shala and Barrelhead, he also has considerable damage, and they will lay into Wolfstaff, tanking all of its cleaves, taking tons of damage, but dishing out a lot. And eventually, they slap down Wolfstaff just by standing on it and spanking.
Session 12. The party leaves Azaz's plains and discovers in their path the dimensional barrier in place by Kronos. They enter the only direction beyond here that they can leave, other than returning back or heading south, which is Azaz's cave. Although the party will investigate Azaz's cave for the most part, they're going to critically miss Jordan's body, which is next to the swimming hole. Jordan was Jordan Jr., son of King Jordan, known more in SS than in this product. And the party would have known by now that this was the unaccounted for assistant of Neddard, seeing as his other assistant had returned to Galacia, according to the journals they had recovered from his abode. Since they never find this body, this assistant is never accounted for and is completely forgotten. The party decides to swim down the hole to the 10-minute travel towards the north. A harrowing journey that was originally intended for you to receive assistance with either Samson's magic or Neddard's devices to make safely. Instead, the party is going to risk the potential permanent death from maximum health damage should they start failing a lot of constitution saves. Astoundingly, all of them, including Della, make this without any major incident, although some of them take a few major hits.
It's worth noting that Barrelhead had Mariner, which granted him swimming speed, and HKS's cat bonuses also applied to here. And if anybody actually ever asked about something like the climbing speed on Citrine, HKS had a magic item that granted climbing speed, just to throw them off from the racial bonuses. Therefore, the individuals most likely to survive the swim were the ones that actually had swimming bonuses and such to begin with.
The party will find the hidden door for the Utgard entrance that Samson has obscured. It'll take them a while to figure out how to get it to open, but eventually, thanks to Barrelhead, they will manage to find a hidden switch and enter Utgard. However, by this point, Dietrich can sense the presence of the Grim Rider, although they don't know that's what it is. They decide not to push in further and instead seek a long rest. The long rest within Azaz's cave, particularly the interior, is extremely harrowing, particularly since during the process of attempting to open the hidden entrance, they made a lot of noise. The noise aggroed a ton of Scrollvarb, which are burrowing insect-like creatures. Somehow, the party will both avoid managing to being detected by the Scrollvarb, and Samson, who also returns to discover their presence, will also avoid setting them off as well. An encounter at this point, while not likely to have been fatal, would have screwed up their long rest and made things very difficult for them since it could have escalated. Instead, the party will return to Utgard after a long rest, rummage around, and get through the area which was magically sealed by shrinking the doors and effectively annihilating them. The party ends the session by triggering the Grim Rider within the upper levels. Session 13. The Grim Rider, when it is fought in the upper levels, is significantly less dangerous than if you had encountered it in the catacombs. However, ultimately the party destroys this fight, not because of this, but because I forgot to use her environmental effects when I should have. This is just the first of many enormous mistakes I would make throughout the game that ultimately trivialize a lot of the most major encounters.
Before she dies, she ends up killing Vincent with her ranged attack. The party descends to the lower level and destroys the sarcophagi that act as their phylactery before she can revive. They find her, and she disappears, giving him Ragnar's signet ring.
Vincent's soul is trapped within the Rider's weapon, the celestial nail that was wielded by the Grim Rider, which the party retrieves when they destroy the sarcophagi. The party won't be aware of this for some time, as pretty much every roll made to investigate this aspect of the weapon by those who are capable of investigating it will be absolute shit. Through some high rolls, the party is able to discover Samson, who's been watching the encounter, or at least the end of it, while invisible. HKS pursues Samson and ends up capturing him in the upper levels. With a pensive waif now in their possession, the party will unpants him, before exploring the area that is now docile with the destruction of the Grim Rider. Although the Scrollvarb are still in aggro, they can't penetrate most areas of Utgard once you're inside of it. The party will discover that they went the easier route. The route that was locked off by all the magically sealed doors thanks to the assistance of Reduction, as they will encounter pools of corrupted water and eventually the ruined full-play male, all of which was haunted by ghosts that would have prematurely aggroed the Grim Rider had they fought them earlier, and that potentially could have made the fight a lot more difficult. Session 14. The party spends an extremely long time standing right around where the Grim Rider was first encountered, chatting to themselves and to Samson. Eventually, they find holes in the ground that take them down to the catacombs, the other side of the catacombs, opposing to the side where they fought the Grim Rider sarcophagi. The party initially seeks to explore this, but eventually most people are going to sit around AFK, waiting for HKS to solo and single-handedly go through the sarcophagi rooms, investigating them one after the other. This process takes an extremely long time, over an hour.
Really, the most important thing about this place is it's where HKS begins abusing the tabaxi cat feats that the Nea have in this game, which goes unnoticed by the party. If you don't know about the Tabaxi Movement Speed Act, it basically completely breaks the game's rules, and in this case here, HKS just ignores a prompted acrobatics check. Certain things about the player character, as like in some cases details about the legendary inheritances, or the race in the case of Citrine, weren't known to the other players when we started.
Eventually, the session ends right where they had started. No progress had been made at all, and most people had been standing around doing nothing.
I had serious considerations that maybe the auto-win campaign was a mistake. Given what had happened in August, the mistakes I was making in fights like the Grim Rider, and sessions like this, I had greatly lost motivation and confidence I could run this game. But ultimately, I decided to continue.
Session 15. The party has since released Samson. Although Samson hides almost everything that he knows, including the fact he came from the future, he decides to hash some deals with the party, and ends up taking off, having the party search for several things for him. The party, looking fairly healthy in spite of rocking some debuffs after the Grim Rider fight, backtracks through Utgard and heads northwest, where they'll enter the Water Temple. The party will duck, dive, and roll through all possible ambush points, although they get close when they make a lot of noise attempting to enter various areas. They bypass a lightning-charged wall that hid one of Samson's study areas from Nettert. Then, they resolve a series of fairly simple puzzles, collect some consumables, and enter the underground sanctuary, where the party will confront the ruined Scorpicore Golem. The Scorpicore proves to be a fairly difficult opponent for the party, as most of them are going to stand on it, whacking it in futility, as its damage reduction nullifies most of their effects upon it. Samson rolls resolutions throughout this and is drawn to the fight, where he is instantly killed. The party revives Samson, and he returns to the sinkhole and Utgard Court, where he will await the party's arrival.
The Scorpicore Golem is an optional boss who drops something called the Seed of Yggdrasil, an indestructible crystal heart. It's a valuable item, but its purpose won't be made apparent to the party for many sessions yet.
Session 16. The party leaves the underground sanctuary and returns to the Water Temple, where the Scrollvarb are awaiting them. Opening the gates in one of the areas was noisy enough to attract Scrollvarb, and the process is going to antagonize them again. However, the Scrollvarb attempt to flank the party, and during this period the party absconds from the area, avoiding any combat. They travel through Utgard into the final entrance they have not explored yet, which leads to the sinkhole. The sinkhole is a very large map, filled with valuable resources, including one of the most powerful accessories in the game. However, the party is going to immediately abscond from the sinkhole and return to Utgard and aim for another long rest. Within the middle of Utgard, there is a chance of a Scrollvarb attack, but it again does not come. Following their long rest, the party returns to the sinkhole, and Dietrich uses control water to prevent them from getting immersed in the dangerous underground river. They pass through the area and find Samson within the Utgard Court. The party will explore Utgard Court, which is mostly empty thanks to the effects of decay and the Jotun's retreat from it many years ago. However, the party manages to successfully aggro the Arcalvin.
The Arcalvin is a lot like the Scorpicore. It is one of the animated seeds.
The Arcalvin ambushes them, and the session ends. Session 17. The Arcalvin, whom had originally been predicted to be one of the more dangerous bosses in the game, is effortlessly stomped because it doesn't have legendary resistance, and Hold Monster trivializes it instantly. It gets very few actions throughout the encounter, even though the party retreats from it and gives it several free attacks in the process. The party then locates Munin and the petrified feather that Samson needs. Samson then finally reveals that he's from the future, and that things are really strange, and that a lot happened between the 50 years of the party being trapped in this strange time bubble and reality. Citrine uses the horn retrieved from Vincent when they looted him. The horn summons Shugen to the surface above the court. The hope is that Shugen will leave Brightdale alone and allow the party a chance to loot whatever remains, including the shrooms that they stole from the marsh. The path from Utgard to the Utgard court through the sinkhole was extremely short and across only the uppermost northern part of a massive map. The huge entirety of the sinkhole remains entirely unexplored, and never does the party even so much as entertain the prospect of going back into the sinkhole to see what else is in it. As a result, they will never find the entrance to the South Forest in the sinkhole, any of the innumerable and valuable consumables, including resources to make explosive ammunition, and one of the most powerful accessories in the game. Samson ends up taking them to Brightdale, using a teleportation circle that leads back to his house. There, the party will encounter the old man that they had rescued back in Vincent's camp some sessions ago. Not waiting to figure out who the old man is, Shala and Barrelhead immediately attack the old man, charging at him from the flank, hoping to catch him off guard. As it turns out, the old man is a kami who's come to devour their energy in hopes of escaping this strange prison that they're in. With that, the session ends.
Session Sweet 18. When you're already looser than the pockets of a Canadian politician, but you don't know your ass from your mouth.
The party is surrounded by various wolves, including one that freezes everything it touches. I will forget more critical parts of this fight, and as a result, it will be easier than expected. In spite of this, however, the old man, who becomes known as the storyteller, turns out to be a little girl that happens to beat the ever-loving shit out of them and brings the party as close to a TPK as they've gotten yet, with people being frozen and going down left and right in the final phase. Shugen, sensing the magic from the battle, turns 360 degrees and planks back towards Brightdale. The party ties up the goat Loli after stabilizing her and retreats to the South Forest, narrowly avoiding being ambushed by Shugen's army that very possibly could have instantly killed them had they encountered it. There, the party manages to aggro a bunch of night dwellers as night descends, and Diet Rich narrowly avoids getting the entire party killed. The Night Dwellers learn a great deal from Diet Rich by invading his pliable, old man mind, including critical details related to Yellowveer and his association with her. This has a direct relation to the kind of strength that's going to happen within Age of Damrung when Jormungandir affects the Seal's area and Yellowveer herself. The party locates a hidden tomb, surrounded by dead bears that the storyteller had killed in the past for energy. The party enters the tomb and avoids setting off any traps because the Grim Rider has already been destroyed, else this tomb would have been guarded by living armor. The party scores several powerful items within the tomb and stays here for a long rest. During this downtime, the party will interact with the storyteller. Interaction with the storyteller is critical in this game if you want her to use her resources to help you in future fights. The storyteller is Fenrir and has extraordinarily powerful healing, support, and damaging abilities, but whether or not she'll use them greatly depends on many factors, including if the party manages to gain her trust. They never do. In fact, Shala repeatedly annoys her and drives her towards hostile resolutions. Session 19. By now, the party has completely abandoned the prospect of recovering anything from Brightdale. Half of it has been reduced to rubble, and Shugen stands atop that rubble like a king of shit. The party is going to take a long rest, and, incidentally, a roll is made for when the storyteller will escape her bonds. This roll ends up landing on Shala's watch. When Shala's watch comes up, Stake notes that his character is asleep. A disadvantaged perception allows the storyteller to easily escape. The storyteller will sleep in the other end of the tomb, obscured by an object. When the party wakes up, they can't find her, and nobody goes deep enough into the tomb on the other side to find her hidden and asleep. The party assumes that she absconded and attempted to depart. The party will leave the tomb, but in such a manner as to avoid being ambushed by all of Shugen's cats that are hiding in stealth surrounding it. If one individual or two weak individuals come outside and linger, the cats will ambush them and drag them away. Since the party comes out all at once, this doesn't happen. The party will immediately defer to go towards the crater in which Neddard had told them about in the past, which may be the source of the strange rocks, aka Callius fragments. The party will manage to make survival checks to travel all the way to the west into the swamp where they find the submerged crater, locating the fragment of the meteorite underwater. With the assistance of an old man, the meteorite fragment is recovered. The party plays hot potato with the meteorite fragment, but only Della feels a response from it because of Heracles that sleeps within her, responding to the presence of Kali. Citrine will take this and all future meteorite fragments, preventing Kali from attempting possession on humans, as Citrine is a cat. The party will then travel all the way across the map towards the alleged location of the Bifrost that they had learned about from Samson. Samson has already traveled through the Bifrost and entered the Age of Damarung. The party is on a collision course with the illusionary world and Marcus Cruz, whom was taking the appearance of the prince. The party will ignore almost everything within the map that remains. All the sinkhole, the coastline, the rest of the swamp including Grimnir's Rest, the malicious weed, and old Agnir Tower that had supplies gathered by the storyteller in earlier days. They find the storyteller at the Bifrost, and, with the assistance of the records collected from Samson's areas, figure out the passage necessary to activate the Bifrost. The Bifrost is going to bridge them to present-time Brightdale, but since Marcus Cruz's illusionary world is active, they get jumped into that instead. Following this, they travel through the illusionary world, from the illusionary Bifrost down to where the altar would be, the ruins of Brightdale, and then eventually into the southern forest, where, after spending as much time as possible to scour every corner of the empty map, finally come across Marcus Cruz himself. There is a scuffle in which the party relatively easily dispatches him, although they struggle somewhat with his defensive abilities.
Citrine's blatant abuse of the Tabaxi speed bonuses will happen often at these points. And in many NPCs from here on outwards, including the storyteller, will repeatedly call her out on being a cat in all but name. But no one will seem to take notice. Destroying him yields them into the Age of Damarung. The second stage of the game begins. And yet, I've already performed another massive mistake, forgetting to give them the tool belt when they defeated Marcus. I won't remember this for some time. The party travels north to Brightdale, where they find the real ruins of Brightdale as it is 50 years in the future, ergo, present time. A long session, in which the party's in-game travel time consumed almost the entire day. This actually likely breaks rules within D&D, as there are restrictions on long distance and long duration travel. Session 20. The party departs from Brightdale and heads southwest, where they locate Darius' Rest, a crypt that was built by Haladrian forces many years ago. Most of the tombs, including Darius's, are empty, as their bodies were never recovered, while others are filled with ashes. This is the perfect place for a long rest. The party will struggle with the simple lock on the gate. They will struggle a lot. The party will remain in this area for over 3 hours in a tavern session, before returning back to the forest, where they find a lair that belonged to Marcus Cruz. With the memories of a second bout of being trolled by the gate lock back at the crypt fresh in their mind, they're ready to destroy doors. Unfortunately, Della does not die to the death trap, although they trip an early spider encounter and get spooked. The party will continue to trip several traps throughout the lair, until finally, enough time has passed that it's time for the session to end. Again, with the party having just tripped another trap. This is a splendid opportunity to talk about how much I hate people who make maps and bake doors into the map image, rather than providing a PNG or just not doing it at all. It's like they've never used a virtual tabletop platform before, and I've had to spend days to literal weeks of man-hours on any given map here, manually editing out doors pixel by pixel. To make matters even more embarrassing, a lot of these individuals have the utter gall to try to charge you money for this horseshit. Imagine charging money for a hyper-compressed, uneditable JPEG with baked-in doors and shit you can't use on a virtual tabletop platform like Roll20 unless you go in and clone tool out all the fucking objects so you can add your own so the goddamn players can actually move things around.
Session 21. If there was anyone in this party who was foolish enough to believe that traps were not gay, this would be remedied in short order by the end of this session. They proceed through the layer of dreaming stars, tripping virtually every single trap along the way. Although most of the traps are trivial for them to deal with, people end up taking incidental damage or getting paralyzed along the path. Eventually, they are so wary of traps towards the end of it, they systematically destroy every single detective skull they come across, a process which takes quite some time. They manage to avoid any secondary spider encounters thanks to this and some bad encounter rolls, along with having destroyed a surplus of spiders at the start of the entry. They recover text, a Jotun spellbook, and a bunch of loot from the treasury of Marcus, kitting out the party with a few pieces of weapons and armor. The party will also find Marcus's old body, along with some key items. There is also a drawing of Citrine and her cat form, Fellain, which HKS has managed to just simply take in broad sight of Diet Rich, who doesn't mention anything of it. Then the party sets the whole fucking place on fire, permanently throwing the southern area of Age of Damarung into a high alert status, an act that will have consequences. The party departs from the raging chemical inferno they have left behind and heads southeast, where Charlotte detects something in regards to a dryad, along with the storyteller. They manage to avoid any encounters in the dead wilderness as well as within the tar barrens, and arrive at the shattered shore. The party then parts water a lot like Moses, but not before Barrelhead almost drowns in it, and travels across the shattered coastline to find a tree left behind by Grilled, sort of serving as a kind of a phylactery. Grilled is resuscitated, and she hides in Shala's nails, joining the party from here on mostly as a lore receptacle. The main reason why Grilled even showed up here and attempted to breach the barrier by hand is because of Shala's sending early into the game. Without that, she likely wouldn't have come here. Session 22. Barrelhead pressure dries himself and attracts the attention of malicious weeds. The party absconds northwards, where they find a frozen over cart filled with water and other ingredients. They quickly set fire to the cart because this party just can't get away from being pyromaniacs. The flames eventually attract night dwellers, and the party chooses to disengage northwest, perhaps thinking about trying to find Samson and Azura. However, they get attracted by lights towards the altar for Edel Ridge. Daedrich kills all of Della's friends, having a device that they stole from Marcus's lair before, of course, setting it on fire. They stick it into the altar and activate it, creating a phantom bridge that leads to the concealed floating church of Edelridge. The party is drawn to its luster and flammable contents. They enter the church without incident and start poking around. Most of the doors are locked and dropkick resistant. And magic resistant. Mysteriously, however, the front doors are left open, and they find within a crossroads of possible directions, with left heading upstairs and right heading to two separate doors. The south door taking them to a dining room with a silent piano that they fool around with, and the north being blocked by a clockwork door they cannot open as it is far too complex and durable. They go left and up the stairs, where they find a dead end north of them, and a door that heads into a room with documents from the Age of Damarung. After fiddling around, they ascend to floor 3, where they find a hallway in the shape of a penis. They ascend to floor 4. The only door is locked, so they continue to floor 5, where they find Neddard's study and promptly loot it. They also get harassed by a cauldron filled with watery blood. They acquire many consumables and travel further upwards, where they encounter Neddard. Neddard has changed somewhat and seems to become something of a dick. Neddard calmly offers the party a rest in the dungeon. The party declines. Neddard becomes irate. A confrontation is inevitable. Session 23. Without too much difficulty, the party overcomes Neddard. Although Della starts rolling like a god, the party loots the clockwork key off of Neddard. The party checks out the western tower, heading upwards, where they encounter a bow tie that transforms into a cat. With the clockwork key in their possession, the church advances to its next activation stage. The party heads back down to floor 4, and then down to floor 3, and then down to floor 2. The party encounters animated remnants, which are easily dispatched. The party takes the western stairs back down to the floor level, and turns a corner in front of the door without checking where they're going. A boil fiend explodes in their face, dealing an insane amount of damage for being such a low-level creature. They just were all bundled up. The party has a long rest inside the dining room, narrowly avoiding disaster. After a long rest, the party heads north of the dining room, the same staircase that took them up to floor 2 in the past, but decides to go down this time into the cellar level. There, the party trips one of many traps that activate at this point and encounters their spiders. The spiders heckle the party, but in spite of having high stats, the party easily dispatches the spiders despite being separated. HKS gets fucked by an attack of opportunity, and then Shala has a barbecue. Session 24. The party burns the remains that the remnants came from in the cellar, heads up a sideways staircase and goes up to the battlements surrounding the ground level. There they find more bones, which they also burn. This has effects on future resolutions, although they notice that outside has become active and some of the church's hearts are viewable. The party heads up to the battlements on floor 2, accessible only on these side passages. They loot some resources and then they ascend to the battlements on floor 3.
Barrelhead is going to momentarily ascend a staircase to the battlements above this area, reduce a ballista that is sitting on the lone tower, and drag it back down with him. This pisses off a dog they're going to murder and set on fire. They're going to bring the ballista onto the wall in the middle, point it at the heart, and shoot at it. This is gonna piss off a bunch of shit, including one of the night drinkers. The party gets very separated and very confused quickly. This is an encounter the party is well equipped to deal with. They are quite healthy and have the resources as well as some NPCs, but they still don't realize you need light-emitting weapons to deal damage to these creatures. And so between their scattered formation and the fact they're going to attempt to retreat while trying to extract Barrelhead and so on without actually engaging, they are going to take an insane amount of damage unnecessarily before finally retreating back to the tower in the west. They enter a small estate, a royal chambers, which will eventually become a place of madness. During their short time here, Dietrich will question Citrine about the files she took from Marcus's throne that contained the cat picture, but HKS will easily deflect it before they move to a clockwork door. They follow the winding staircase down through floor 2, the ground floor, the cellar, and then into the depths. This golem room is linked to the prison of Yorgol, whom they rescue. The rest of the session is spent talking to Yorgol and Grilled. Session 25. The party backtracks through the golem room and unearths one of the blocked passages that are in it, heading up a staircase that would lead them back to the cellar, but not before they step on a trap I had forgot to hide within GM layer. Spiders will spawn and portions of the roof will collapse on Dietrich. The party will take more damage from the efforts of their members trying to destroy the rocks than from the spiders. The party rummages around in the hidden passage that leads into
a sealed-off room within the cellar. They find some notations and equipment and then head back down. They're going to again go back, heading back up the stairs, going through the cellar, the ground level, floor 2, and then finally back into floor 3. Then they head back into the tower that they were last in when they retreated from that night drinker, and this time they're going to go upwards. But then they stop themselves and decide to go downwards. They're going to head downwards and they're going to go around the battlements on the side. Then they're going to be ambushed by another boil fiend because they don't check around the corner. Some damage will be distributed, they'll dispose of the rest of the creatures there, and then they'll set fire to the bones on that side of the ground level. They're going to head upwards, things are going to try to chase them in futility, and they're going to destroy them in the spot. The party will then go into the staircase underneath the tower and head into the cellar once again. They locate the ale room, open a door, and then leave it behind, heading around and then into the spiral staircase that originally took them to the cellar in the first time. This again leads to the depths, but another portion of the depths behind doors they couldn't have otherwise opened on the other side of where Yurgle was. They'll go through the sunken dungeon and find Erebit, somehow managing to avoid disturbing any of the lurkers within the area. The rest of the session will be spent talking to Erebit and returning to the cellar.
Session 26. The party continues to talk to Erebit while returning to the floor level past the staircase next to the huge grate blocking the enormous kegs in the cellar's central hallway. There they find a small room with a clockwork door leading outside. They opt out of opening for fear of being pestered by remnants again. Instead, they follow the room's other exit, a second clockwork door leading to a staircase heading up to the second floor in a dead-end dormitory containing another key. The party is now effectively on course to speedrun key acquisition for the church, and each time they grab one of these keys, more traps and phasic conditional events activate. Along with the key, they find one of many notes alluding to the functions of the church and Kali in a grand-scale plot to find the ideal human representing their finest strengths and potential. The party returns to the ground level, where yet even more Roll20 bugs are discovered. Avoid the door to the outside like a scorned lover once again, and descend back to the cellar. The rose door blocking the cauldron containing the final stage key can't be opened yet, despite them slobbering all over the door like rabid geese. So they go south and west to a staircase that brings them to the central winding tower that can take them to the highest place in the church. They will ascend these steps, going up to the second, then third floor. On the third floor, they'll open a clockwork door that leads to several forks. One is a hallway that has a hole in it to the south, and the east goes to a sectioned-off area containing royal chambers. The royal chambers will become a vortex that attracts untold insanity and misery. Within the royal chambers, the party will make sensory arcana checks, rolling just high enough to sense unseen perils within hidden walls. This, and the general size of the area, leads them to believe there are hidden things here, under the guise of mystery and intrigue. The chambers have 4 rooms, not including the hallway beyond the door they just opened: a central living room, a dining room, a bathroom, and a bedroom. This is where Danica Goddard spent last of her days as a human under house arrest, and some clues to that fact linger here, most notably her diary. The fireplace contains a hidden entrance to a northern area containing one of the most dangerous creatures in the church and an abominable man-eating rug. To get behind the fireplace, the party must fill several jugs between the bedroom and bathroom with alcohol, which opens a hidden door next to the bed that has a crank that opens the area behind the fireplace. These jugs smell vaguely of alcohol when inspected. This area cannot be fully activated until the church is in stage 5. The most dastardly part of this room has yet to reveal itself, however,
as it requires the party to perform a puzzle with a soundless organ they found in the dining room where they had their long rest earlier. The party did spend some time fooling with that organ when they were there, but they weren't able to do anything with it at the time. The party departs the royal chambers and goes west down the hallway next to it, where they open an elegant door with a recently found key, which leads to another enclosed dormitory with a rose key on the lower floor. At this stage, I opt to avoid more floor navigation shuffle shenanigans, as it's clear the party wants to go back to the rose door in the cellar hallway they couldn't open prior to coming here, which they will do so, prompting another encounter with an aggressive cauldron and a subsequently cumbersome battle with a vexatious Starweaver, a high-level demon-like creature that can move between sufficient amounts of blood, like doors. Determined to isolate and kill it, they ultimately take gratuitous damage from it before wounding it enough that it doesn't continue to ambush them through all the blood sprayed out of the cauldron on the floor. Give up, take the granite key, unlocking the next stage of traps and encounters in the church, and move on. They travel back to the room where they found the Haladrian soldier equipment and the hidden door leading back to this space of cave-ins and elderly abuse in the depths, which brings them back to the golem room where they first found Yorgol in the adjacent submerged chamber. This room now has active pressure plates, but the party hugs the left wall when they pass through it, so it doesn't activate, and they open the granite door that was here previously they couldn't open, leading to the largest single-chamber area of the church and home to the final activation conditions of the church, which will set them on a fetch quest and activate all remaining traps and encounters. Certain traps I had written to be active at certain points were omitted for the sake of balance, but the party has speedrun the activation phases, and now nearly everything is online, leading to certain spaces of the church being a chain of anguish just waiting to be sprung. They encounter shadowy spiders in this area, but are producing enough light that they don't aggro, so they avoid getting butchered by their insane touch attack. They find several glowing doors that activate only with the final phase of the church and their heartbeats from the church's hearts that are hidden behind them. They heckle the spiders as they find them, attempt to dispel the doors unsuccessfully, eventually prompting a short encounter that sees Citrine get her ass tenderized by unhealable damage. The party finds 2 chambers in this large area they can activate, with empty crank housings. They need the cranks from the gatehouses at the front gate on the floor level, which they would have theoretically had by now as they were only blocked by clockwork doors. But the indignity of their last outdoors encounter forbade them from setting 1 inch into the land of vitamin D. Since they never investigated these areas, they have no idea what they need for this section. And so the final room's activation and the final phase of the church yet remains beyond their grasp. Instead, they take a spiraling staircase in the south center of this area and go upwards, which takes them back to an unexplored and isolated area of the cellar. Well, they'll spring a trap within the staircase that spawns more spiders and a collapsing fire trap on them, which they'll effortlessly clear just as they did the first spider ambush. They'll continue to ascend to the next floor where they find a granite door and hear chanting behind it. Yorgol has warned them about Dale and the Night Watch, which are now just as crazy as any other leftist or Christian cult, and they opt not to open the door and proceed upwards. I expedite this travel and take them to the highest peak of the castle, where they find Danica's prison, and the session comes to an end. A meaty session, clocking in at nearly 5 hours 40 minutes, and I figured we'd finish the church in short order. Session 27. The party promptly feeds Danica, whom they now know, thanks to their murderous sleuthing, is a vampire, blood squeezed from a barrel, reviving her and adding another exceptionally squishy NPC to their growing collection. The party spends nearly 2 hours chatting her up and learning bits and pieces of the puzzle that was the time gap between their disappearance in the real world before descending back down, ignoring the granite door to Dale once again and reaching the bottom of this tower in the depths. There, a chance encounter from Resolutions has finally occurred, and they run face first into Zarkodal, the Murathurian king who is a little bit rancid, much like Hanzo was.
is also a lizard. Zarkotl is using a special device to transport himself to areas, and resolutions have put him at a very short amount of time remaining, which is fortunate for the party, as Zarkotl uses the few actions he has available to him to fuck their shit back to Uganda and back again, with multiple high damage burst spells, including one that stuns nearly the entire group. Arabit attempts to talk sense into the rowdy guest before he slips and falls back up his own ass and disappears, effectively appearing only to slap the party's ass and give them the finger. Heavily wounded from their otherworldly, scaly encounter, the party goes back to fucking around in the depths again, finding the western chamber that needs one of the gatehouse cranks and a few offshoot corridors. They can sense the presence of mysterious and dangerous things in there, but they won't activate until the cranks are firmly turned, just like a good QTE encounter. Instead, Barrelhead drop kicks a random wall, and prompts a Nat 20 response resolution from the heart they hear on the other side. Blood begins to pour out of the ground, and the church begins to activate its secondary defenses ahead of time. So the party fucks right off, back down towards the golem room. They stand in the golem room awkwardly for a short time, somehow not standing on any of the pressure plates yet again, until Citrine's fat ass finally moves and immediately triggers the one she had been standing next to. The doors slam shut, the brazier roasts them medium well, and two fire golems spawn that are nearly instantly blown apart by a combination of the party's insane burst damage and Arabit's even more insane burst damage. Even so, the combined damage from Zarkotl's double nut chin slam and the exploding brazier, plus the golems, brings many members of the party into questionable healthiness. This encounter is relevant because it exposes Arabit's special technique when he attacks, which is a cosmic action that has recognition properties, and this will influence a late-game encounter now that they've seen it. The party, burnt and tenderized, goes back up the right-angle staircase of spiders and elderly abuse, back to the cellar, back up the stairs to the central spiral staircase on the floor level, up the stairs to the second floor, and straight into yet another, even deadlier trap that was activated by an earlier key. This trap spawns a phantasmal bell that rings a massive anti-magic field and summons all kinds of unpleasant neighbors, including night dwellers. The anti-magic effect of the bell stands a chance of killing Citrine's cat disguise and revealing her true nature to the party, but her save makes the cut. Yorgle's doesn't, so the dapper ranger man they've been traveling with for a while now suddenly turns into a cat and nearly everyone else is deafened. Initiative is rolled, and the session comes to an end. Session 28. The party is facing initiative against multiple night dwellers and a night drinker. Arabit fucks off, Barrelhead enlarges, and the Dread Norn spawns soon after. This high potential mini-boss can easily TPK the party here, and it also possesses an ability called Sticky Strands, ooh-woo. Thankfully, between the party is a clockwork door, and they already know that doors and walls are highly warded, so it's a matter of escaping before they are thoroughly squished. They escape nearly unbullied, but Diet Rich gets clobbered, and the storyteller's ice bind is immediately saved against by the Norn. Della gets splattered next, and only the fatness of Shala is able to save them from a miserable and hilarious fate. The party, trapped in the Archer Tower, chills out for a long rest. They have extensive discussions about the rider weapon they stole, Longinus, and other knickknacks regarding things such as subjects from Samson and Yorgle. When they awake, the neighbors have dispersed, but are considered active, and further triggers can see them reeing back to the lobby. Raphael awakes to find a crane fly, actually a familiar of Marcus Cruz, on his face. The crane fly explodes into glitter when touched, and as a result, Raphael's soul is scarred, and all reason and logic begin to flood out of his ears like so much liquefied putty. His road to madness is cemented. The party returns to the spiral staircase and ascends it, returning to the royal chambers once again. A series of elegant doors are opened past the dining room and leading them back to the hallway shaped like a penis. They descend the hallway and return to floor 2. There they navigate the hallway previously blocked off by a granite door, which leads to a balcony above the Sermon of the Night Watch in the church's central room on the floor level. They roll up the rug in this hallway, set it on fire, and drop it into the central room, spreading dust, but otherwise not convincing Dale and friends, who believe they are wolves, to do anything. Barrelhead and Shala hatch a plan to teleport to a chandelier above this room and hot drop into the gathering and do just this. This starts the Dale encounter, which will be one of the deadliest fights of the game thus far they are locked into. A handful of Night Watch are killed by their fall, but Dale immediately restrains Shala with magic daggers and proves a foe too difficult for Barrelhead to wrangle alone. With the rest of the party still stuck on the balcony, most opt to take the long way down through the side staircases near the balcony, which, even without defenses, will take them multiple turns to reach the floor level, but they are blockaded by Night Watch. Night Watch flank the balcony members from the back, which include Della, Yorgul, and the Storyteller, but they aren't too much of a threat to these NPCs, though they do take some of their action economy away from Dale and friends, who quickly put Barrelhold and Shala, in spite of their fatness, on a diet of pain. Barrelhead power dunks Dale and deals substantial damage as Shala takes more and more damage from his holy daggers, and the Night Watch plink at them relentlessly, slowly chipping away at their beef. Barrelhead is brought to a mere 11 health at one point, but holds his ground. Shala manages to get in sizable damage from a thrown weapon smite combo in spite of her restraint, which brings Dale very low and starts activation of the second rider encounter of the game. Barrelhead will also get restrained by his daggers at some point as well, and both of them are taking insane damage from failing the saves against them. The session ends with the party feeling like they might have avoided disaster by nearly killing Dale already, in spite of Barrelhead's and Shala's perilous position, being at a sliver of health and surrounded by over a dozen Night Watch with no help in sight for some rounds. But the pain has only just begun. Since Schwa had fallen asleep, as she often does the moment the sun begins to set, Rich didn't inform the party of the undead detection resolution his class was given when the Bloody Rider activates. No one has a clue how fucked they are about to be, even though they were warned about a secondary mythical weapon being in Dale's possession in the past. Session 29. The session starts with Rich informing the party a second rider is coming. Dale is still alive and switches his weapon to Wolf Killer, a play on Vampire Killer, which is a huge crossbow that could easily drop Barrelhead and, along with a myriad Night Watch, could kill Shala along with him, who are at 19 and 1 health respectively, on his turn. Both Barrelhead and Shala are bound by his daggers, taking damage, so Shala's Death Rattle ability isn't going to immediately be effective against him, and disaster looms around the corner. However, Shala still has Tome of Levistus, so she staves off unconsciousness, and even though Wolf Killer hits Barrelhead, Rage prevents him from going down in spite of its substantial damage. Citrine stumbles trying to jump off the balcony to a lower level using cat speed, and no one bats an eye at her insane movement distance. Bonks Dale and activates the Bloody Rider. What follows is an utterly stupid display of RNG, as the Bloody Rider never quite lands enough damage to do anything meaningful to Citrine, and no one important ends up going down, despite the other members taking several rounds to get to support them. The Storyteller almost dies, Della dies in one hit, and the Bloody Rider is defeated. But not before HKS abuses cat speed to fly across the level, scale up a fucking wall, and smack it. This probably should have raised some eyebrows. And now the party possesses another insanely heavy mythical weapon called Lucifer they can use as a back scratcher. The party collects a blue stone, another Kali meteor fragment, from the altar in this room. Shala piles all the dead Night Watch into the crater left behind by Barrelhead. Shala is prompted for an investigation when she inspects the altar, but doesn't roll, so she never discovers the hidden switch there. Raphael rolls, but it's typically roller skates. They collect Wolfkiller and move on back to the ground level as a body, retreating to the original dining room with the silent organ. The manner in which the party withdraws from here is important, as if at any point they went to the main hall underneath the balcony that normally leads to this room from the floor level, they would have activated another trap, sealing that entire hall, filling it with fire, and spawning Night Crown Knights. And they would have died miserably. Since they withdrew back up through the side passages, they enjoyed embarrassment, as the traps that were placed within the side rooms I had ruled to not exist. The two meteor fragments fuse when they touch. They contemplate matters of murder. Danica plays the piano, and finally, someone hits a resolution high enough to activate the puzzle it spawns in the royal chamber on floor 3. And the session ends when Schwa passes out inside a swimming pool filled with toasters. Session 3-0. The party spends nearly an hour in the dining room, pining for a short rest, before moving back north to the staircase, leading first to floor 2, then further up to the hall shaped like a penis. Their intent is clear: investigate the mechanical sound the piano made upstairs when Danica succeeded replicating the silent hymn it was playing. During their momentary time in floor 2, they hear clicking noises, which are aberrations Marcus's true body has walking with him. Ever since their encounter with the bell trap where Erebet first fucked off, resolutions have been running between him and Marcus as they chase one another around and interact off-screen. The party narrowly avoids a Marcus encounter at this time. Once back inside the royal chambers, they look around every corner and window, spotting wignats, flying pests outside the castle, but never once looking at the jugs. Within the main room, with a fireplace, they find 4 golden cranks. These cranks appear when the silent piano's hymn is successfully replicated. The party spends about an hour fussing with cranks, smashing doors, and generally going insane as the genius crank puzzle frustrates them. They return to the hall shaped like a penis and travel up to floor 4. Past the penis-shaped hall on floor 4 is Neddard's study, his bedroom, which also contains a crafting furnace and some items as well as some documentation. Finding a clockwork sword and some special ammunition, some of which deal more than double the base damage of any ranged weapon in the game. The Steamjet Longsword deals almost twice as much damage as a greatsword and can scale off of dex or strength while being one-handed. Both of these finds are extremely significant, and the hallway shaped like a penis ultimately brought them both blessings and a terrible curse. The curse is the curse of the cranks, and they will eventually return here to further corrode what little remains of their sanity. The party fussed over what to do with the crafting bench inside Neddard's bedroom. They could upgrade armor with some of their old resources, or make ammunition. They continue to spy birds outside, noticing commotion on the lower levels. This is from Erebet murdering various houseplants and otherwise being an unruly child, spoiled by the party's relentless narcissism, and they only have themselves to blame for the property damage.
Della hangs out by the window, eventually drawing perception checks that draw various dogs and wignats to the windows. The party absconds back to the hall shaped like a penis, their crafting opportunity dashed out of fear of being torn apart by a handful of small leathery birds and a puppy. For a time they resist the call of the cranks and descend back to the second floor. They hear clicking once again, and this time pursue it. Running into a wounded Marcus in the same hallway, they yoinked the rug out of to throw at Dale. Dead Nightwatch still litter the door they stand at, as Marcus rants at them for a few moments before Citrian runs at him. During this period, Arabit rolls a 20 on initiative. Arabit's cosmic action one-shots Marcus in his current state, and the remainder of the short fight is spent fighting the dangerous but now easily overpowered aberrations. Arabit comments about an unusual steed in the stables, known as Horsestaff, and the aimless party is instantly abandoned by Arabit as he teleports off to the stables at the slightest provocation. The party descends the stairs past the ground level and into the cellar. There is a dangerous trap now active in this location, a two-stage trap that first seals the central hallway and pops open the kegs to the north behind a portcullis. Then a second stage sprays sparks out of the floor panels. The party pops this trap with most of their members being at the clockwork door in the north that gets blocked off by a wall of pensive sausages. They stand a good chance of bursting this down before the trap fully activates. However, several NPCs are trapped closer to the south or middle. The storyteller is unable to life drain the sausages and is annihilated by Nat 1 instead. The fluid oozing from the barrels can explode with nearly any provocation at this point. Even Raphael's gun produces huge flashes of light from igniting the fumes. Nonetheless, he blows apart the sausages and they slap against Barrelhead's chest with meaty splashes. It seems like most of the party will escape, except for their sad, pathetic NPC entourage. In a stroke of genius, Schwa has Diet Rich use Control Water to blockade the alcohol inside of the keg room past the portcullis, preventing much of its vapors from escaping and disabling the secondary function of the trap. Barrelhead, seeing the trapped alcohol, decides to ignite it with a cantrip. Diet Rich's spell only controls water, it doesn't control fire. Della is burnt into a pile of crispy corn dogs, whilst Yorgel and Danica only barely escape the same fate. The rest of the party suffered admittedly a lot less damage than I expected, but still a comparable amount to the Bloody Rider fight. The sausages are burnt into charred Pringles, which can be dispensed amongst hungry members of the party like emergency dog food. The portcullis, that otherwise had to be lifted to access the barrels, and the barrels themselves, are reduced to brittle carbon frames that crumble upon being touched. The rugs in the hallway, and Raphael's final fibers of sanity along with them, are destroyed forever, their last and eternal screams resounding unto a void of eternally burning fractal barrels. Arabit, waiting for them at the clockwork door in the small room they previously refused to leave due to the fear of exposure to nature, expresses concern over hearing strange sounds down below once they ascend the staircase, coated in deep-fried sausages. Rather than risk the horrors of Horsestaff after being turned into a fistful of burnt fries, they pass out in the small room and receive a long rest, while being stared at emotionlessly by Arabit and being lulled by possessed neighs from just beyond their sight. Citrine communicates to Samson through Sending, who tells them to hurry the fuck up with whatever they're doing. They won't, and not for lack of trying. 5-hour session that saw the seeds of madness planted in Raphael's mind forever. Never again would he close his eyes without seeing burning rugs. Their screams would forever haunt him. Anytime he tries to draw anything from this point, he would make a pseudo-sanity check, or else the drawings would come out as though its subject is on fire. This is most of the drawings he makes, and there's a lot of them.
Session 31. The party peers out of the sole window in this tiny room they are in, as Arabet continues to stare at them dead-eyed. Only once they muster their courage do they brave exposure to the outdoors and approach the stables in the northeast of the courtyard. There, they find an enormous armored carriage that can provide safe harbor to anyone within overnight, along with a small book containing Danica's journal prior to her having come to Brightdale years ago. The carriage is locked, but a Goddard key they found earlier opens it. They then open the stable gate to the west of it, where Horsestaff is found. Initiative is rolled, and Horsestaff rolls a 20 on initiative, dominating the turn order. Its first act is to spawn a variety of predatory ponies, ghostly spirits from beyond the Brony convention, haunted by the sweaty musk of Smash players and animated by Medicare's lust. Horsestaff is a powerful mini-boss whose signature attack, Neigh of Oblivion, deals enormous psychic damage to an old man and a cat immediately into the fight, while tickling everyone else. It's worth noting at this point that the Auto-Win party is above and beyond the tankiest and beefiest group I have ever even remotely heard of in any kind of turn-based game, and Horsestaff's modifiers are closer to that of a CR25. That's not including all the ponies. It is over 5 times the number of abilities and gimmicks as any given cookie-cutter stock monster from the refuse Wizards of the Coast tries to pass off as merchandise. The party doesn't entertain abilities or gimmicks very much in this game, because they are nigh unkillable between a combination of multiple rages, multiple danger senses, high health, silvery barbs, reasonable save spreads, and the wondrous and highly predictable PRNG of Roll20's dice. The NPCs, particularly Arabet, can deal damage, but none of them are particularly tanky. Much like the Bloody Rider, what looks like and should be a terrible first couple rounds for the party is easily rebuffed by extent of being unbelievably fat. They force down Horsestaff in spite of the fact it bypasses a chunk of their damage reduction and retrieve a strange horseshoe from the stables. They head east of the stables, scouting the north of the exterior they haven't been to yet, where a warehouse offers them several rations and lots of fresh water. Originally, I had planned to heavily enforce real-world survival rules in this game. Hypothermia and frostbite were intended to be an hour-by-hour struggle in the age of Damarung and beyond, along with resources such as water. But ultimately, I had deduced that such systems are tedious at the best of times, and both a pain in the ass and unrewarding to track everywhere else. So these resources don't really offer that much. Along with the crates, the party finds 2 clockwork doors, one leading to a large chest filled with unrefined flashstone that can be used to make incendiary ammunition, and the other leading to an intact telescope. The party is told straight up upon investigation that it can be disassembled into 3 50-weight pieces, so this will evidently tell them right away it's important for something. By now, the party has been wandering aimlessly for some time. They take time to contemplate the telescope. Arabet comments that Neddard coveted the contraption, hinting at its purpose. Barrelhead reduces the telescope and moves it out of the warehouse intact. Meanwhile, Shala's Detect Magic senses magic on the horseshoe they uncovered. She also senses magic on Della. This is because Della stole one of the jugs from the royal estate. They investigate the jug, and Schwa springs a genius idea that the jug may be related to a puzzle. HKS gets confused about what doors they've been through. Raphael disassembles a telescope that was unnecessarily brought outside, and Shala discovers the jug triggers its magic with alcohol.
They contemplate the horseshoe before traveling further to the northeast part of the courtyard, which I have forgotten even exists, so nothing is there. They contemplate this area for a painfully long time, furthering my internal embarrassment, expending spell slots and brain cells, hoping to decipher a bloody cauldron left behind that does absolutely nothing. They finally travel back down south to the entrance of Beetle Ridge they first came in, where bloody craters and dead things from Erebit's resolutions remain. And indeed, they will retrieve the crank handles from the gatehouses. They return inside, minding the blood pools and a possible ambush, and travel past the main room and into the main hallway. I mentioned earlier that this has a significant encounter associated with it. Suspicious of additional traps, they hesitate, but not long enough to prevent disaster. Dietrich's ass is spanked by a door that locks behind him and shoves him into the hall with the rest of his gooners. And doors to the north, where Dale once was, open. Fire cuts through and sections off the party, while Della is left on her lonesome in the isolated area to the south. All the statues north of the fire-breathing ones explode into Night-Crowned Templar, who can deal exceptionally high damage and are fairly beefy. Meanwhile, Della is abducted by an aggressive closet. They smash the fire statues and slap down the Night Crown without incident, as Citrine is unkillable and face tanks the entire fucking army. The session ends with the last batch of Night Crown, including 2 casters, reaching them just as the Templar are destroyed. Session 32. The party effortlessly smashes the remaining Night Crown along with Diet Rich, and Barrelhead is sucked into the aggressive closet, vanishing to join Della in Brazil. HKS performs more cat tricks, and no one bats an eye at his apparent rule breaking. They look for Della, but she is gone. Schwa begins to have an existential crisis since she finds the Squire much more entertaining to play than her actual character. The aggressive closet is a creature that roams the castle like a dutiful maid, cleaning up unsightly things like drunks and wrestlers. The Night Crown's activation triggers the hidden function of the altar that Dale was at, where they found the second meteorite fragment, and in its place they find a staircase heading down to a new area. Had they found this switch before, they would have noted it requires a granite key, which would have alluded to its potential significance. Preemptively clearing this area would have had an effect on the closet's resolutions, however, for reasons that will become evident in time. The new area is called the Golem Factory, and it is a single region split into multiple levels in a linear progression path. All the floors are quite small though, so there's no point subdividing them. The Golem Factory dwells near the heart of the church's foundation, and so it is the home to one of the most dangerous entities of the first chapters of the game, one they disturb by going in here. Now is an excellent time to discuss a few details regarding this game. Autumn Wind was built during the worst years of my life. As game planning and performance became more and more challenging in the face of constant death, financial devastation, senior care, harassment, and impending homelessness, the energy behind its construction became more and more unstable. There are key things throughout the game that are governed exclusively by on-the-spot improvisation over periods of multiple months. One such thing was the exact manner in which the Eel Ridge Church actually functioned and how it was created, along with the entities responsible behind its operations. Things the party chooses to interact with, or most often avoid interacting with, lead to further improvisation down the line that have tremendous consequences on the rest of the game after. Within the Golem Factory, they will find the tools of the Necromancer,
Ricky Honachase, an insane Frenchman who has built many of the undead they've dealt with in the church, including the exploding zombies they've been ambushed by around corners more than a few times. The area is filled with blood, which immediately puts them on edge. Shala flings skulls around, and the party hesitates for a long time before braving the unknown. Arcana's senses pick out an electric and powerful presence in this area. This is the Psychotic Starweaver, a more powerful variant of the creature that ambushed them during the Cauldron incidents. When they reach the second level, a chamber filled with blood on either side, the presence is even stronger. Fearing an ambush of the bitey variety, they retreat to the blood-soaked room where the Night Watch bodies are suspiciously absent. Shala pilfers more skulls. I use Yorgol to hint to the party they could try to lure the aggressive closet out of hiding and kill it, but they won't try to do that. Raphael draws a perfect incarnation of his facial hair and skin being incinerated by the hallway of fire. The party accrues a short rest and returns to the Golem factory to brave the corridor of blood. Nothing ambushes them along the way, and in the third level they find Ricky standing over Barrelhead's unconscious body. So supple and so vulnerable. Had they taken too long to come here, they would have likely found a beast called Barrel Staff instead. Ricky puts up a fierce resistance, but the party prevails, rescuing their muscular spider. Della is nowhere to be found. Amidst the bones in Ricky's humble abode, do they find a sword, a cloak, and a suit of heavy armor, all obviously belonging to the King Darius, who's now long gone, and an encrypted scroll signed in blood. And it isn't Ricky's. It is a shuriken document. On Ricky's person, they find half-eaten bagels, a powerful ration that inflicts exhaustion. They also retrieve a magic dagger that Ricky used to give Raphael nose reduction before being reduced to cheesy crumbs himself. Shala steals another skull and a single bagel. The party absconds, but as they retreat, Shala pisses off the Psychotic Starweaver by casting poison spray on a skull on the first level. Shala makes a constitution save against its lethal venom when it ambushes her, but it deals enormous piercing damage anyways, and disengages, allowing them to return to the main floor. The Starweaver stalks them through the blood pools, but they depart from the bloody mess in the prayer hall and return to the central room. Another type of Starweaver is active now and attempts to activate in the main hall by creating a pool of oil. This type of creature can move through bodies of chemicals, and it has a variety of abilities that conjure chemicals in the air that react with one another. They continue to flee, going left and ascending the stairs to the second floor. They travel to the staircase that, were they to go up, would bring them to the hallway shaped like a penis. Instead, they go down, passing the cellar and entering the depths. Normally, they would have been ambushed by the lurkers here, which are shark creatures with exceptional benefits from fighting in the flooded passages they are now inside. However, since the activation of the keys, the lurkers were freed from their cells and roamed elsewhere, granting the party an unknown boon in avoiding being further traumatized for the time being. The granite doors that bar this area, where they had first found Erebet, to the southern half, where they first found Yorgol, are opened, and they return to the Golem chamber, where they were cooked the last time they were here. They open the doors that sealed during that ambush, and travel back to the land of shadowy spiders and wall drop kicking. In the spooky hallway between the two areas, they finally pause to identify the stuff they stole from Ricky's hoard. The first is a royal traveling cloak with AC and significant flat fire damage, which Citrine puts on immediately, much to Raphael's rage. Meanwhile, Dietrich decrypts the scroll and discovers this is an accord signed by the three kingdoms to end hundreds of years of war by uniting their families. This would implicate that the king's son they were searching for in the marsh was actually Oda Nobunaga's son, the Lord of Shuriko. Since this turned out to be Marcus, the whereabouts of this man are unknown. In fact, they'll actually never find his remains. The heavy armor is revealed to be the king's armor, which has a strong active ability that creates an aura to enhance saves once a day, as well as 22 base AC. Citrine also steals this and steals the sword as well. They contemplate that Hanzo may have been after the king, but they already determined from his own letter that Marcus was his target. HKS is told several times that the sword has hidden power. It's the most powerful non-divine weapon of the game, but it has conditions to fully awaken its capabilities. The party proceeds north to the rooms with the empty crank mechanisms to stick their handles into. However, since the entire group remains outside the room and leaves an old man to activate them alone, the conditions aren't met for their encounters. Placing the two cranks into their new homes opens the gate leading to the northmost room of the depths. This will unveil the final phase of the church, the fetch quest, that will have them seek out hidden items elsewhere, though a few they already possess, such as the golem heart from the brazier in the golem room and the strange horseshoe. However, they are intimidated by statues in front of the room in a junction. They cautiously enter and are more terrified by the room filled with pentagrams and a serpent altar with a scroll on it at the very north of it. The scroll, however, is far more terrifying than any trap that might have awaited them here. It's a list of ingredients in the form of riddles. Finally, Shala braves the room and does not explode, set on fire, turn to ice, or become drunk. They contemplate matters of snakes, a strong hint of the future chapters of the game, and use detect magic to feel their way around the room. Arabit tells them this is a gateway to another dimension. Barrelhead drinks an antitoxin. The scroll is read and passed between the players without actually revealing its contents to one another in some bizarre ritual of hot potato. Finally, they read the scroll as a group after putting on their big boy pants and discover that the list of ingredients is indeed a riddle. Some obvious and some not so. Once the scroll is touched, Phase 5 of the church activates. Dietrich sees golden serpents outside the windows. The beating hearts of the church come to a stop and its magic wards are dropped. The magic doors elsewhere in the depths are dispelled, and unpleasant things begin occurring beyond their sights. They play around with the pentagrams, touching them and casting spells on them, trying to decipher their mystery. As movement begins to approach them, they prepare themselves for a battle, moving out of the room lest it turn into a bloodbath. The attack isn't coming from the room, however, but the entire southern depths they had come from, including the rooms that hadn't been activated earlier. Initiative is rolled, and the session comes to a close. A high-density session, clocking in at 5 hours. Session 3-3. The party has an uneventful battle against a handful of mundane creatures in the depths of the church. Dietrich is turned into a statue. Shala fireballs her own cat. Arabit gets tickled. And Storyteller creates a puppy sickle. The battle lasts around 4 hours, the longest of the game thus far. The remainder of the session is spent dropping various items, including the assembled telescope in the pentagram room, hoping to magically finish the puzzle. Through the telescope, they see red light outside, revealing it has a special property to see things beyond the mundane. However, it is useless here, and only the horseshoe and golem heart prompt any response from the pentagrams. A blue glow indicating their magic is active when the item is placed upon them. Della, having possessed the magical jug from the royal estate, is not present, and so they can't discover it is not for this area. Arabit begins to go loony. They opt to leave the telescope behind and explore without it. Session 34. The party loiters in the area until the startling revelation is made that the hall between the large depths main area and the pentagram room is oh so shaped like a very long penis. They contemplate matters of closets and Dellas before departing, discovering that the area still has more penises and spiders in various corners waiting for them should they do anything uncouth. They pass the western crank room barricaded by 2 portcullises that contains a number of hapless dogs spawned by its encounter mechanism who are too dumb to open the way to freedom. Barrelhead moons the dogs and they start puking fire at him, so they flee. I type out a statement that to this day can't be comprehended. They return to the room of golem roasting, take the stairs above, and travel up. An earwake crawls into Steak's mouse. They ascend all the way up to floor 3, opening a clockwork door directly into the living room of the royal chambers. The mystery of the cranks has them once again, and immense time is consumed in a death spiral of lunacy. Hours tick by. Eventually, Schwa loses her mind just enough to have Dietrich actually attempt to look at the mechanisms that power the cranks. Dietrich rolls an impressively high perception, and the secret of the crank puzzle is revealed. They do nothing. The cranks never did anything at all. They're simply a red herring. A red herring that has driven every single member of the party to insanity. And yet, the madness will not end with this revelation. After all, they still need to get behind the fireplace, and that mystery will continue to deny them. The crank room secret may have been revealed, but its effects on their psyche will only continue to deepen. As Barrelhead explores, I inform him that he notices the jug that Della had has been returned to its original location, near where the tub was. That has since been moved. I also point out there are other such jugs in the room. They will needle onto this one jug and proceed to fuck around with it. They place water and then alcohol into the jug to confirm its magical properties. Dietrich also places alcohol into the jug, and it reacts accordingly. They place alcohol into the bathtub. Confounded, they accept defeat once again and settle in for a long rest. Citrine is visited by a lizard of the non-rancid variety in her sleep, who tells her to hurry the fuck up with whatever she's doing. He also identifies the 2 mythical weapons from the writers and suspects there is mystery and intrigue abound. The party receives a long rest under the soulless gaze of Arabit once more. Arabit comments that Dietrich's sleeping posture is the most willfully discomforting thing he has ever seen. They spent the first hours of the new day contemplating cranks and jugs and alcohol, but the mystery of the crank puzzle continues to elude them, much like a sober Waldo. Dietrich uses a spell, Locate Creature, to search for his hapless squire. They depart from the area, travel west to the broken hallway, and up the enormous central tower to floor 4, floor 5, and finally floor 6, the peak of the castle, where they enter a new room filled with bow ties and a sleeping Della. Though it has been some time, they still remember their first encounter with a bow tie, and subsequently suspect each one will likely give them an enema if provoked. The solution to this conundrum is to have the largest, heaviest, and most muscular member of the party crawl across the walls like a spider, poof onto the bed, and snatch Della like a renegade tooth fairy. He beats the first cat on initiative, and dimension doors out with Della. The party absconds before being forced to squish a handful of helpless cats. They return to floor 5 and take the clockwork door out of the tower to the east, leading them back to the platform where they fought Netterdon. Citrine rolls a 20 on Arcana and learns that the tiny pentagram in the corner where Netterd was conceals something, prompting them to spend the next half hour dumping the contents of the entire party's inventory onto it. Grilled is summoned from Shala's nails, and they have a chat. The storyteller rambles about Ragnarok and otherwise continues her game-long deception. Session 35. The party notes that looking at the sky feels creepy. They try to smash open the stone they are standing on, unsuccessfully. Citrine investigates the alcohol jug and learns nothing new, other than that certain parts of the church magic must still be active to sense magic from it at all. They fling more objects, including spells, at the small pentagram, without result. After 40 minutes, they give up and go back down to the main tower to travel back downwards. They leave out of the north door in the tower on the 3rd floor and enter the battlements, which have no map representation, and as a result, I cannot put content on them. So they circle the entire exterior of the castle, and my scribbling representing the battlements is helpfully turned into hello.jpg by a gnome. They return back to the tower and enter the royal quarters yet again. The cranks, though their apparent purpose has been exposed, continue to drive a fork deeper and deeper into the brains of all who dare enter their abode. Barrelhead creates Frenchman screams from the fireplace, and finally decides to attempt a blind dimension door beyond the fireplace. Within, he finds another mundane puzzle. This one involves putting out 4 candles, which he does in short order, opening up his room to a corridor containing a rug. Barrelhead uses minor illusion to communicate through the wall to extinguish candles, which the party does so, but it does nothing on the other side. Making no progress, Barrelhead risks moving north, where he unknowingly alerts a spider to his presence and is also engulfed by the man-eating rug. Combat is initiated, but Barrelhead immediately escapes and action surges to Dimension Door back out. This is, in fact, breaking action economy rules of dropping rage and bonus actions, but we only determine that after resolving combat. Knowing there are both man-eating rugs and cuddly spiders beyond drives the party into a frenzy, as though one had trapped a wasp nest into a spider filled with dismembered horsecocks and jostled it. Even more time and spells are committed to attempting to solve the impossible puzzle, fruitlessly following hints I keep dropping with Arabet, but to no avail. Shala runs around smashing every statue outside the room, while the rest stand and stare at the fireplace, longing for 8-legged embrace. I draw their attention to the jugs via descriptions over and over, but they remain hidden in plain sight. The most devious of my creations had become too devious, too perfect. How many hours had the cranks drained from their lives, never to be returned, not even with the currency of blood? More than I can recount. Eventually, I decide to leave it to the dice. Arabet rolls a d20 representing metagaming if I will tell them the secret of the cranks once and for all. Doing so reminds Schwa of her earlier efforts, and so the secret is revealed. The jugs are filled, the hidden chamber with a final crank opens, and they pave way to the beyond in full. Combat is initiated the moment they extinguish the candles again and enter the next hall. We also see a cool new Roll20 bug where it has desynced the rug visibility. The initiative awards their efforts with some comical rolls and battle against a creature that can spell doom for post-game resolutions, if not late-game resolutions, is at hand. The Cathedral Spider, one of Jormungandir's spawn. It can apply a mutating affliction that can stack and destroy the genetic compositions of creatures, eventually warping them into aberrations themselves. The spider's eye also cancels all magic in line of sight, though a chunk of the party is obscured by the corridor they are behind. Barrelhead grabs a hold of the spider and it starts whipping everyone in range, applying bleed damage. They save against poison and lay down enormous damage themselves, but the spider responds by blasting them with a scaling psychotropic gaze. The first effect of the gaze applies Scars of the Night, a lifelong debilitation that reduces sanity saves by 1 and makes short rests take twice as long to acquire. Barrelhead and Diet Rich are both afflicted by this for the rest of their lives. The rug remains desynced, and both versions of it display on the map, unmoved, despite being destroyed long ago. Past the defenders, the party finds a skull shrine that Citrine is eventually forced to use Identify on, learning something needs to be added to the candles. Shala places a skull into the eye socket of the skull shrine, then her heads into the other sockets. Citrine eventually pours a vial of blood after many other substances they stole from Neddard's lab onto the candles, and a new chamber opens, containing the King's Crown, which is a necessary ingredient for the lower-level pentagram room, and 9 million gold. They are hustling. Here the session comes to an end. Session 36. 3 and 6 is 3, plus 2 3s to create 3 3s, and that is 3. The party departs from the Room of Cranks, hoping to never see if it's evil again. They turn right and dribble up the hallway shaped like a penis. They once more contemplate crafting in one of the workrooms, but are too conscious of time and ascend to the 4th floor. In short order, the party becomes incredibly confused and has no fucking idea where they are, where they're going, why they're going there, or why Schwa is a pickle. I helpfully draw a detailed blueprint of the area to describe to them their current location. They may have escaped the crank room, but the crank mindworm never escapes them. When they finally make it back to the floor where they fought Neddard, Citrine spies a glowing light in the sky. This is a possible but improbable encounter that could wipe them if they manage to get its attention. They contemplate bringing up the telescope, which may or may not have been wise, but opt out of the extra travel time and climb up the tower to the north they found Danica in instead. They reach the top of the tower, where Barrelhead slaps a flagpole. They climb back down and consign to needing the telescope after all. They do actually need the telescope here, but not for this purpose, so I inadvertently spoiled this particular puzzle. They return all the way down to the floor level, where they find the oil they left behind has begun to degrade into black jizz, a thick, inky smoke that will serve as a barrier and spawning ground for all manners of unpleasant things from here on. This is the same stuff as the Veil in the main campaign, so I handmade new graphics for it to continue to throw them off the identity of involved parties as long as possible. However, they already figure not to touch it, due to it presenting itself alongside the earlier Starweavers. They want to go check the Golem factory again, feeling more brave this time around rather than retrieve the telescope quite yet, so they need to cross this African lake. Wisely, Barrelhead breaks a chunk of chairs and builds planks, so they can cross the oil without touching it by building a bridge of bloody diarrhea. In doing so, they avoid another Starweaver encounter. They find a bunch of hearts have been assembled into the bloody crater in Dale's room and travel back to the Golem factory. The evolution and rampant improvising of the Starweavers and everything related is well underway. I intend to try to force the party to engage a creature here, but on their own terms and by their own decisions. I'll do so by hastily cobbling together some adjustments to the Golem factory to try to pull on in-character inclinations. They find blood eyes and burning crosses hail Satan in the second level of the facility, which didn't exist previously. In the lowest level, where they murdered Ricky, they find a gateway structure that has been used by an undiscovered character. These constructs only have one use, so it will crumble in short order. Sitting on the floor in front of it is the factory golem heart, which is a key ingredient for the Black Scroll. Retrieving this is the main trigger for activating Kurakuda, the demon that was summoned to build the church. Kurakuda will attempt to instigate an attack from them by using the blood in the golem factory to form the shapes of past Haladrian NPCs, including Balric, and taunt them. The party will not attack and leave when the images dissolve. Kurakuda, at this time in the writing, is said to inherit the Bloody Rider's abilities, so if the party chooses to fight it now, it will possess similar capabilities. Instead, they avoid its blood circle and flee. Kurakuda reveals itself, speaking to Citrine telepathically, but they'll seal it in the room and depart. The party could fight and destroy Kurakuda here, and the outcome would have been fairly simple. The creature controlling much of the castle dies, and so does most of the castle's remaining functionality. And no further Starweavers would pester them. Erebit will mistakenly remember this creature from his past, which the party out of characters knows to be Rabido, so I've thrown them further into a bit of a tizzy with this and future events. They pass the Diarrhea Bridge, but now that Kurakuda is active, so are the spurious antecedents, which emerge from a spawning structure that is created in the oil. Since these creatures are just emerging, the party is presumed running, no initiative is rolled, and they flee downstairs to the cellar, where they happen across the easiest of the Black Scroll ingredients, the Illuminati Medallion. Citrine takes 20 in-game minutes to identify it, plus the factory golem heart, to confirm their functionality. Erebit continues to go loony. They head west and go back down the hidden door to the passage of elderly abuse in the depths to the fire golem room, and back to the large chamber now filled with blood in addition to spiders. Rather, the remains of spiders being black smoke. They disassemble a telescope they left down there and find a huge portcullis that blocks the southern spiral staircase. It had been activated by the encounter from touching the scroll. They open it and travel up. Grilled hints at the existence of powerful golden bangles, one of which was in the sinkhole in the pre-Thanos snap Brightdale province and is still technically accessible. I ask them if they want to check out Dale's room and say hello again, but they politely refuse, and travel all the way back up to floor 5 once more. This takes them to the room they found Danica in. They are now inside the tower they were just standing on previously. They assemble the telescope. Now they have a telescope they can't see anything with because they're indoors. This is a revelation that seems to strike a number of them completely off guard. For some reason they didn't think this room had a ceiling, even though they were just on it, slapping off the flagpole not that long ago. The curse of the cranks has completely settled in by this point. Rather than disassemble it and try to shimmy up the tower or something, they resort to using shatter to destroying a part of the ceiling instead. I fuck up typing yet again. The telescope offers them absolutely nothing here, though I describe it casting light on the ground from its lens. Citrine uses sea invisibility and spots a glowing woman floating 2 kilometers above the castle. The woman already sees them, but is intentionally ignoring them. They do everything from cast daylight to enlarging an old man with unnatural supplements, and eventually she appears before them. This is Raija, the incarnation of the ego of the first star. While not an impossible opponent, she does possess a multitude of fire-related abilities, and the party already has a poor track record with fire. The first star is the closest thing to God in this game world, but her manifestation is limited, especially in such an area filled with darkness. She is not pleased to be drawn out by them, and her initial dialogue is aggressive. I'm trying to bait the party into killing themselves again, but they refuse to entertain me. Raija can't identify many of the odd things in the party's presence, such as Kali from the meteorite fragments. These make her extra aggressive, especially the river's attachment to Dietrich, in a world where the river is dead. Through this dialogue, the seeds of the Yellowveer arc are continued to be reinforced, and had been first laid with the Grim Rider and related encounters. And she also mentions Vincent's soul is contained within Longinus. None of these are mandatory arcs, and the party's pursuit at any given sub-objective in the game is entirely their choice. Rather, these are actually considered more difficult resolutions, and achieving a so-called perfect ending requires them to do a number of tasks, some of which are rather obscure. Raija will drop extremely strong hints to the storyteller and Citrine's identities, but neither of them will get picked up on. Raija asks for them to destroy the undead Murathurians, which Azura had told Citrine about in their dream date, and offers them a blessing in exchange for finding the shard of the moon called Amistrea hidden somewhere in the church, which they'll have to bring to that location to hand off to her. She departs, the party left unburnt, and HKS figures out the pentagram puzzles from her hint. And the session comes to a close. Session 37, the only surviving legacy of the disaster that was a shovelware product titled Diablo 3, is Error 37, and Peter was here. Located in the game's strings, a cry for help from an intern that never escaped the closet. The only surviving legacy of Ricky is a mysterious poppy seed bagel that has manifested between sessions. Dietrich really likes being a lighthouse in the middle of hell. The party disassembles a telescope, turns 360 degrees, and walks backwards down the spiral staircase to the depths, through the smoky interior filled with tentacles and the giant portcullis, past the hall of elderly abuse and the secret door. Stake's niece presents to him another earwig. The party travels through the cellar to the floor level and up the central spiral staircase that leads them to the east door on the 5th floor, back to the platform where they fought Nennert, where they assemble the telescope yet again. Orienting its lens to the pentagram shines red light upon it that breaks the seal and exposes a glowing stone fragment they retrieve. They turn 360 degrees, head back west into the door that leads to the central staircase, back down to the floor level, back to the cellar, past the hidden door, the corridor of elderly abuse, the fire golem room, and into the depths, where the pentagram room awaits their horde. Now, one sigil awaits to be solved. Erebit must be placed on the sigil, alive or dead, and it takes them some time to have him stand on it. Upon doing so, the portal opens, the passage to the final church area containing Clara and the Candlekeeper is opened. They have a chat where she reveals she is a yokai born of human parents and speaks to the same master as Marcus, but for different purposes. She gives extremely strong hints to Citrine's and Storyteller's identity, but no one bats an eye. They take the tablet Samson needed for the Bifrost, then they depart. The fact that they ignore Clara and they don't fight her was incredibly unexpected, both from an in-character perspective and from an out-of-character perspective. They had every reason to kill her, but perhaps they got spooked about the Candlekeeper or something like that, who probably would have changed the game substantially if they had killed her there. Originally, the Candlekeeper was one of Clara's simple abominations, and transformed with her during her fights into a relatively harmless caster. But due to church improvisation during the actual game, she was eventually called a yokai as well. Her yokai form has nothing. It doesn't exist in game data, so Clara says she won't interfere. Clara, known as Fides in her true yokai form, was a significant fight with 4 separate phases, including phases that transition between one another by using inter-transform abilities, focusing on sanctified ground and darkness, as well as summoning a variety of squishy cats. But the party never encounters that, and they'll never know what fun they could have had. The closest they get to contemplating a hostile resolution is perhaps trying to break the platform that she's standing on. This won't kill her, but it would prompt an initiative. But I'm still not entirely sure if they were going to do this only exclusively as retaliation, as no offensive posturing was made throughout the entire discussion. As a direct result, the Candlekeeper, who had become known as Raeliria, was, by extent of everything related to Clara, associated with Korakuda, and as a result, grew alongside their concepts. This is a very fateful decision, because the Candlekeeper was never specifically aligned against them. Her main role was summoning the yokai that built the castle, Korakuda, and her powers will have substantial impact on resolutions in the game in sessions to come. Party winds their way through the corridor of elderly abuse, once again to the hidden door and the cellar, but this time they pass the corridor of incinerated rugs and take the back exit on the floor level. Now that Clara has opened the drawbridge for them, they are leaving. They are heckled by Korakuda but pay no mind. After departing Eel Ridge nearly a dozen sessions later than expected, Erebit goes completely loopy and departs to Fucks Offville, leaving the company once again to navigate the Age of Damrung exterior, but now with 2 fragile NPCs in tow. After contemplating their objectives, they determine Samson and Ozra are the next task and travel east, where they run into the Maleficent Memoir, aka Wolfstaff 2.0. The session concludes. 2 days after this game, my second cat, Smokey, dies in my arms over the course of 5.5 hours. I should have discontinued the game, who had already seen my first cat die before it was fully deployed not even a year prior, but I foolishly continue. Session 38. What should have been a deadly fight is relatively easily stomped. Though the party takes some damage and Della is murdered again, none of their squishies NPCs join her in the dirt, and the memoir is unable to chain together bonuses from its devouring effect. The party travels into Azaz's cave, which has seen some sizable changes since their first romp, and is now filled with polluted water, acid, gastropods, and giant crabs. The party will never get to discover what fun things these creatures can do or even see most of them, as they crawl around like autistic wolf spiders and take time to crawl past environmental hazards rather than take routes with hostiles. The melting caves lead to an undiscovered area in the west called Utgard Precinct, where Barrelhead intentionally dispels Samson's stealth ward and put them all in danger. This inadvertently saves HK's from revealing his character's identity, as the ward was conveniently dispelled before he walked over it, as it also had dispelling properties which would have destroyed Citrine's disguise. Nonetheless, their conversation leads to the introduction of Ozra to the rest of the party, Onagam, who they resurrected with the ingredients the party stole for Samson earlier in the game, and Citrine's cat Sona, Fellaine, which is literally just feline. Some crafting is performed, and the party advances 1 level. I don't remember precisely which level this was. It was perhaps 15. Session 39. Diet, Rich, and Ozra work together to revive Vincent and separate him from Longinus, while Shala begins to explore the precinct. They ignore the water temple that is exposed northwards, where they could complete the passage they found in the former version of it, though it's just more fluff. Shala and Barrelhead find gravity sinkholes that are the result of Chokyu, a demon lot like Kurakuda, working to collapse the precinct since it can sense them with Sansun's ward being destroyed. The party decides to side with Ozra and research the other riders and locations for the divine weapons they hold, and a dryad sanctuary deep underground, rather than Samson, who wants to utilize the stone tablet they recovered and Onagon to make advantage of the Bifrost and leave the world right away, before they all die terribly. They drag Samson with them to a teleportation circle Ozra discovered the glyphs for, taking him to the Water Citadel. They have the key for the door here, taking him deeper in. The Water Citadel has mostly mundane puzzles involving spellcraft and arranging astrolobes to orient the rivers to a door covered in murals. Nothing that hangs them up for too long. Barrelhead and Shala piss off something by being noisy. Session 40. Barrelhead and Shala easily 2v2 the river bloods that are conjured by the veil polluted water, but Raphael summons a horde of crane flies that further torment the group. Shala becomes large. The party backtracks after the momentary scuffle, now with crane flies chasing them around, and complete the puzzles in short order. They enter the Chamber of Light, where they encounter what was supposed to be the final and most powerful seed-bearing beast of the river, with the first 2 being Arcalvin and the rune Scorpicore, but will turn out to be even a bigger pushover than the others. The Sion Ujikanate barely gets to do anything despite its scaling functionality, and Raphael's utterly deranged warrior crane flies along with Samson are its only kills. They retrieve the 3rd crystal heart, and utilize a teleporter Destruction of the Scorpion awoke, granting them access to the only true safe space left in the game world, the Dryad Sanctuary. There they pilfer ancient documents and other nonsense, precluding the Yellowveer arc they seem intent to complete before leaving this world. Session 41. The party is told that Ozra wants them to fight a god. They still have the power to force him to leave for the next major zone and go along with Samson's plan if they want, but they opt for more difficult ventures. They utilize the Sanctuary's teleporter to travel to a deeper area, the Underground Forest, where they find several of the seals necessary to open the sanctum guarded by the Dryads of the Sea. Shala pisses off things again. They retreat back to the Dryad Sanctuary via its sister teleporter and utilize a scroll from Samson to travel back to the ruins of Brightdale. They leave behind a sample of polluted water and travel north. Despite the disadvantage of Scars of the Night, Barrelhead's survival check remains insane and they reach the Bifrost without incident, where an incantation is invoked to trigger its self-reflection function that is only possible via the dimensional barrier surrounding the province. Doing so allows them to travel between Age of Damarung and the Brightdale as it was snapshotted 50 years in the past. They have one reason for doing so, the fourth and final seed of Yggdrasil, the ancient heart of Shugen, whom was last seen pulverizing Brightdale when they drew it there with their fight with a storyteller. If they had encountered any of the other riders before activating this, there would be too much disruption and this world would have been gone. Returning to Brightdale, now back in the past, alerts Shugen's telepathic scouts and initiative is rolled. The first seed bearer they encountered in the game will turn out to be the most dynamic of the fights, thanks to its substantial army and the fact they never encountered, much less killed, any of its cats earlier in the game. In their company, they have a resurrection sick Vincent who will avoid fighting, two squishy ranged NPCs, the storyteller and Della. The map-wide battlefield gives the party a substantial advantage even though they are melee focused. Raphael and various cantrips from other members will kill all the flyers before they even reach the group and tickle the beefier members of Shugen's squad. However, Shugen itself has a substantially potent, long-range death screech that destroys terrain, and this will cause them some grief, creating a giant valley of difficult terrain that its larger creatures can travel through unimpeded. To further help even the odds, Shugen employs OSL tactics taught by J-Dog himself. Raphael gets pounced on by an invisible cat. Barrelhead wrestles a fucking dinosaur. Fellaine murders her own pet. A Shugenite uses a palisade as a battering ram and smashes into the canyon carved by Shugen's screech. As the fight turns into a massive brawl, Shala drops Ricky's bagel into Shugen's mouth and gives it exhaustion, fucking with all of its rolls. Nonetheless, Diet Rich gets squeezed. Barrelhead dunks a cat, raptors flail at random NPCs, and then Diet Rich gets dropped like a sack of elderly potatoes. The session comes to an end with a giant dinosaur whipping Fellaine with a newspaper, throwing her into a Shugenite, and killing it. Session 42. Shugen starts the high-octane second part of its encounter by whipping Fellaine like a disobedient cat a second time, then screeching at various NPCs and Raphael. As Shugen starts to get low, Vincent will ready an action to throw his axe at it and use his special ranged attack. While the storyteller has greatly assisted, creating various catsicles, her rolls against Shugen will be abysmal throughout the fight, forcing the party to slowly chisel its greater physical resistance while it chases who it pleases. This prompts HKS to utilize Shugen's horn, whom Fellaine still possesses, to draw its attention, which is successful, as it rolls badly on a decision-making check. This also places the fight on a soft enrage, as it aggroes the bugs underground to the north that still remain, and will come to Shugen's aid. This will occur in a number of turns, though the fight will likely be over by then. Shugen's massive strength modifiers, coupled with its godly rolls, keep it competitive in various grapple contests, and it munches on Shala next when she gets in its way. Raphael is pounced by a second cat. A resolution is made, and Choku travels to the bubble containing Brightdale Past and begins to activate its domain, putting a second soft enrage timer on the fight. Vincent sets off his readied action, and Shugen dies with Shala in its mouth still. They retreat north to the lumber camp, but not before Choku reveals its contrast to Korakuda. This one has a long-range specialization, and it snipes Raphael from all the way across the ruined town, singeing his ass hairs. They retrieve the ale barrel originally stolen from Sansom's house and abandoned here, and move north where they run into Kurakuda again, whom once more tries twice in a row to taunt them into a fight. It doesn't chase, since they can outrun it. The design behind Kurakuda and Choku is still fledgling, and the fact the party doesn't kill either of them here means that design will continue to change, as I feel the unknown nature of these creatures can be explored. Even now, they're simply offshoots of Jormungandr or Orizom, and have no role other than to be recurring pests until they are finally murdered. Choku in particular is highly vulnerable, and if the party had turned around, they would likely have rather killed it rather quickly, despite their wounded states. However, at this stage, a fight would draw on both of the bosses, and the party doesn't want to risk it. Kurakuda will continue to pester them into the Age of Damarong once they transfer over. But once they travel, they lose it again. At this point, I am leveraging these demons to be used as encounters in the upcoming zone, Jotunheimer, and the party won't run into them much for some time. They travel south from the Bifrost all the way back to Darius's Rest. Now, with all 4 of the Yggdrasil seeds in hand, as well as the ale barrel from 50 years in the past, they have rolled across the entire fucking province. Twice. They spend some time talking, and the seeds of the growing design of what would become the Darkstar Yokai are planted. The 4 crystal hearts they have cannot be used here, but the fact they acquire them will have consequences later on. Plenty of building the environment around the Darkstar Yokai, originally just built for the church and nothing else, now begins to set them into the main flow of the entire game. This is an evolving design exclusively as a result of improvising as a result of such dialogue. The party receives a long rest, and resolutions immediately set them with a Lantern Norn, whom possesses a long-range charm ability and one of the most damaging nukes in the game, the Hellball attack that Marcus had copied for his spell. Due to the small scale of the map, it is currently off screen, and they run immediately. It blows up half the crypt with one attack in response and gives chase. They pass through the South Forest, where the encounter rules will continually throw the Norn their way. An unknown interaction will occur is that once they get to the Rider of Ruin, the Norn will cease chasing, but this doesn't come up, since its final engagement rolls are a 2 and a 1. The Rider of Ruin, now active and expected to be the most deadly of the fights of the game thus far, is woefully incomplete due to my lethargy, and the game comes to a close when they reach it. Session 43. The Rider of Ruin fight begins. This rider, much like the Grim Rider, has adds, but these adds are substantially stronger. These are the same creatures they would have encountered in the sinkhole earlier in the game, but in larger numbers. The rider also has distance-based auras that adds friction to projectiles and diminishes ranged attacks. Although the rider will deal damage to the party, it will be greatly inhibited by the overwhelming strength of grappling and restraining strike, along with a multitude of damage reductions including multiple enrages, which do not discriminate whatsoever between types of creatures or their stats. Coupled by miserable rolls across the board, Flame reaffirms her unkillable status to an extreme degree, and the rider's insane stats almost never land a hit outside of half-damage saves. This is due to a combination of AC, shield, haste, and again the aforementioned enrages other members of the party possess, as well as of course silvery barbs. Shala fireballs Fellain and deals 2 damage. Although the fight looks like a similar clusterfuck to Shugen, the threat it poses is a lot less, simply due to ACs and save values. Weaker members like Raphael or the NPCs will go down immediately when faced with a rider or its body entourage, but the BDSM weeds and closeted furries will only deal glancing damage elsewhere. The rider is summarily defeated over a lengthy but calm and confident battle, and the party retreats east, and north, and then west, encountering tentacles eating the world along the way. They pass through the Edelreg altar where Kurakuda has set up, and spring an ambush from entities most likely to dwell within globes of blood. Litigants! Blood circles appear once more, and Barrelhead wisely dispels the closest one, preventing what was a guaranteed initiative with Kurakuda.
They move west, which takes them off screen, and we resolve through the map what to do next. But Schwa conks out shortly after a 6-hour session, so we call it here.
Samson and Ozra investigate some documentation that Raphael left behind for them. It is deranged. Session 44. I had figured, since we escaped Edelridge, we might be looking at a more lockstep objective patrol, and the game's silly surprises were largely over. I would be wrong. The party thinks the marsh as a body is still accessible in Age of Damarung because they haven't gone there yet. But only a single map exists for this area, and it will never be explored. Though in this case there's not much to find. Instead, we'll have a complex series of unfortunately off-screen interactions as a result of lacking the maps to denote the areas that amount to the exceptional amount of geography surrounding the landslide-stricken mountain concealing Camelot, where the Marathurians are, and a separate cave necessary to activate the fourth and final rider. As the party seems intent to fight the final rider, they are keen to explore and look for it, though they'd prefer to rest before doing so, as they expended a lot of resources already. The lack of map assets for this area is going to be a bit annoying, as I haven't ever tried to run a significant part of a game with theater of mind. It's a similar issue to when the party ended up with a night encounter between zones in Brightdale early into the game, but since that was at the end of the session, I was able to emergency patch it up, and I couldn't do that for that. And this is much more significant in that the party doesn't actually want to travel to the mountain but hide between it and Edelridge. There's no assets that fit this terrain in existence, and I didn't foresee such an event, so this will go down as one of the more awkward moments in the game, and a lesson to have maps for every possible area the party could access. The party studies a cliff north of them, and will shoot arrows of light up into it to determine really what's up there. However, due to the darkness and the fog, they won't learn much by doing so. This area is exposed to a downwind from the magic of the Marathurian lordship, Merlin, a kami who served Zarkotl when he was still living and not rancid, and believes he can escape the coming of Ragnarok by his own means. He has been fed knowledge by an undiscovered character to ensure events will play out as they are playing out, but make no mistake, in the party's current state, he would be a most difficult foe to deal with. They will move further west after sensing divination magic in their area, and enter Othnier Pass, an icy valley that was once a cliffside inaccessible in the old Brightdale. This is a dangerous area, but if they move carefully, scout ahead, they can avoid confrontation and travel west to hide. North leads to Camelot, but seeing it can be troublesome amidst Merlin's storm and the existing fog of eternal night. Citrine casts see invisibility, and the party contemplates which direction to try, though they feel winds from the north. The party moves west. Investigation tells them not as many tracks are present west, and Barrelhead opts to remove their tracks via magic as they travel. So far, so good. Schwa needs to take agency in her life. This is about the time everyone else realizes that Shala wandered off quite early into their arrival at the pass, and is now in Othnier North. Stake informed us the reasoning behind this is Shala was mad that people were spying on them earlier. Unfortunately for Shala, the response to her arrival will be scaly. Merlin arrives in short order, along with Zarkotl and another Democrat friend, Qualzong. Merlin immediately uses Hold Person, and the uncomfortably slow beatdown of Shala begins, triggering her death rattle temporary health and rage, and then chiseling through that as well. The damage potential of the trio seems somewhat lackluster, hobbled by the inability to hit a paralyzed target, but nonetheless, Shala is murdered without a whimper of resistance, and the party is down a member like so. The party turns around and looks for Shala, but only finds frozen blood. Merlin has used some of his magic for the scrying, teleportation, and several spells during the encounter, but the bulk of his potency is yet unknown. Flayn's Arcana gives them a hint at his potential, and it seems like they'll hold out for a long rest,
before attempting to figure out what the lizards did with Shala's body. Most likely create Joe Biden. Rather than travel west, however, they travel further north, and immediately happen upon Camelot. The party gets confused about what to do, but eventually commits to moving forward. It's a small bit of confusion that I'm not entirely sure about, but perhaps they expected a transition map here, possibly due to descriptions that weren't distinct enough. Either way, they have the opportunity to go back where they were if they want, but they'll push forward instead. A stealth check is prompted. Many of the rolls are terrible. They find undead working and repairing Camelot's ancient ruins. Again, they could turn back and avoid what will surely be certain death if they proceed. They do not. The party chooses to hide just next to the entrance of the castle. But they know Merlin scried them earlier once already, and they've also been warned of Zarkotl's watch that grants the ability to detect things over long range, even dimensional. From history checks and spotting Quelzong amidst the castle, they learn of his identity. A court Templar mage killer with fire magic. Raphael's burnt soul wilts. Sensory rolls go out, and Roll20's PRNG does not forget the injustice the Lantern Norn suffered. Merlin will call out in challenge to the invaders from within the castle, giving the party one last chance to avoid getting face-fucked by an entire army, 3 mini-bosses, and Merlin's prepared magic. Their response? The party proceeds deeper into Camelot, skirting the outskirts of the lower courtyard, where undead chisel tirelessly at the broken foundation, taking note of the magicked storm clouds high above. When they begin to ascend 100-foot-high walls, they run into Scalies on the top of those walls, and the monstrous initiative is rolled. The party, now having fought the Rider of Ruin and utilized magic throughout their cross-country journey down a core member, is now rolling initiative against a monstrous slew of lizards. Zarkotl has already displayed the ability to punch them within the church, and they know Merlin has utility spells most mobs don't normally have in SS. This will be a difficult and grueling battle, one requiring caution, tact, and discipline. This will be rendered somewhat difficult by having Vincent with him again, whom is anything but patient. Since the party started combat while being quite distant from the inner reaches of the castle, its numerous siege weapons aren't able to reach them yet. However, this gives the army time to leave their posts and start assembling in turn. Merlin immediately blows his multi-attack lightning focus squarely on Falaine, but the combination of deck save and absorb elements keeps her relatively healthy. Zarkotl then teleports to the surface using his watch and bitch slaps the annoying cat. A lizard carrying lizards charges along with Quelzong to meet the invaders, and Vincent finally rolls smart enough to avoid stepping into their crossfire. He still has multiple stacks of exhaustion from resurrection sickness after all. Quelzong retreats, and the fight on top of the wall turns into a grapple-fused slapping contest between Barrelhead and Falaine, and the latterhead now looking quite injured. This time they save against his stone bomb and avoid being stunned. Zarkotl then uses Entangle, and all of the involved parties are now stuck here until the cats come home. The rest of the party slowly grinds to the various lizards on the bottom, but are looking pretty beat up. The storyteller and Merlin, who doesn't know her true identity, exchange words, and the session comes to an end. With Quelzong scaling the wall to Zarkotl's aid, the party is very much on the back foot despite advancing. Many hours of contemplating went into the possible outcomes of this fight, stretching across the developer videos. And I wasn't at all prepared for the insane turn this fight was about to take.
Session 45. An absolute clusterfuck has befallen the party, but steady heads might survive. As the battle continues, the Diet Squad on the lower level gets prickled every step of their journey to the staircases leading to the inner castle. Meanwhile, Quelzong has finally climbed to the top of the battlements. Barrelhead looks to Dimension Door himself and Falaine out of this mess. But where will they go? If you answered to a safe space, you've clearly not been paying attention to the rest of this deranged fucking game. Barrelhead, teleports the two of them to the set of the walls east, next to Merlin, along with arrow carts, ballistas, and countless scaly Kamala enjoyers. While Storyteller's limited shield resources will keep the lower group alive for a little while, the Dicatnic duo are in for a world of pain. Barrelhead moves south out of counterspell range, and Merlin casts greater invisibility. Meanwhile, Zarkotl waits for his watch to reset and drop him back to ground level, while Kralzong is forced to climb back down. Falain spies a bunch of lizards already on the wall, with sea invisibility, and soon learns that knife attacks are part and parcel of living in a city of scalies. While Barrelhead momentarily second-guesses his insane decision, the cat only goes deeper and finds herself amidst a horde. What follows can only be described as psychosis, as not a single of the 20-plus attacks per round she is faced with ever crits, and the only damage she receives is from half-damage saves on arrow carts who do more damage to the lizards than to her. The Diet Squad slowly and painfully advances, getting tickled every step of the way. Merlin's twin firebolts, which easily could have downed Falain, both miss. The Diet Squad will be the ones to face Zarkotl's wrath next. Meanwhile, Barrelhead will spider across the wall, throwing a sword, a flute, and intentionally taking falling damage, all to maintain his rage as he navigates towards an invisible Merlin, whom he can pick out with his insane perception. Falain is accosted by countless lizards, all with multi-attack and many with poisoned weapons, who only need to get one good hit to seal her fate. She's even abducted by a bison who succeeds a grapple contest and is further accosted by lizards while being on a lizard. Ichgis has one weakness, however. His rolls are oh so shit. The arrow cart gets a full damage barrage that somehow only a zombie and a bison escape, and Falain starts looking pretty tenderized. The thing about Eldritch Knight is most of its spells are worthless, and its spell slots are effectively a nigh-bottomless shield pool. The lizards need to crit to beat the combined AC buff, which lasts an entire round. Vincent's insane rolls, coupled with Raphael, put down Kralzong, but Zarkotl's armor keeps him safe for the time being, and he dishes out enormous damage in return, bringing Vincent to single-digit health. Merlin attempts to nuke Storyteller with his storm, but her resistance keeps her safe. Yorgel is murdered by the collateral. Falain runs off, ignoring the Biden rally, and commandeers a ballista in the back of the castle. Now with haste, Falain is even more susceptible to any kind of damage that might impose a concentration check. She ignores the vanguard previously manning the ballista and uses haste's extra action to load and fire the ballista, aiming at Zarkotl, missing each and every single time as the lizards continue to miss her each and every single time. Somehow Falain has tied up the action economy of 3/4 of the castle, including most of Merlin's, for this entire time, in what can be best described as a musical chairs of depression. Zarkotl is forced to disengage the Diet Squad as they slowly wear him down, and Barrelhead is nearly in position to perform his secret tactics. Della throws a Molotov prepared from the church's insanely volatile alcohol and deals enormous damage to Zarkotl and gets electrocuted dirt-wise for the efforts. Diet revives Yorgel, and the lizards regroup. A bison is murdered by a stray ballista bolt. HKS, running out of options and action economy as his haste slowly ticks down, gets the idea to use Amistrea's shard to draw Raja's attention. Barrelhead attempts to disadvantage Dunk, an invisible wizard, whom has very non-wizardly athletics checks, and rolls a 19 for a total of 25. Barrelhead laughs in the face of danger, and Merlin is dunked. Merlin knocks Barrelhead to the ground with a psychic hammer and flies away, but his invisibility times out. The prone Barrelhead makes for easy prey for Zarkotl. A high willpower charisma check on Filane stirs Amistrea and draws Raja's attention, but this doesn't necessarily mean the battle is over. The lizards focus on Raja, who has less AC than Filane, but continue to roll terribly. She will focus on Merlin and will kill him in short order, but not before Vincent goes down and Barrelhead dies. Filane finally hits something other than a barn with the ballista, and Zarkotl dies as well. Raphael uses Della's help action to attack with advantage. The death of Merlin destroys the necromancy domain, and the lizards die with him. Barrelhead is revived with Revivify, but Shala will remain dead until they get a long rest. In exchange for completing this particular arc, the players receive a permanent boon from Raja called Primordial Flame. They can also choose one person to receive Elisa's soul for the duration of the Jotunheimer arc, which will be some sessions in the future if they survive, which is a potent weapon that has special life-stealing properties and acts as a ward against certain environmental effects. It will also draw a lot of hate, but they don't know that. Shala is visited by the Darkstar yokai who calls herself her creation in the afterlife, quote-unquote, and the roots of the final shape these creatures will take is starting to be unveiled. Much like Shala, Shukinsha is very, very large and has a lot of very, very large abilities, and this game is deep into feature creep territory. This map is the first new map I have created for this game, and marks my return to hand-built content out of necessity. No third-party maps exist at the level of quality I need for these kinds of areas, after all. Well, to be quite fair, it's very debatable if there are any high-quality maps at all available for virtual tabletop. At least, they really don't seem to exist. They don't exist on Patreon, they don't exist on the Roll20 Marketplace, and Yandex hasn't really been able to find very much either. Keep in mind that nearly every single map we have seen thus far in the game has required in upwards of multiple weeks for me to manually edit out baked-in doors, spiderwebs, and other nonsense that have no business being baked into the map. But people do it anyways because they're incompetent. Session 46. With the Marathurian army defeated, the party is free to loot Camelot, including its internal chamber, home to numerous valuable items. However, they will not roam, nor even so much look at the cranks to the north that open the central chamber, despite Raphael walking around them and me using Vincent to draw attention to them. These measures fall on deaf ears, along with numerous NPCs pointing to Camelot as a location of undiscovered candy. They will, however, loot some fragments of Zarkotl's armor and various weapons, including Quelzong's powerful sledgehammer and Merlin's cursed wrestling belt that offers substantial selfish benefits at the cost of certain healing reductions. Unlike the King's gear, these implements will be distributed amongst the remainder of the party as they delegate who will receive Elisa's soul when Raja returns, ultimately deciding on Filane without much contest, partly because Raphael's inheritance is already powerful and the others wouldn't benefit quite as much from it. They huddle near a forge and do some smithing work to pass the time until they attempt a long rest.
where the 1 HP Barrelhead will be the one to receive audience from Shala's daughter when she searches for the enormous woman's body. Barrelhead's silly perception will pick up oddities such as bodies vanishing and slowly slink around like a particularly muscular spider. Wisely, Barrelhead does not disturb the others or roam too far, and the party ultimately receives their long rest, then discovers their bedfellows are also spiders. A cat stares meow to meow with another cat. I really hoped HKS would take the bait, but he knows I seek revenge for my scaly sons. However, because of Shukinsha's personality, which is influenced by Shala's, the fat Hikimoris aren't interested unless disturbed, and so the party somehow avoids a fight. Even more astonishing is that when Shukinsha's voice, Tethys, shows herself, Barrelhead's crab dance and related dialogue actually rolls a high enough persuasion to defuse an otherwise guaranteed fight over Shala's body that Diet Rich is now attempting to revive. Raija returns, Falain receives Elisa's soul, and a colossal temporary power spike as a result. Shala scarfs down a Hitler's worth of drugs, and the session comes to a close. Session 47. Falain will leave the meteorite fragment in Camelot, hoping to escape its sticky and unknown consequences. Della, attached to Shala like a tick, hitches a ride out of Camelot and through Othnir's Canyon, where the party decides to investigate the western section, abandoned by their unplanned liposuction duty. The west leads to a plateau with a volcanic cave containing valuable resources in the form of mineral veins and a simple arrangement of sigils and runes that require the other 3 rider weapons to activate. That's 3. Doing so awakens the Calamitous Rider, the soul of Lucius Artorius, and will disturb the entire province in doing so, raising the threat resolutions for encounters and pissing everyone off. The party spooks when they put the weapons on the sigil and will abandon the mineral veins after an initial failed attempt to harvest some. Drawing the sword after placing the rider weapons not only activates Lucius, it also grants the party Excalibur, an extremely powerful support item that can fuse to other items to grant them increased effects. Excalibur, however, will permanently lose its potency if its bearer, being Falain, should die. HKS will ultimately bond it to Elisa's soul, already enjoying nigh invincibility. Or so it seems. The party returns all the way back to Camelot, where Falain will immediately pay the 2-hour attunement price for attaching Excalibur to Elisa's soul. The consequences of this will be high, as Shukinsha and the battle here have drawn far more attention than they realize, and the Calamitous Rider's activation seals their fate. Korakuda, along with Jormungandr, are both resolved to fight here and squish the Meowness once and for all. An enormous initiative is once again rolled as darkness and blood both swell across the battlements, with the other Darkstar yokai not far behind. The party assembles their own army, noble craneflies and aggressive rugs, but they are in a disadvantageous location, and the number of enemies continues to grow as they refuse to bail on Falain's attunement. The party has a major advantage, however. Diet Rich's daylight spell constitutes as a bright light for Night Dweller passives, which again prevents the smaller ones from swarming and instantly killing them. It also prevents the Night Drinkers from teleporting into their midst, as it requires darkness, though they can walk amongst the light. The fight starts with Falain immediately getting ass blasted by a lone Night Dweller. Korakuda and its horde of copyright trolls will assail the party as they are increasingly surrounded in unpleasant things. Litigants swarm the party and ferociously nibble into their numbers, dealing high damage through a series of high rolls and crits. Night Dwellers hang out on the ledge, shielded from Diet Rich's light, taking pot shots at anyone they can, while the Collector begins conjuring walls of light as it navigates around the enclave, filling the area with blood and allowing its litigants to travel across the battlefields. Vincent runs off after a night drinker, and Philaine is accosted by various bitey cats as the fighting quickly degrades into 3 separate fronts once again. However, Philaine finally scores a crit and activates Elisa Soul's Potent abilities, dealing high damage in a localized area and life-stealing from the frail litigants. While Korakuda will continue to aggress, it is actually quite possible for it to die in this encounter, and so it attempts to soften the party through repeated ranged attacks, knocking down Danica and dealing high damage to the other fodder. Shala creates a heck hole for the party to attempt to disengage the clusterfuck, but only a few will make it. This further isolates Philaine and places her in a save or die situation. If she's able to shield, she can probably tank forever. If something actually disables her, she'll likely be turbo-fucked by the numerous night drinkers. During all of this, Vincent off-tanks a lone night drinker for a trio of burning crane flies in the middle of nowhere. How absurd. Shala will run in, grab Vincent, and thunderstep away, abducting him from his dark iron mining duty. Dietrich is one of the few to linger and attempts to help Philaine, earning a paralysis for his efforts and making the potential escape plan seem all the more unlikely. This becomes more obvious when Philaine attempts to disengage and use the portal. One of the debuffs she has prevents teleportation, including that instigated by third parties. She can't use it to bypass the clusterfuck, so she tosses the stiff old man into the hole instead. The session ends with the party squaring off with a protected Korakuda and Philaine still being somewhat isolated. However, it turns out H-Kiss made some mistakes, and the battlefield will be adjusted somewhat in the next session. She will be further back, and one of Korakuda's attacks will be retconned. It turns out H-Kiss thought he had haste. He didn't, and there was likely more consequences of this that aren't easily rolled back. Session 48. A litigant plays with a Kali meteorite fragment. The entire party sends Danica in 2 crane flies, filled with hatred too mighty to overcome, are hit with fear from the Collector. Normally this would paralyze the group, but a house ruling permits half-speed movement because the rules written for fear is kind of stupid and has dramatically impacted balance in unpleasant ways in the past. Nonetheless, the Collector is in such a position that half-speed will fuck them up nonetheless. Raphael slaps feeling back into an old man. Meanwhile, the consequences of the lack of haste and subsequent extra movement become apparent immediately as the spawn timer for Korakuda's second stage summons triggers and psychotic Starweavers appear. When originally designed, these creatures were intended as mini bosses capable of fighting the party all at their strongest. Now they face a cat filled with AC items, some damage reduction, and a legendary weapon. The Starweavers aren't super tanky and have a strange and normalized attack roll most likely to miss her, but they have damage if they do hit. To make matters worse, Philaine fails a critical charisma save and goes berserk. Now there's no turning back. Shala fights her inner demons, arguing with Kali's voice that only she can hear, whom tries to goad her. It's possible for Kali to actually activate to some extent here due to the fighting, but the conditions don't quite meet. Vincent scorns Shala for abducting him, and Choku enters the battlefield soon after. While the Enclave of High Walls make fighting a pain for Korakuda and the Night Dwellers, Choku can spawn its lightning cannons on top of them and manipulate gravity to pin anyone foolish enough to remain any longer. Various cats paw playfully at Philaine's tail. Barrelhead bombs the entire pack with synaptic static, but H-Kiss absorbs a chunk of it with mental barrier, and so the onslaught continues. After many attempts, the cats finally drop Philaine, but synaptic static may yet save her from death. Shala becomes afflicted by Kali's possession when she touches the stone again, and now won't willfully part with it. Schwa makes a wisdom save. Dietrich heals Philaine and forces her to behold a flock of cats. Vincent returns to smack the Night Drinker, and Dietrich gets puked at. Philaine finally hits a cat and squishes many of the litigants, recovering some health in doing so.
Kurakuda attempts to body block her with its huge ass. As Choku's rebounding missile gallery begins to form, Verlaine finally squishes one of the larger cats. Shala nearly drops Verlaine again with flumps from wild magic. The Diet Squad finally kills the Night Drinker, and Verlaine, now rocking some vulnerabilities, watches her friends get sucked by the Collector to sustain some of the damage it has taken, dropping Della yet again. The Collector nearly drops half the party with a blood bomb immediately after, and Diet Rich is saved by his death ward, while Verlaine goes down once more along with Vincent. Had Diet Rich gone down, it's very likely the party would be facing a TPK. The only saving grace is that Choku focuses Raphael, whom is generally quite healthy thanks to having hidden the back line, and Kurakuda's light wall is pinning the Night Drinker that otherwise might have feasted on his succulent hiney. We contemplate if Della constitutes as a rug or not. After all, she enjoys laying on the ground. Barrelhead revives Verlaine, and Diet Rich revives Vincent and revivifies Della. Verlaine pops a scroll of Regenerate, while the rest of the party calmly stands around watching Raphael get shot. Verlaine is cut down by Kurakuda yet again, but unless they can finish her in one round, the scroll will continue to heal her for some time. Highly amusing mental image, by the way. By now, Shugencha is also returning to the fight. An opportunity exists for Shala to convince her to fight the other yokai, but it's unsuccessful. If Shugencha engages the party, they will die immediately, thanks to her wide radius cloud attacks. While Verlaine may be able to tank for a while, Choku's attacks become so numerous and persistent, it may kill the party before she is able to escape anyways. It all comes down to a fateful attack of opportunity roll, which the Collector, with its plus 13 modifier, whiffs like a cunt. The party flees looking the most beat up they have yet to, with Vincent carrying Raphael like a scornful daughter he had scraped up from a 7th grade bachelor party that got roofied. They will use Samson's scroll to return to the Dryad Sanctuary within Othnier Pass, and if they had waited too long to do so, Jormungadir's black-blooded yokai would have funneled them next. There they will rest and contemplate matters of the various teeth marks all over their leathery barrels. Also, will mention the Dryad bangles once more, though they're sure never to return to Camelot ever again, knowing that Metzen's dull razor blade will surely strike them if they tempt it the 3rd time. Instead, Raphael shows Samson a drawing. Ozra will reveal the secret of Kali. The meteorite fragments only affect humans, which is why until Shala acquired it, the party hasn't had to deal with its possession effects. Only Verlaine held the fragments for enough time, and she isn't human. Now Shala is thoroughly influenced by it, and won't yield it to anyone, as it has modified her personality traits and bonds. This affliction cannot be remedied with magic. They'd have to steal it away from her and likely fight her, though they'll never try.
Session 49. The party contemplates their next move, hoping for a long rest, with Shala sitting on -4 on rolls from Resurrection Sickness and a point of exhaustion, and maximum health damage spread across the board. In return, Alisa Soul, fused with Excalibur, is now the single most powerful item ever created for the SS games, capable of doing comparable damage to Iosefka from the main campaign. The party exchanges old paperwork with Ozra and Samson, and Diet Rich is visited in his dreams by his son, his great-great-great-great-great-grandson, the Dark Star yokai known as Shinigami, whose voice is his grandfather, Theodoric. Theodoric will pose Diet Rich a series of simple questions on his morality before revealing his identity and declaring his intent to slurp up the old man's remaining juice to complete himself. Even in Diet Rich's dreams, Raphael isn't safe from trauma. The party receives a long rest and immediately travels to Brightdale via teleportation scroll, intending to find the calamitous rider that has long made its presence known in the southwest of the province. They will ignore the collector's blood globules in Brightdale, whom, if they had encountered earlier in the game, would have dramatically changed how the yokai were designed. Though Kurokura did not steal their jar of piss either, because he is a gentleman, not a scoundrel. They travel to the Rider, passing the blown-up crypt in the process. They enter the snowy clearing and are immediately beset by the vast winter wonderland that is the Calamus Rider's unseen arena. Initiative is immediately rolled, as this rider has awareness of their presence. They consider their approach, but are immediately accosted at long range by the rider's high-capacity ranged capabilities, including fiery javelins and a repeating crossbow. The rider has reasonable stats, but these paltry attacks hardly threaten the party in the short term. What will threaten them is the fact that Lucius still retains some portion of his soul, and thus command over his spirit weapon, Rongominiad. A huge bow he uses to shoot an exploding lance at the party that fucks their shit right up. Vincent and Philaen will charge the rider, while the rest of the party will get introduced to his other ability. A ghost army, members of the Round Table that serve him in death, including their siege weapons. Though the ghosts can only be damaged by elemental attacks, destroying them will harm the rider, giving Shala something to do when she opts against following the cat to the rider. The session ends with a short fight, already having seen the rider take so much damage from Philaen and Raphael, his second phase activates, splitting the rider from the mount. You're a cat. Session 50. The Calamitous Rider is the result of weeks of intense contemplation on how to deal with this unkillable cat. I realized my problem all along was that I was pitting my shitty rolls against flat numbers. The key to success was not to put the reliability in my hands, but to put it back onto HKS's lap, who also enjoys shitty rolls. Amidst this power struggle, the remainder of the party will be pulverized by the random scatter resolutions of the siege weapons, presenting Raphael with medium-well leather brunch. He approves. Philaen will utilize multi-attack action economy to knock the rider down and grant advantage to the remaining attacks, dealing some splash damage that double dips the linked health of the rider and the mount. This small group, having mowed through the CR30's worth of health in just a couple rounds, watches Philaen fail 2 deck saves and get completely butchered in response. Haste is lost, and Philaen is knocked to the ground instead. It takes all 4 of his deck save conjured blades to finally down her, but down her he does. Vincent, who's been also butchering creatures nonstop since his reincarnation, ignores a wolf and smacks the rider, killing him instantly with a crit, ending the fight. Philaen is revived. The party collects the ultra-heavy Rongominiad. They exchange peepers with Jormunganir. Then they fuck right off back to the Dryad Sanctuary. There they have a small chat and start to figure out their strategy for the underground forest, where it's evident that in order to reach whatever it conceals, which they believe to be a goddess of destruction, related to the one whom created life, and is also the source of Jormunganir's interest in the region, they'll need to split up the party into 4 groups to guard the seals when placing the weapons upon them. They have a long rest, where Barrelhead meets his son, Atlas, who speaks to him through his voice, Sergei. They exchange crab postures. The session comes to a close as they ready themselves for the basement romp. Session 51. The party travels to the underground, now joined by Ozra, who has mundane healing capabilities. Their group split to Raphael, Vincent, and Ozra to the south, Storyteller, Barrelhead, and Yorgul to the east, Danica, Diet Rich, and Shala to the north, leaving Philaen alone to the west. If a single weapon is stolen by anything during the activation, they will be unable to enter the lower level and possibly even lose the opportunity to finish this arc. However, I've vastly underestimated the damage of the party as a body.
While Fellain may have the spotlight thanks to Elisa's soul and ungodly attack rolls, the various weapons the party has received, including a bangle that boosts damage for Shala and enhanced knuckles for Barrelhead, has elevated the other members to very, very high consistent damage for this level range. The party will activate the seals, and a plethora of goobers will appear in response, including the Midnight Epistle, called the Iscariot, who can split its body and sends one component to each seal. The Iscariot has 1,000 health, can swap locations and conditions with targets, and the ads possess many nasty abilities, including Whelm and Poison. But the party will easily mow through all this despite numerous distractions, with only the North group showing any signs of uncertainty, and given their beefiness, it wasn't exactly concerning. In fear of dying, the Iscariot retreats soon into the fight, and Jormungandr gives up on the seals. The party regroups and descends the new teleporter opened by the seals, with the riders' weapons now having been returned to the goddess of the underground river, Yillavir. The party enters the teleporter and are taken to Yillavir's sanctuary, an area kilometers underground where the Dryads of the Sea hid a seed they were given from the roots of Yggdrasil. The seeds of Yggdrasil that manifested divine beasts, such as Shugen, were planted here to guard the area, and the riders' weapons are bonded to her, with the souls of the riders having been sworn to protect her for all eternity. The party worked hard to get to this finale, but one final battle waits, and one that will be the most significant of the game yet. Yillavir's arena is surrounded by dark waters home to Jormungandr, and the routes they travel to reach her shielded tree will vanish once they kill the sprouts powering its shield. A fall here means exposure to the veil and is nearly certain death. Releasing the tree causes it to melt, and the fluffy and highly aggressive Yillavir manifests. The session comes to a close. Session 52. The Yillavir fight begins. Yillavir has 4 phases: a base phase, a transitionary phase, a second base phase, and the nails phase. I will have some problems managing this fight, not because of its scale or complexity, but because I lack basic reading comprehension. This will lead to the first phase being unnecessarily easy, as many features of her abilities will be ignored or forgotten about unintentionally. Nonetheless, Yillavir's water body, environmental hazards, and ruthless multi-phase crit potential will test the party. Not only that, but Elisa's soul can't be used against her. They hastily destroy her runecraft before it is able to activate, and Storyteller will cancel the effects of her divine voice by channeling a counter voice she, for some mysterious reason, possesses. As she beats upon their blubber, waves will travel across the map each round. The waves are the most dangerous element of Phase 1, as they'll carry hapless cats off to their doom in the sea given the chance. Schwa's understanding of male anatomy is highly questionable. This is clearly not a dick, it's a butt plug, and it's squarely rammed up Raphael's nostril. The tidal waves cause major problems for the party, sweeping up the elderly and the robust alike, whereas Yillavir, being a goddess of water, can stand in them unimpeded, and many of her attacks also function within them. While the waves travel only about 50-60 feet around, during that period they act as barriers. Things are slowly getting tuba-shaped until Shala nat 20s a death save, and spares her death rattle in exchange for water sports. They only barely manage to save themselves from her wrath, and she explodes into water in the final stand of Fellain and Barrelhead. The Iscariot tags back in, along with its various pundits and a host of other oddities, and so Phase 2 begins. Phase 2 is a damage race. The party must destroy the red globes on the far corners of the map, navigating the gaps or shooting at them before a set of rounds completes. Doing so will directly deal damage to the bonus health shield that Yillavir will have in Phase 3, saving them the agony of her having double health during her highest damage phase. They will instead largely ignore the orbs until the very last minute, settling for spanking the wounded Iscariot and its bitch boys relentlessly. The session comes to a close. Session 53. That is 3. The party continues to bully the Iscariot, even going as far as to throw a helpless pundit into the sea. The Iscariot retreats as the orbs activate, not a single point of damage being sent their way. For each orb that activates, the platform is consumed in black smoke, and so only the central platform remains and is entirely isolated as Yelivir reappears, now edgy and surrounded by the full potential of a shadowy barrier. In Phase 3, Yelivir has unrestricted access to all 4 rider weapons, which she will interchange at will, and can even dual-wield the huge Longinus and Lucifer, the former of which deals triple crit damage, and the latter of which can deal huge bleed damage. Much like Phase 1, Vincent is instantly murdered by her counterattack immediately into the fight. The number and potency of her environmental effects also increase. Fire tornadoes, corrupted water spouts, rows of golden lances, and expanding rain will make the remaining battlefield highly dangerous and eventually impossible to navigate. She directs range attacks into Storyteller and attempts to kill her throughout the fight, draining all of her defense resources and putting a second soft enrage on the clock. If the Storyteller's counter voice fails and her concentration is broken, Yelivir will get to use her divine voice and the fight will likely soon end, since effects include splitting atoms and nearly fully healing herself. In response to such an opponent, Raphael does what any sane man in his right mind would do. He summons his most powerful allies to his side. A flock of ducks. They are immediately cooked. Raphael's trauma only deepens, and his life becomes as a single prolonged, anguished screech. From this tragedy, only further anguish awaits the party, as various instruments of murder are postured in their general direction. Storyteller receives a fatal hit that activates her transformation she would only use at this stage in the game, revealing her true form and activating yet another environmental hazard in doing so. Even so, she isn't nearly as powerful as Raija, and Yelivir's continued attacks will wear her down quickly. Shala squares off with Yelivir, but the power of the rider's weapons soon has her on the back blubber, and she gets dangerously close to being thrown off the ledge. Although they've drained the shield by now, the fighting becomes hectic as she slaps down an irritating cat and continues to jiggle Shala around like a cylinder of ballistic gel. Barrelhead tag teams in as Raphael is sucked up by a fire tornado, but later rescued by Vincent, hooking his boot with his axe, using the special flip action he's never used outside of his initial encounter 40 sessions ago. The fighting with Barrelhead brings Yelivir into Storyteller's ice, and any further in, she would receive huge damage from it. Unfortunately, the party is entirely on the back foot and can't withstand her godly strength, shoving them around and dropping them repeatedly. She teleports back to the Diet Squad, and Fon Shua delivers a crit in turn. They finally drop her full health, and her final phase activates. Yelivir jumps high into the sky, of the cavern that is, and reverts the 4 weapons to their original forms. The Celestial Nails, golden swords that plunge back down into the platform and begin to exponentially build a charge as they dig into the earth. This is Yelivir's true weapon and ultimate ability, Galactic Destruction. As they've learned throughout the game, Yelivir is an unintended sister of Kari, who represents destruction, and everything from the Dryads of the Sea and symbolism of the Scythe spawns from myths surrounding underwater rivers. Defeating the influence of Jormungandr returns her to her senses, and her first act of freedom is a suicide attack against the entire realm. Phase 4 is a race to pull the nails from the ground before the party is overwhelmed by ambient damage, or they activate. The results of the attack depend on how many nails are up when it activates, with 4 being complete erasure of the Artorias cluster and much beyond it, and even 2 activating results in the death of Yelivir and likely the party along with her. with one killing likely only her and maybe dropping a few people. Since they came here to rescue her, and that was kind of one of the things Raja wanted them to do, they want to get all four out. Amidst the short and violent Phase 4, various party members trade their health for pulling out the white-hot burning nails before they dig too deeply, making strength checks like gods to yank each one out after the other in spite of the very high DC. Since they fanned out immediately, they save wasting too much time, and the damage modifiers and ambient effects never quite catch up to them. The nails are pulled, Yulivir falls back down unconscious, the storyteller's identity as Fendweller is revealed, and the party calmly leaves, waving to Jormungadir once more along the way. In exchange for retrieving Yulivir, the party's legendary inheritances will all receive powerful upgrades, and Diet Rich gaining enormous damage reduction. I'm not sure if Schwa actually remembered to account for it or not. Barrelhead gains additional uses of Power Dunk and more dunking. Flame gains extra utility. Shala gains some passive benefits and more potency to her death rattle. And Raphael gains additional trauma. Session 54. The labors of Brightdale are behind the party. All that remains is to deal with Yulivir when she awakes, and then make for the Bifrost and leave this hellhole. They talk and have a long rest, where Raphael, whose true name is Alistar Rainfield, finds himself in a field covered by rain, and is trolled by Choku's voice, an Oni called Kaji-chan, aka Fire, whom tells him considerably more about the nature of the yokai, and the fact this isn't their first life. This leads Filane to be chided by Floki, one of Korakuta's voices, whom announces that as a group, the yokai will attack them. A complex web forms between Korakuta, the yokai, and the party, though HKS won't understand much of Floki's scattered dialogue. The party awakens along with Yulivir, to whom they return the 4 seeds of Yggdrasil. How much strength Yulivir retains from her fight is directly determined by the number of seeds they have. Since they went out of their way to collect all 4 before the Bifrost completely sealed and they couldn't even get Shugen anymore, she retains most of her offensive strength and all of her innate resistances and immunities. This includes a divine voice and a related buff that can dramatically empower certain actions, such as, for example, critical damage or spell usage, although most times the party tries to use it, their rolls will be god-awful. Access to all 4 Celestial Nails as a ranged attack, and her runecraft, which is very significant. Yulivir will be a much-needed asset for the next zone, and without her and Elisa's soul, the travel would be incredibly high in difficulty. However, the party's decision to never fight any of the Norns in the region will have similar consequences, and Jormungadir brings a sizable army to confront them at the Bifrost. The session comes to a close, with initiative being rolled. Session 55. The battle to get permission to leave Brightdale will be lengthy and violent. The party must stand their ground as the Bifrost activates, and a bloody battle ensues, seeing the party slap down numerous Norns and several other high-value units along with a lot of fodder. The combination of Elisa's soul and Yulivir's full strength gives the party the backbone they need to weather the storm and leave Brightdale, entering the next phase of the game, Jotunheimer, where they intend to travel across it to another Bifrost within Brotherfield that is said to lead outside the Artorias system and beyond the reach of Jormungadir's darkness. Jotunheimer is a high lethality zone, with deadly consequences for straying beyond sufficient light and heightened cold environment rules, along with rules for slick ice formations. It is also home to Jormungadir's organs, and the comparatively few and frail denizens of Brightdale will seem cozy in comparison. The party travels north to Norjar, where they encounter Alice, whom they learned about from Raphael and documents in the church, and Nostradamus, Raphael's mentor. The party could end up in a fight with Alice, and very possibly wipe her, even with Yulivir's assistance, but they mind their manners, and Nostradamus tells Raphael to kill Chaos. Session 56. A tavern session for the most part. Raphael tells the party that Daddy wants him to kill Chaos. He's even been given a Chaos Emerald, the Realmacom, to prove his Viking strength. The party balks at the prospect of killing Chaos. The cat and a goat confront Nostradamus over the prospect of killing Chaos before he makes to leave, before he himself turns loopy. HKS comes dangerously close to forcing an Alice fight by doing so. She really isn't fond of nosy cats. Eventually, the cat is convinced to kill Chaos. Nostradamus departs, never to be seen again along with Alice. Then something queer happens. The party is aware of the constellation of the Dark Star yokai dwelling in the atmosphere of Jotunheimer, spying and peeping on them from outside their window, watching them jack it. Some amount of anticipation of their encounter is brewing. Each of the yokai has a hidden ace technique, such as Atlas's Mega Dunk into a flaming Colosseum and Crab Morph ability, or Kurakuta's Super Saiyan mode and Yoknavalt Domain. And they are all sophisticated units besides. The ultimate battle of their full strength against the party's full strength was speculated to be highly map dependent, as many areas in Jotunheimer would benefit either group in unique ways. So it was highly unexpected that Flane would intentionally draw them to the sole sanctuary in the entire zone via sending. The cat attempts to convince other cats to kill Chaos. The cat is largely unsuccessful, though Kurakuta reveals that by talking to them, the yokai have set in motion other events that endanger them elsewhere. Kurakuta thus reveals the most major development for these creatures yet to be known, that it was intentionally testing and goading the party to fight it to make them strong enough to defeat Jormungadir and eventually consume their heightened strength for themselves. Defeating Jormungadir is only part of their objective. They ask the party to break through Alfwenir, where the storyteller, Fendweller, was first imprisoned in the heart of Yggdrasil's husk, and a new tree has been planted there called the Bodhi Ganyar, who is being used to manipulate cosmic movements. Fucking magnets. This area is opposite of where the party wants to go, and is once again an optional arc they can pursue if they wish to. Without Elise and Sol and Yelivir, it would be certain suicide. Kurakuta identifies the source of chaos as Orozom, and Kronos, the kitty who brought certain discomfort to the realm, including many of the events at Brightdale, is not the only cool cat in town. The yokai disengage, and the session comes to an end. Session 57. Now absolutely convinced they must kill Chaos, the party readies themselves and travels to Alfwenir, taking a brazier with them for extra comfort. Samson and other NPCs will travel in the other direction to the fallen city of Brothovild. Allowing them to leave is a bad resolution, and they'll be ambushed by the Alliance army along the way, alerting the Alliance to the party's existence. Jotunheimer is not as large of a zone as Brightdale was in terms of maps, but several key optional areas do exist outside of the feelers-driven pursuit of Yggdrasil's husk. One area is south of the frozen shore that Norjar's Bifrost takes them to. This has a frozen ship filled with countless barrels and tons of consumables, preserved for hundreds of years, and it's also where Oda Mitsuraga, son of Oda Nobunaga, whom King Darius was passing off as his own son, is located. And his body has 2 decent weapons and a beast hunter's amulet on it, which would have warned the party of the Alliance's technology. If they had found this body, they could have preserved it for bargaining purposes in the future Alliance encounter. Another direction would take them to the Ice Plaza, where they may encounter either Alice if they went there immediately and win her over as an incredibly powerful ally, nearly equivalent to Yelivir in terms of damage, or the Navigator, whom will fight them fiercely here, as opposed to the Bodhi Ganyar if pressed. They will never deviate from their objectives in Jotunheimer, and both locations will be undiscovered. They travel across frozen lakes and rivers within the light of a stolen brazier and Elisa Sol, avoiding several organs along the way and discreetly entering Yggdrasil's Hollow. Yggdrasil's Hollow is the most deadly area of the entire game world. Spending even seconds outside of light is incredibly dangerous, and exposure to the cold limits even the hardiest of creatures other than Yellowveer and Storyteller susceptible. Navigation is a careful business, filled with frozen chains from Storyteller's past that freeze anything they touch on contact, constant sensory alerts from Jormungandr's organs, and certain death from any fall on slick terrain. The entire area is bypassed by crane flies. They bypass both the hollow and the dark, being airlifted by God's silliest clowns. A hellscape intended to push them to their utmost limits simply ceases to exist. They enter Alfwenir, where they encounter Jormungandr's voice, whom was created in the liking of the bearer of Elisa's soul in response to it, and pleasantries are had. Jormungandr won't tolerate them disturbing her, and they need to access the Bodhi Ganyer, wherever the hell it is. Initiative is rolled, and the Jormungandr battle begins. Jormungandr's fight is similar to the one at the Bifrost. Once the party deals enough damage to Jormungandr's largest organs, it will disengage as damage to its body outweighs the desire to defend a given spot. And Jormungandr isn't particularly invested in killing them outright. However, reaching that point is a little bit tricky. As the ice cracks, black fog of the veil will swell across the arena and slowly encircle the party, and only Elisa's soul can destroy it. True spawn of the rotten blood of Yggdrasil's corpse, the dark blood of Jormungandr manifest here as opposed to the twisted fauna of Brightdale, and they are substantially stronger. The fog also protects night dwellers from Diet Rich's light, and various tentacly cosmonauts will manifest, whom have an aptly named mind rape attack. The session comes to an end, with the party being surrounded by cracking ice. Session 58. There is little structure to Jormungandr's fight. Creatures spawn and attempt to murder the party, and Jormungandr's fingers awaken one by one, each with unique abilities. Only damage to the fingers constitutes as damage to Jormungandr herself, but only so many spawn can manifest in the arena over time. This is a long encounter with many complex facets to target priority and damage control, and the party manages it fairly well, making use of Yellowveer's voice, Storyteller's transformation, and each of their own abilities. They remain defensive and allow the numerous shadowy spawn to come to them, though they still often forget that only light-emitting weapons can harm them. Many of these creatures can also revive. Amongst the count of tentacles, there are countless grabs, grapples, and restrains, sources of knockdown and slows, but combinations of Yellowveer's runecraft and the party's insanely efficient stat spread keeps them generally safe, even if they get grabbed. The fingers of Jormungandr have monstrous strats and around 1,000 health each. The first is a physical attacker that relentlessly tickles them with tentacles. Even as the fight proceeds to mid-session, the party is looking healthy and hale. Barrelhead dunks a shadow, breaking the northern ice and causing a second finger to emerge. This one is a caster and will heckle the party with deadly psychic attacks that not even the divine NPCs have any innate resistance against. Perpetually regenerating walls of flesh and larger tentacles gradually encircle the party and start getting in their slaps. Then the third finger spawns. This one is a sort of a support unit with a channeled Cold Snap Fire Blast ability, a strong bite attack, and some other tricks. Shala convinces Yellowveer to throw her on top of the first finger. Yellowveer's rolls have been pitiful for most of the fights, and she otherwise would be the main source of their damage on the fingers. Della is murdered once more, and Shala duels an old nemesis on the finger's back. Molars begin to spawn, and the session comes to a close. A pitched battle, the party is holding out a lot better than they were at Camelot. Session 59. The Jormungandr fight continues. Storyteller's freezing voice, Yellowveer's divine scripture, and Shala's immense girth are employed liberally. There eventually become so many tentacles that the confines surrounding the party is a traffic jam, which serves to slow down the damage coming their way. However, the northern caster finger continues to make various individuals tweak out. Soon the east finger begins the cook-off, filling the arena with fire. This also breaks the Storyteller's ice on many of the units that were frozen. Mist and heat gather above the group and fill every round to create a stacking volume that, when activated, will trigger a cold snap, dealing damage based on how active it has been. While it can't be counter-spilled, it can be interrupted prematurely, which will damage the party but save them from much worse effects later on. Do you remember the time HKS broke the trend of getting fucked by attacks of opportunity? The PRNG remembers. Fellaine is first snatched up by a dex save on a smaller tentacle. She kills the tentacle and looks to escape once again, but now is in range of a wall of toothy flesh. This attack of opportunity is much worse, and not only yoinks her back in by the hips, it also instantly downs her. Dietrich will break the cold snap heat vacuum by using Conjure Food and Water, preemptively triggering the void and dealing small fire damage to the group. With the western finger down, Yellowveer uses a Conjured Tsunami to shove much of the fodder back, and Storyteller's mass vampirism kills many of them with a cluster of horrendous saves. Jormungadir's gears shift and Storyteller will be her focus next. Shala is hurled on top of the northern finger. Even larger and bitier tentacles start spawning in response.
Voring Raphael.
Jormungadir throws everything it has at Fellaine in a barrage of death, then at Storyteller. This is around the time Yellowveer decides to actually start rolling well, and the northern finger takes enormous damage, forcing Jormungadir to make a decision, which prompts her to disengage for the time being. All of her focused attacks fail to actually kill Fellaine, and there was a lot of them, and the Storyteller is still somehow alive. Plus, Yellowveer is still very healthy. So, for the time being, Jormungadir calls it even. But this will just lead to resolutions elsewhere on the map if the party decides to explore anywhere else. While the party is left looking better than some encounters, Yorgol, Vincent, and Della and Fellaine are afflicted by permanent scars of varying qualities, with Yorgol being the worst off by far. What remains is a hole in the ice that leads underground, where the Bounty Gagneur and an encounter with a navigator await. Session 60. The party descends whole and finds themselves on a platform surrounded by frozen blood and suspended floating eyes. North of them is the Bounty Gagneur, whom is rather frail, and the navigator appears upon their arrival. The navigator is a yokai of the old world whom has been using the Bounty Gagneur to manipulate the movements of the last star in preparation for a cosmic ceremony. He asks the party to kindly fuck off. Raphael and the navigator have a test of wits. The party insists they wish to kill Chaos. An extremely critical part of this conversation is that the party informs the navigator that Clara's Candlekeeper has told them of the name Pioneer. They now know the Candlekeeper to be a yokai and the one that helped them at several points in the past, such as, for example, looking after Della when she was abducted by the aggressive closet, and she was also responsible for looking after the Darkstar yokai. This conversation causes a resolution that he will hunt her down with a celestial ship, starting an off-screen battle that will see all of the Darkstar yokai's bodies destroyed, and eventually the Candlekeeper's death, which will be a significant blow to what few neutral parties yet remain in the game world. Shala and Barrelhead teleport onto him as a crab. They are repelled by his force field, and initiative is rolled. If forced to fight to the end, the navigator stands a good chance of wiping them sans Yellowveer. But they'll mostly ignore him and focus on the tree. His lightning and the lightning emitted by the floating eyes deals high damage and functions as a barrier, though it doesn't entirely protect the tree. In now slapstick fashion, Fellaine has Yellowveer throw her over the barriers, which tase her aggressively along the way to land on the tree. The tree is ruthlessly murdered in short order, and Captain Planet is very, very disappointed in you. But not before Shala is butchered by the navigator. With the Bounty Gagneur destroyed, the navigator leaves, his face disgust with their suicidal behavior, and the feng shui of the last star is now left incomplete. The party retreats back up to Alfwenir, and once more trivializes the travel through Yggdrasil's dark and hollow using crane flies, though the resolution for Jormungadir's reinforcements nearly gets them murdered anyways. They return to Norjar Point to rest and consider the long-term effects of the afflictions that Yorgul in particular has suffered. Session 61. The party is now aware that Samson's group has gone missing. They've been warned about the Alliance army by Nostradamus to some extent. They contemplate the matters of the relationships between the kingdoms and the fact that the Alliance has had 50 years to unify and harden, while they were trapped in the metaverse with various lizards. But since they never found Mitsuraga, they lack a critical piece of the puzzle. He was murdered by Marcus and friends, the former of which who skinwalked him, and only the party's dubious word will be their sole evidence to this fact. A party consisting of freaks, whom the Shurikens have sworn to destroy for generations. Yorgul lays out the impending disaster for the party. Their final opponent in Jotunheimer may well be other humans, whom have genocided the Nea elsewhere in the Arturian realm and have traveled a perilous journey to arrive in Jotunheimer elsewhere. Likely the exact same long-range Bifrost structure the party seeks to escape. The party settles in for a long rest. During this period, Jormungandr activates organs all across Jotunheimer, and now some of the aforementioned optional maps are extra dangerous to travel to. The rest of the short 3-hour session is spent talking. Session 62. The party assembles to leave Norjar. They will take its local Bifrost to the second destination, Brothavild City, or rather what remains of it. Once thought to be a deadly battlefield to see their encounter with the Darkstar yokai, or the critical first encounter with the Alliance army, it is now almost entirely abandoned, and Jormungandr's lunar yokai stalk its depths. The party happens across the entrance to underground ruins that offer them a final crafting opportunity if they carefully extract it or secure it, along with some items. Instead, they get sassed by cats and screech away running. They travel across the abyssal wasteland of the Jotun city before happening across human magic traps, which explode in their face. This would have prompted a fight, but the Alliance scouts have already retreated after capturing Samson and friends. Traveling east, and then far north, past a forested area, they find a large human camp and countless Alliance soldiers. An important thing to note is that the two Nea members in the group, being Falain and Yorgul, are once again using their disguises, hoping to avoid being outed as cats. Had they found Oda Mitsuraga's body, or taken Nostradamus' words more literally, they would have known that this probably wouldn't have escaped the notice of the Alliance. Here the party will unknowingly play into a 3-way exchange. Ieyasu, Nobunaga's aide, will do most of the talking. Ieyasu is in fact a cat in disguise, the father of the so-called root of magic Heka, looking for an opportunity to exact revenge for the genocide of his people. While he plays his part faithfully, nonetheless, he is surprised to eventually discover the party also contains a cat. The party dumps their entire life story on the Alliance in a bid for their lives and try to seek a non-aggressive resolution. But this is nonetheless against Ieyasu's hidden wishes. Eventually, Nobunaga becomes intrigued by their mention of Su-Yuris, one of Marcus's contacts brought up in Hanzo's note. Yuris is a critical hook to gain any amount of Nobunaga's trust. Ieyasu eventually comments he'll return to the other side and find reinforcements. What he does when he leaves is burn the Alliance camp to ashes and kill every single person on the other side of the gate with the intent to seal the gate and leave the rest of them to die in Jotunheimer. Nobunaga's personality is as such that if the party has a member donning the king's armor, or they say they're in service to him, then they inherit his responsibilities, including the well-being of his son, which of course was Oda Nobunaga's son. The fact the party doesn't wish to fight is actually against their interests, since honor, especially loyalty, is a key personality trait of his. The party, however, manages to wedge him into a point where he is willing to recruit their human members, return to Artorias, and cleanse it of evil. An evidently impossible task, but he won't abandon it nonetheless. Ultimately, he convinces Raphael to show him the Realmacom. Doing so triggers a resolution. If it rolls high, Kali will now activate, now that it is within range of the one for whom it was intended. The pinnacle of human spirit and ability. It rolls 20. A vast domain takes effect. The party is sucked into a psychic labyrinth. The Alliance army is annihilated, and the session comes to an end. Session 63. And that is 3 threes. As part of the conditioning necessary for Orozom's manifestation in the cosmic world, the Alliance army and everything else in the Artorian realm is afflicted by Kali's influence. The party members will experience visions from Kali based on if she feels they have the potential to accept her or not. Accepting her grants them a peaceful end, effectively writing them out of the game. Denying her causes them to descend to hell, where they'll inevitably be forced to fight her. Unsurprisingly, no one accepts her, other than the countless humans for whom war has been their entire lives. Raphael will encounter Nobunaga, who commits to Raphael that he will fight until the end, and doesn't see Raphael as being real. Nobunaga, being the subject of Kali's manifestation, has already wandered her labyrinth for countless years. Diet-rich Shala and Barrelhead will talk to Clara, whom will plead with him to join her cosmic covenant, and reveal that the Candlekeeper was exiled because of information she shared with her. And, what do you know, the party is responsible for that too. Clara will tell them of Kali's nature, and remarks that only humans are offered to leave hell. Verlaine finds herself in a land between worlds called the Firmament, and appears near a dockhouse. Here she has a choice of 2 directions. West, which leads to a storm where Alice has been imprisoned. But it's a dangerous road and she doesn't know it's over there, and she herself could end up imprisoned for all eternity. The north takes her to the ferryman, who will offer to take her to the Undirwelt, or the yokai spirit world, aka Hell. Verlaine will respond by contacting Korakuda through sending, drawing the Darkstar yokai away from its family, who will soon fall to the Navigator and the Celestial ship. It's able to find her because the yokai were all born of their past lives, so it shares some connection with her specifically. It murders the ferryman and takes her back to the cosmic world, which ejects them both into hell. The party, all having rejected the Republican dream, awaken in a labyrinth of cubes and flesh, surrounded by spikes. They wake one another up and eventually find the Collector, whom, thanks to its substantial girth, is dying to the spikes instead of just being surrounded by them. The party, down a drunkard, a goddess, and a goat, are now up a very wounded cat and a cursed cat. They attempt to leave the area, but they cannot. Kali's Hell is a mental dominion with no end to its horizon. They will encounter Nobunaga, now driven insane by Kali, and serving as a host for her cursed light. Initiative is rolled. Nobunaga starts the fight by canceling the entirety of Korakuda's devastating blood bomb attack, revealing he is in fact a Dex Fag, and his strength lays in active mitigation and counter-attacks. As the pinnacle of human accomplishment, Nobunaga is similar to Erebit's awakened form in raw power and lacks only in endurance. He quickly mows through the slower members of the party and drops Raphael multiple times. However, he can't get many bleed stacks rolling, and the full explosive potential of his damage is never realized. They manage to overcome him, but not before being thoroughly perforated. Kali manifests, and the session comes to an end. Session 64. Predicted to be one of the most challenging fights of the game overall, Kali's entire first phase is nearly soloed by Barrelhead when she traps him in a lengthy time stop. Between insane saves, constant crits, and her monstrous modifiers offering her shitty rolls no reprieve, her physical performance is embarrassing for a high-end boss. Her contrasting debuffs afflicting humans and inhumans differently threaten the party more so than her damage, and eventually the Collector is forced to use all of its tricks as it faces death to exhaustion stacks. In a vision to Verlaine, the Collector laments this will be its final fight, and that its kin are already gone. Kali eventually gives up on the fight, moved so by Barrelhead's fighting spirit, and having her domain broken by the Collector. The Collector is left to fight her until its last strength is spent, and the party is ejected back to Jotunheimer, where only ruin The remains of Samson and the other still living members of his group await, along with Della, whom mysteriously wasn't a part of Callie's labyrinth. Samson, having died to the vitality reversal of Callie's activation from his exposure to the meteorite, cannot be revived. They recover Nobunaga's sword, and the session comes to an end. Callie's fight was overall underprepared and considered a disaster. But, due to real life, I couldn't give it the attention it deserved. Session 65. The party utilizes the Bifrost to leave Jotunheimer, entering postgame. Nice. Onagon stays behind, where he'll destroy the Bifrost system and end his false existence, seeing his reincarnation as a sin in the liking of that which drew the world to darkness to begin with. When they arrive on the other side, they find the remnants of the destroyed Alliance base. Samson's remains are burned, and Raija soon arrives to retrieve Alisa Sol, Fenrir, and Yellowveer. She will also end up taking Danica and Yorgul with her to have them cared for. The party has fulfilled their oath of returning Yellowveer from Jotunheimer's shadow, and in turn, the goddess of the river will cease hunting humans. The world of the divine will now distance itself, and Raja will no longer intervene in any capacity to any events that concern them, not even so much as to tell them what awaits just beyond this ruin. They speak of the realm of Khan and the Bodhi Ganyar, and Raja gives them one last quest as a result of their conversation: to save the last star, specifically its ego. Raja isn't aware of any past lives or past worlds, but speaks to them of the potential consequences of the last star falling to Orazam completely. She departs, the party receives a short rest, and Fellaine attempts to use Zarkodal's watch to reach Nariel, her homeland. Instead, she is attacked by a psychic presence which leaves behind 3 holes, like a stigmata of medicine, in her forehead, and deals huge damage. This damage is never healed, an unlikely critical component of their upcoming confrontation with Ieyasu. They travel east through the burned camp and to a plateau where they find Ieyasu, now having fully recovered from his exertions. He reveals his true identity, Var Severus, the Archmagus father of Heka, and their dialogue is an aggressive one. Shala nearly pulls aggro on him by getting close, and efforts to convince him of their story fall on deaf ears until Fellaine willfully has her mind read by him. Ooh. Reinforced by the grievous wounds still pouring from her forehead, he opts to take time to consider his next actions and departs. I considered what might have transpired if the party fought him. It likely would have come down to the first 2 rounds and how the initiative went. Var has extremely high burst damage and a death rattle ability similar to Shala, but the party was quite healthy and Callie didn't expend all of their resources. 2 weeks pass in-game, and the party receives a long rest and a spell swap opportunity. Excalibur was returned to Fellaine via Alisa Sol's transfer, and some items were exchanged here and there. The party awakens one day and finds Della has gone missing. They search for her, happening across a hidden temple. The large map is entirely empty except for the northmost room, who contains Sue Euryce and some tea. The party will talk with her, but only Barrelhead will take part in gentlemanly sport. Euryce informs Dietrich his watch over Della is concluded, and they can be on their way. They refuse to leave. She informs him that Della is the mother of Heracles, whom has dwelt in her since she was born, and is responsible not only for her having survived a stillbirth, but also for her having a mild heart attack when it responded to Callie's meteorite when they first found the fragment in the crater in the swamp during the beginning sessions of the game. Heracles, having absorbed countless revivals from Dietrich and traveled the perilous road the party has traveled, has inherited enormous potential and represents a bridge between the world of gods and the world of humans. Euryce also reveals that she has manipulated the threads of fate for some time, driving Nobunaga's crusade against Aenea and aught else. When the party refuses to depart from their drunk quest, she activates her domain, and the next major encounter begins. In a shock to literally no one, the tea becomes poison, which Barrelhead just ignores. Session 66. The Sue Euryce / Heracles encounter is the most sophisticated and interesting of the game yet, in my view. It's a sum of lessons learned from previous encounters, and another attempt at giving the party members a chance to shine individually. In spite of the unprecedented nature of the design for this phase of the encounter, it will proceed reasonably smoothly. However, there will be some oversights. Raphael begins the gauntlet, facing off with the malignant remains of yesteryear's cook-off. Unfortunately, the Duck's two attacks, being Death Peck and Death Quack, either do piercing damage that he nearly completely negates thanks to the reinforced cloak he's using, or he stands a near zero chance of failing the save on in the case of the latter. Barrelhead, being dominantly melee, and his opponents also being mostly melee, will have less quackery about his shenanigans. Whilst Diet Rich will find himself traversing down a very long hallway. Verlaine is next squaring off against mobile armor in a more closed arena, seeing as she could cross a supermassive one in an instant anyways, and Shala is in a room polar to Diet Rich's. Whilst the bitey cat-like things have reasonable stats for low-level creatures and should pose somewhat of a threat in large numbers, the reality of Dice and AC is that some characters like Diet Rich and Verlaine are in virtually no danger of taking much damage. Meanwhile, Raphael is aggressively pecked and quacked at without much progress. He casually inserts ducks into his cannon and shoots them back out again. With similar results elsewhere, the initial proceedings of the first phase play out. Verlaine opens a door, and a billion cats pile all over her. Shala and Barrowhead decorate their boots in cat. Dietrich squishes everything in his path. Raphael creates duck confetti, and then navigates northwards, avoiding stepping on any of the rugs in fear of divine retribution. North, he finds a piss jewel. Damaging it causes cracks to appear in the piss walls elsewhere in the map, namely where Team Fat is socking various animals. As the groups proceed, the resistance stiffens. Destroying the piss jewel destroys the piss walls, and portals are revealed to Team Fat. Sue Euryce will appear as a shadow and fuck Raphael's shit right up before disappearing. All this time, the two remaining ducks have been chasing and relentlessly tormenting Raphael's sanity, if not his body, and flail at him uselessly during the short encounter. The Euryce clone can be attacked, and he uses a redirection action to deflect one of the shots that would have hit it before taking two more and vanishing. Any hits the party receives from her during this phase stacks a period of a special debuff that can be used by her later. Diet Rich's deduction skills suss out Raphael's identity amidst duck sounds. Diet Rich becomes large, and then is immediately toppled over by a mannequin. Destruction of the piss walls releases another horde of cats on Flame, whom promptly squishes them. This is the cat's opportunity to stack Finger of God, now that Elisa's soul is no longer of this world. But the damage regardless is nutty, and Great Weapon Master seems to make Verlaine butcher all but one mob before the end of her turn. Here I thought the number of units would be extremely dangerous for her. Tisk tisk. Meanwhile, a glance on the right side of the map only yields insanity, and it'll soon get worse. Shala takes the teleporter to Barrelhead's side, and Team Fat unites in one blubbering mass against the harmless obsidian prism. Dietrich finally starts taking some damage. Team Fat barrels out into Shala's hall after destroying the tank prism, revealing more fodder for Verlaine and setting free Raphael. Raphael's arrival brings autism.
Though the others have taken scant damage, Fellain remains virtually untouched until something finally nicks her with a crit. Sirius rotates across the groups, spawning, attacking, and then vanishing. This shadow clone, along with the teleporters and walls, are all direct copies of her abilities, which are fairly sophisticated, and so these initial attacks are key to understanding how she'll work on later in the fight. They are also an equalizer, dealing high damage to anyone she hits. With that, Shala summons Shauna, the demon conjuration she learned as part of the level up. Shauna will backtalk Shala every opportunity in telepathy and fight for control with various saves, but otherwise it is an unwilling slave used to heckle the susceptible. Shauna will be sent out to attack units in the courtyard towards the center of the temple, where its physical resistance will give it quite the bit of survivability. As part of the end of the session, I give Della a death sequence, where she experiences an afterlife of sort, brought into existence by Heracles. Heracles has brought her here to explain his function and purpose, and to give her peace, inside of a tavern, of course. But Della is a drunk with barely an almond to activate in her name, so the experience will be mildly psychotic. She'll find most of the SS party as cats, degenerates from the University of Insight, one of the secret white cats from SS, Hawkman from Blaze Blue, and the Pioneer, aka the Master, a cat with stars in its eyes, and Heracles' human vision. Heracles will attempt communication, but Della has already checked out, and Alta fours out of her own death sequence, roaming the bar, searching for ale, stealing the white cat, finding crane flies fastened to a rear door, a spider in a cage, the grumpiest cat in existence, Ravax from SS, whom she hands the cat, before finally returning to Heracles, whom tells her that if she leaves this place, her soul will vanish. But this hardly discourages her, and she roams into the fucking abyss. If she fails a survival check here, her soul is devoured by the firmament and is unrecoverable. But a high enough survival check draws the Candlekeeper, whom is still in hiding, to her. With this unlikely resolution, Della is able to persist in the firmament by following the candles, and can be revived if Heracles is destroyed. The session comes to an end. Session 67. Fellain is visited by Urius next, whom delivers strands of fate and some spanking before departing. Meanwhile, amidst Dietrich's hallway, Raphael assembles his army. His madness begins to seep into Dietrich's wrinkles. The party continues their path of cat squishing and progress steadily and hastily through the temple. Turns are cycled earnestly, and the comparatively complex map-wide battlefield is navigated smoothly, though a few dead turns come out for certain groups waiting for prisms to be destroyed by others. Shauna duels a marionette for what feels like an eternity. Barrowhead flexes at a crystal and it explodes. An earwig leads its elderly steed to war. Fellain finds Vincent at the opposing end of a tremendously hairy sausage. Raphael and friends smash into the courtyard. Shauna finally defeats the marionette as the two central groups find respective chambers with more jewels to suckle. And Dietrich finds himself wondering if Della's absence has condemned him to the deepest levels of purgatory. All reason and logic depart from his leathery remains like so many calories into Shala's gullet. And when he rounds a corner, he is bomb-blasted by a horde of cats that get ground up into a fine powder and vacuumed into a perpetual motion slapping machine that finally releases him from this accursed mortal coil. Fellain and Vincent effortlessly smash everything in the way once freed from the cat kennel, as Dietrich's last connection to the world, the righteous earwig, charges to save its fleshly husk from certain nibbling. It is incinerated by Shala's fire aura.
which has also begun to set parts of the temple's wooden structure on fire. Raphael begins to sweat bullets. As Dietrich and the earwig's carbonized remains smolder, Raphael loses all hope. The rug's death stirs Dietrich's corpse from the ground, now both maidenless and earwigless, and its first unholy act is to smash a spattering of helpless shades into macaroni. This opens the final doors that lead to the last group, which Philaine convinces Vincent to charge at blindly. Philaine's persuasion is so strong, in fact, that she convinces him to also blow every cooldown he can, dealing considerable damage, and allowing the Shades to beat the shit out of him in return. In the final moments of the first phase, a classic D&D adventuring party assembles for the Marvel Yearbook poster photo. With danger out of the way for the moment, Dietrich applies healing. Seeing Grandpa struggle, Raphael lends some assistance. Schwa approves. Now piloted by a duck, Vincent follows the group north, where the red jewel south of the middle clusterfuck was unceremoniously smashed by a cat, opened the last chamber of the temple. The meeting room where they had found Eurydice, now with an unconscious Della. Upon attempting to revive her, there is no response but chewing sounds, and soon the hairy chest burster springs free, deflecting Philaine's attempted ambush attack with its horns, and it takes a defensive stance. Heracles, the son of the worlds of gods and the worlds of men, is born. Initiative is rolled against a fucking cat. The party is so confused and bewildered by the spectacle that their own cat takes a nap as the western and southern sectors of the temple fill with smoke from Shala, setting everything on fire. As the cat darts around ripping open Shala and Philaine, Barrelhead attempts to curse it, burning silvery barbs on 2 attempts, and Heracles passes each with a shitty +4 modifier at disadvantage. The tolling of a dreadful bell is sounded in these moments, as a Heracles fight will be functionally and practically very different from the previous ones. Shala traps Heracles in a forest cage, but such magic is only a temporary prison to Heracles, and they'll be attacked by its Screech, a divine voice that can shred magic. Though it fails to dispel the otherwise indestructible cage, it starts shredding other buffs such as Longstrider, Shala's fire aura, and a duck. With the last of Raphael's once immortal noble army reduced to narcotic confetti, Dietrich attempts to revive Della, and confirms that Heracles must be destroyed, and also learns that the cat is, in fact, growing. Eurydice appears during this time and succeeds a charisma save to produce portals, freeing Heracles, whom promptly turns its anger upon Shala and starts breaking shit. The cat resists naughty barrel peeps once more, and Hks decides that Eurydice is the better target. With the supernatural strength of a prickly cat, Eurydice herself enters the fight in full. Philaine's effort to aggress Eurydice is largely a failure, and her stacks she's kept on the cat since Phase 1 are accompanied by new ones. The session comes to an end. Session 68. The duo of Heracles and Eurydice are individually powerful bosses with synergistic abilities. Heracles rams and cuts through opponents freely, avoiding attacks of opportunity and ignoring tumble rolls as it is so small. But certain attacks and features it possesses only become functionally active or relevant over the course of time. Heracles grows every few rounds, and each growth cycle influences every single one of its attributes. Its AC lowers, its damage reduction establishes and increases, its attack modifier goes down for dex but goes up for strength, Bonuses adjust, and new abilities unlock, or old ones cease functioning. Currently, Heracles is little more than a small annoyance that avoids most attacks and deals decent single target damage. But as it grows, it gains much more control over the environment and its opponents. Eurydice has control over the entire temple and functions as a high-level caster, and has her own shadow clones that remain functional, delayed action resources, and a variety of abilities that can influence Heracles. Once Heracles has reached his full growth status and entered an overgrowth state, Eurydice can induce a fifth and final growth that sees Heracles enter a new form and gain caster-styled abilities itself. Heracles is a physical encounter almost exclusively up to this point, with a strong alcohol-themed belch attack that can induce poison damage and the poisoned effect, but otherwise relying heavily on brute force. As a party that is almost entirely brute force, that makes the encounter between the two of them equivalent to a locker room wrestling match. True to its historic roots, Heracles has 12 labors in the form of golden hairs that it can use for a number of things such as having damage or legendary saves, a testimony to its vibrant will to survive. The fight may not last long enough to test these resources, as Philaine is immediately rebuked by Eurydice, whom proceeds to land a multitude of attacks on her with 2-stage damage components. Eurydice summons her clones. Heracles grows and manages to grapple Barrowhead through a series of silly tiebreakers. Barrowhead is then flung like a meaty missile which plows directly into Raphael and enriches his jawline. Even as early as stage 2, Heracles has the strength to lift and throw virtually any medium-sized unit. Barrowhead manages to grab a hold of the cat right after, but he can't force it prone despite 2 more tiebreaker contests. A battle of the titans is at hand. Barrel versus cat. Who will prevail? At this time, Aeschylus starts trying to figure out other plans. First, he'll try to contact Varus Severus via sending. This is successful, and it does draw his attention. However, they'll never see him, as the pioneer intercepts him and kills him immediately. Heracles attempts to grapple the grappler while grappled, but in this state, Barrelhead's insane athletics is still greater, and so it pukes in frustration before smashing Shala with a headbutt crit. Barrelhead rushes outside with the wiggly cat and promptly dunks it. Still being fairly small, it has little damage reduction to offer this substantial spike in damage, and its placement incidentally destroys the false Eurydice clones nearby. Things seem mostly under control. Eurydice's Fate Weave activates, dropping Philaine with a spike damage from all of her previous attacks, and she transforms into Phase 2. Atropos, the devil responsible for numerous grand-scale genocides in the Artorian realm, is manifest, and Eurydice's special actions immediately enter play. Heracles uses Shala's own box as a brace, and gives Shala and Dietrich a tenderizing as force fields and portals begin to appear everywhere. Unceremoniously in the background, Raphael has used Lesser Restoration to remove Vincent's poison from a previous puking. As Dietrich lays dying on the ground, Vincent casually steps over him and plants 3 crits into Heracles. Not crit threat crits, but straight 20s out of reckless attack. This doesn't exactly salvage the rest of the situation, yet somehow Schwa rolls a 20 on a death save, and Dietrich wakes up. Atropos conjures Threads of Fate, which grant disadvantage to enemies and advantage to Heracles when any of them stand on it. This has immediate impact as Heracles wields Barrelhead like a muscular hammer and beats the shit out of Shala. Raphael rolls damage. Philaine contacts Erebet next, whom, due to his lineage as a water god, is able to avoid the Pioneer's time trance, and will make a series of complex off-screen resolutions for how he intervenes, and where exactly he ends up when he comes here. As a character whom is not entirely their ally, but not yet resolved to be turbo loopy, he will assist them against Atropos specifically. Meanwhile, Flame determines that Atropos' portals could be navigated by the party, but they'd need to make an int check to go where they want. Projectiles begin spawning from the portals, and it's evident Heracles could use them as well. Vincent rolls some more attacks. It's silly. Arabet's resolution lands him near Atropos, and he uses Infinite Dream. All hits connect on the surprised Atropos, and the damage exceeds her maximum health. Arabet will leave Philaen with words of warning that amount to him coming for them next in the future. The death of Atropos sends Heracles into a frenzy, and things seem to be looking up for the party given their convenient assistance. The walls are down, the projectiles and portals are gone, and Philaen isn't in immediate danger of dying. That's when Heracles hits growth stage 4, and the apex of its physical attributes is reached. The distance and potency of its ram attacks, throw attacks, and similar displacements is enormous, and it plows through the burning temple, pulverizing Shala and Raphael. Raphael copes as any normal man would. Without Atropos to guide it, Heracles' rage is endless, and its fury will lash out at anyone who draws its attention enough. It knocks down Shala, followed by Raphael, and puts considerable distance between them and the rest of the party as its overgrowth abilities begin to activate. Shala's death rattle activates, and in spite of it only being temporary health off of a failed death save, she's looking much better off than most of the rest of the party. Nonetheless, she is still used as a projectile, and can't easily beat the monstrous modifiers of Stage 4 Heracles. She's flung everywhere by Heracles before landing a sizable crit, which deals substantial damage off of a smite and the charged bangle. Philaen hides behind a force cage like a scaredy cat. Dietrich revives Raphael, and Shala's temporary health is being rapidly drained. The flaming temple explodes in Barrelhead's face when Heracles vomits alcohol on him. Heracles and Team Fat square off inside the burning crater, and Heracles snatches the two of them, looking to crush them both together like a fructose syrup-infused hamburger. Raphael drinks a potion like a normal human being. Barrelhead Dimension doors himself and Shala out of a sure TPK. Everything is fucking destroyed. The temple is filled with smoke. The cube is screeched out of existence along with Enlarge. Burning through labors nearly every hit now, Heracles makes a final bid to attempt to murder an old man and preserve its immortality by preventing Della from being revived. Heracles nearly puts Dietrich on one save to death, but Barb saves him from the crit. Between Vincent's insane rolls alongside Philaen's last-minute bravery, the cat is finally murdered. With the party being one bad round from a total wipe, it's the closest they've come to a TPK yet, and that's with Atropos contributing very little. Della is revived, they leave the temple and talk to Grilled, find Var's dusty remains, collect his corroded crown, and return to the countryside camp. The peace will be short-lived, however, as the Pioneer will visit them in the morning. The Pioneer will attempt to convince the party to hand over the Realmacom. Willingly handing it over is critical to a component of Orazom's design. Unfortunately, the party is obsessed with killing chaos. The Pioneer will attempt to convince the party that maybe there's other alternatives, like living peacefully. Unfortunately, the party is obsessed with killing chaos. The Pioneer attempts to use facts and logic to dissuade the party. Unfortunately, the party subscribes to the cult of chaos killing. The Pioneer fight begins with Della still being dead from Heracles. How will they survive without her? Session 69. Yeah, nice. Kronos, the Master, and the Pioneer, all names used to describe the cool Chaos Cat, whose fight is unfortunately woefully underdeveloped. What is developed will be largely ignored by the party thanks to godly rolls at specific periods. The Pioneer fucks with the perception of time around itself, forcing the party to guess where it will end up when time synchronizes, changes seasons, locations, and forms, as well as tactics throughout the first phase of the encounter, utilizing crisscrossing gravity wells, time-looped shades to duplicate effects and damage, and a variety of cat-related catting, but not a single major compound attack is successful, though Della eventually becomes moldy. As a unit, Kronos' first handful of forms are extremely potent and have very strong damage and saves all across the board, but the party is so optimized and well equipped for endurance fights with mixed mental saves, despite being mostly martials, that it doesn't matter. This is what they mean when they tell you that it can be hard to kill characters in 5th edition. However, this is only the beginning of the most anticipated fights of the game yet. Kronos soon transitions to the eternal battlefield, focusing on Raphael, whom holds the Realmicon in its dialogue. The party faces off with Raphael Alter from the first Cosmic Era, whom starts combat by shooting the shit out of Raphael from max distance. The cat closes the tremendous run instantly and nearly murders him in a single turn. Raphael shoots himself. The party meets up with Kronos, who makes a more elaborate attempt to convince them to stop killing Chaos by teleporting them to a shadow world of the First Era and the ruins of Raphael Alter's past. Here, they collect the last items of the game, including some alcohol, creep on spirits of dead things, and learn some bits and pieces of ancient history, encountering various Ure and the Iscariot, whom they do not engage with, before moving up to the surface. Session 17. The party carts Della's dead body to the surface, looking fairly healthy thanks to the short rest offered by the transition, but they'll get cold feet on the whole killing Chaos thing and hide back in the basement, considering that maybe carting around Della's corpse is tiring, so they revive her so that she can die once more at a nondescript point in the future. She recounts a bizarre tale. After an hour and a half of contemplating about the Navigator, the Iscariot, and what role Chaos plays amidst the chaos, they finally brave going up, where Barrelhead and others have been waiting once more. They'll move north across the 2-map zone and encounter Kronos for the final time. The party, having soul-searched themselves, find that they really want to kill Chaos, and refuse Kronos' attempts to peacefully resolve their differences. Kronos assumes its third form and the final phase of the fight begins, where I'll forget to use half of its abilities. Conjuring storms, gravity, and various tricks from its earlier phases, Kronos is nonetheless unable to deal any major damage for the most part on anyone but Vincent. However, towards the end, the party starts brushing shoulders with a major wombo combo potential from gravity wells, and Raphael starts taking a lot of damage. A resolution is made, which rolls a 20, and the Iscariot joins the fight, utilizing its Black Fog and Bangle abilities to lay down substantial damage on Kronos and interrupt its Haste EX. A bomb that has been building over the fight will explode when Kronos' incarnation is destroyed. Schwa falls asleep, as she often does, and doesn't get to see the party nearly enter a multi-death resolution, though every single person except for Vincent and Raphael save against it. Session 71. With the Iscariot gone, and Kronos seemingly defeated, and the mirror for the Realmicon retrieved from the aftermath, the party recovers and seeks out a rest. However, the effects of the Iscariot's appearance soon become a more pressing concern, as the Shadow World is gradually enveloped by a black fungus-like ash. They get spooked and retreat from the battlefield entirely, but find the effects of the Iscariot's ability reach far further than they expected. It's eating the entire planet. As a result of the Iscariot's attack on Kronos, all things touched by Kronos in this world are affected. They discover that the Black Ash consumes everything that goes over it, including sound. This is because it is the domain of the Forgotten King, whom has reverse causality for events in the future. Falain takes a Realmicon from Raphael, who's refused even through the pain of death to yield it to otherwise, with nary a retort. She places the mirror in the Realmicon, and it activates a familiar teleportation gate, which will take them to the Astrologicum, the location for the final act of the game. The citadel created by Zobek, the Nea whom unwittingly observed and thereby opened the gateway to Orozom, and thus Kronos and aught else, is suspended in a nebula between the advent of Orozom itself as it breaches the firmament, and the last star whom hangs above it, slightly off-center from its alignment with the feng shui of the center of the universe, thanks to the destruction of the Bodhi Ganyu. Arriving here causes the realm of calm to disappear, which is an extreme warning that they are on the verge of the final endgame encounter, where they died in their past lives. Here, they'll find Zul'Bei, the emperor of an Oni civilization from the origin world of Yasudrilt, whom explains he has been waiting for them since the destruction of the first cosmic era, where their first lives were given to a strange machine called Oshan, that constructed 5 separate prisons for their souls to use as fuel and prevent Orozom's incarnation in that age. He also had dealings to do with Merlin and gave him bits and pieces of things to send him on his way, including the belt that Barrelhead now wears. Reborn through fractal motion, a domain created by the River of Stars to slow down Orozom's growth, they and other events were reincarnated and played out similar lives up to this point. Zul'Bei will then announce that he intends to use their current lives to conduct a ritual with his skills in soul magic to attempt to bring back life to his own world, which was destroyed by a similar machination in the past. Zul'Bei is an encounter similar in style to Nobunaga, because mimetic genetic memory formations have passed down from Arabet, whom was a water god Yu Jiang, that was one of Zul'Bei's close companions in ages past, and was sent to the world prior to his own arrival in the form of a sword. Unlike Nobunaga, there is no Phase 2 or transformation, only raw grit, and he boasts stats exceeding that of most CR30s in the DMG, including interception and parry abilities. Meanwhile, the party is still wounded from the Kronos encounters and haven't been able to receive a long rest. Zul'Bei will see far less success than Nobunaga. The first stages of the fight kick off violently, and an old man is stabbed. But soon Barrelhead grabs a hold of him, and the party blitzes down nearly 600 HP through parry reactions and high AC in a matter of in-game seconds. Zul'Bei will teleport out of the grab and use his cosmic action, which is similar to Arabet's, and so the party has advantage against its resolution as they have witnessed it before. This results in it accomplishing virtually nothing, and Zul'Bei is soundly defeated as what goes down as the easiest boss encounter of the entire game. With the Emperor unconscious but alive, they inspect the Astrologicum. They find the Cog prisons created by Oshan that are nigh indestructible. Each one represents a party member, and each one contains the Dark Star yokai born of their old bodies. Not the mighty representations they projected outwards thanks to Last Star's domain and the Candlekeeper's help, but the helpless sparks that compose their true forms as bound by the prisons. When they approach the prisons, a voice will ask them if they seek to open it. I had always predicted they would take the opportunity to kill the Darkstar yokai immediately, as they had been a major pest throughout the game and nearly killed them on several occasions. They're concerned that the prisons may kill them, having something to do with either Zul'Bei's ritual or something else that makes them dangerous to the party. Instead, they'll opt to do nothing and pursue a long rest. They won't receive it, as the inheritor of the Realmacom and the distributor of their demise in their past lives arrives shortly. It turns out I have hoodwinked the players rather substantially, and they don't completely realize this is Rubido, the human form prior to his becoming the Forgotten King in the main campaign. The cat ears, a curse passed by Kronos to most of Orozom's spawn, thanks to Clara saying she likes cats, was present on Rubido in that game. A boy with cat ears, no other like him existed from his era. The final encounter has begun.
Session 72. Rubido is an overwhelmingly powerful mini-boss with explosive abilities, capable of dealing well more than 150 force damage in a single hit, multi-unit telekinesis, and gravity manipulation that can cripple enemy movement. As a golem forged from the remains of the 3 other water gods from Yasudrilt, excluding Arabet,
he is intended to be a lethal opponent. The endgame encounter is a complex one in which death is expected, but not necessarily guaranteed. Furthermore, a second hidden opponent is present, Ryubi Doji, whom is in effect an elder god in both power and potential impact. The party can kill Rubido here, and possibly even force Ryubi Doji to incarnate, and it will have dramatic consequences, but at the baseline level, party death is the intended outcome, and all that remains is the manner in which they die. However, because of the many other events in the game, including their encounters with the Darkstar Yokai and the Candlekeeper, I built a much larger series of challenges and events into this encounter than what was really necessary. This transformed what was intended to be a fatal final fight into a fatal final fight with multiple possible resolutions and ending events. The countless optional things the party has done in this game, including not fighting the Darkstar Yokai as originally intended, has placed them in a unique circumstance once more. How the game ends and who survives greatly depends on choices made in this particular fight, and there will be some extremely unexpected surprises waiting for me in it. The party disrupted the feng shui of the last star by taking on Jormungandir and destroying the Bodhi Ganyer. This guarantees that Orazom's manifestation will be incomplete and improper, and so the game's ending is already constituted as being done and dealt with as far as the main campaign's continuity is concerned. Everything else from here is bonus feels good. Whether the party survives and kills Rubido to fight Ryubi Doji in full, whether they die and enter Phase 2, and how they interact with the last star, much less how they fight in the multitude of phases to follow. It's the ultimate gauntlet, filled with the ultimate risks for many of the characters they've interacted alongside the game with to this point, and Rubido is simply the beginning. They didn't open the prisons in the period of time granted to them after Zulbei's death, and Rubido will instantly start the fight with a surprise attack. At this stage, the lives of the Darkstar Yokai are effectively forfeit. It's not expected the party will survive long enough to suss out that the prisons aren't dangerous to them and brave opening them, and even if they do, the yokai will immediately flee since they can't fight. At least some, if not all, of their otherworldly shadows will die immediately upon the party entering Phase 2, along with Vincent, Della, and Zulbei, whom will all die permanently as they won't be a part of Phase 2. This was my expected outcome. Like many other things in this extremely unhinged game, my expectations will be completely meaningless. And so, it begins. The most sophisticated encounter of Autumn Winds, and most likely all of 5th edition, if not all of D&D, the last encounter, and the subject of months of effort to present a satisfactory challenge and opportunity for conclusion for the game. Rubido's first act is to immediately use a domain-boosted telekinesis attack that targets multiple units. This has several failure points like normal telekinesis, but all of them are extremely potent strength saves, with Shala making the first and Barrelhead making the second, an act that awards him thunderous retribution. Flan and Dietrich get moved over the abyss, and it's clear the next action will be to release them to sure death. Flan tells him to awaken Zulbei, and Hkis hatches a plan to escape instant death. Raphael considers that shooting Rubido may trigger concentration checks, and he may inadvertently kill the two suspended party members if he does so. Zulbei is revived, and ultimately tells them the yokai are in the prisons. Believing perhaps this may be a gimmick fight, Hkis thinks they should be opened. This will lead to him exposing an extremely strong situational feature of the Eldritch Knight, a short-distance teleport offered by Action Surge. This, coupled with the insane movement speed offered by dashing and the cat racials, once again would allow Falain to make insane distance in a single turn. They already know which prisons are theirs. It's a matter of reaching them in time.
Opening these is not an action, it's telepathic communication, and so the Collector, whom tried no few number of times to murder them in the past, is freed, and it promptly escapes. Shala will also teleport away, but to the wrong sphere. Dietrich falls to his death, but it takes an extra attack to kill Vincent while he's unconscious due to terrible rolls. A circumstantial failure that will dramatically impact the order of events for Rabito, who finishes off people he downs and thus consumes amount of his action economy. Really, a character with like plus 18 to hit missing somebody who's laying on the ground dying is just absolutely insane. Barrelhead looks for Dietrich, but only sees the firmament displaced by Orzom. He can't be found or revived. Due to the positioning of the massive knockback Barrelhead received at the start of the fight, he is able to climb up and reach his own prison, freeing Atlas. Rubito kills Zulbei and downs Barrelhead with a massive synaptic storm. At this point, due to failed rolls and being unable to finish off Barrelhead, it seems like the others might be able to free their respective yokai before they die, all save for Dietrich. Della is ignored by Rubito due to her harmlessness and the fact she's hiding, but the bodies around her will be moved into the air and thrown into the firmament in short order. All this time, Raphael and Shala have both been taking pot shots at Rubito as they run around. While most miss, some hit and deal damage to him. He's not immortal, just extremely agile, and dealing damage to him here is not meaningless. He will ignore them as they are fleeing and focus on Falane when she comes south and attempts to open Shinigami's prison unsuccessfully. Only the person whose alter soul was used to build it has the telepathic connection necessary. Falane, who enjoyed unmatched supremacy in martial combat up to this point, will face the misfortune of being annihilated by Rubito's powerful modifiers and a series of failed saves that stun her and ultimately lead to her death. Most importantly, Rubito knocks her so far north, he has to travel some distance to finish her off. During this time, Barrelhead, Zulbei, and Vincent are lifted into the air. Barrelhead ends up making all of his death saves and stabilizes, but this doesn't wake you, and so he has no chance to escape on his own. Schwa conjures an utterly insane and impossible plan. Della will attempt to lasso Barrelhead. This is a nearly impossible task for her, so I set the DCs appropriate to her stats, 15. First, she'll make an improvised weapon attack. This won't have disadvantage due to Barrelhead's being unconscious, but he's still in the air, so landing the rope on him shouldn't be that easy for her. Her modifier is -3. She rolls an 18. The hardest part, actually hooking it to him in this one action, is a sleight of hand. Her modifier, once again, is -3. She rolls a 19. Della lassos an unconscious Barrelhead with a rope tied to the inanimate cog she is standing on, and when the telekinesis ends, he will not be killed. Falane is summarily murdered, and now Rubito has to chase the others across the entire map. As he has begun to take moderate damage from the constant tickling, Ryobi Doji will step in. During this period, Shala freed Shukinsha, whom gave her own skull as a gift, and Raphael frees Choku. The Femboy and Beefcake make their final stand, with Shala inevitably, of course, trying to throw her own skull at him. Rubito will not only use his special self-damaging soul blade to drop Shala, he will also destroy her heart. Her nails activate and she gains temporary health. Of course, this spawns flumps yet again, and they almost roll a direction into Raphael that may have even killed him. Ryobe shows himself and conjures Orazum's door, whom destroys all magic and deals massive damage, from which Raphael does not escape and is summarily murdered. Rubito produces the Realm of Calm when faced with Shala's ultimate attack. He repels her attack with a contest that she only barely fails, and so she ends up smiting herself, dealing huge damage, but it still takes Rubito several attacks to finish her off. During this period, Mucky has sent me a whisper, asking if there's any way Barrelheads could wake up during these final moments.
Normally this wouldn't be permitted, but I opted to permit him to roll a survival check. Once again, I imagine this to be around DC 15 or higher. Of course, this is actually a natural 20. Barrelhead wakes up with 1 HP hanging from the platform above the abyss by a rope. This insane and unlikely series of events permits Barrelhead to take Della to Dietrich's prison. Having been revived by him so many times, and having spent a great deal of time traveling with him besides, she alone can open his prison in his stead. This wasn't something I decided, it was something I considered previously, although I never imagined it would actually come up. Shinigami, the last of the Darkstar yokai whom I thought for sure would die, is freed and escapes. A final Molotov is thrown at Rabito as he approaches, dealing significant damage, and he activates his double gravity, immobilizing them. Della puts in her all. Barrelhead attempts to grab her, most likely to perform a final power dunk, but is unable to escape Rabito's mental grip. The two are summarily killed, though Rabito fails to destroy Barrelhead's heart in his final attack. At this time, the players believe the game is over, but they will awaken in the firmament as lost sparks, a unique condition granted to them alone by the connection of the dark stars to their souls. This is a special transitionary zone for Phase 2, but it is nonetheless immensely important and dangerous. The party must traverse a domain and utilize echoes left behind by the Darkstar yokai, primarily to protect the Candlekeeper, but in order to learn about these things, they'll need to summon her, which places her in harm's path. With no memory of their prior lives and unable to directly communicate, the catflock must sit on the cushions to draw her attention. However, there is an important part here. Because the Candlekeeper interacted with Della, and the candles were shown to be part of her domain, they'll immediately be drawn to them instead. The candles are their sword and shield in this domain. Without them, they cannot part the fog, or prevent themselves from being instantly killed by nightmares that dwell elsewhere. This zone has a specific amount of time allotted to it as well. They'll completely disappear in roughly 30 in-game minutes. Summoning the Candlekeeper and her communication consumes time, and there's an encounter later on in the zone that will consume even more time. Rather than interact with the cushions, other than Barrel Cat sitting on a square one for a short time, and Raphael finding inner peace at long last, the cats snatch the candles and run off with them. I sat there dumbfounded, though it made perfect sense, much like Vincent's seduction early into the game, and the consequences of this will be similarly enormous. The cats will navigate the misty hellscape, one screeching like an autistic goose being beaten with a cane, and another licking everything in sight, interacting with their specific emotes to open bridges. This is to teach them the means to engage the upcoming encounter, except this encounter is no longer necessary. They'll encounter the Godfather and a series of his servants, whom are hunting for the Candlekeeper. They cannot harm the Lost Sparks, and so they ignore them. With no Candlekeeper in sight, they won't interact with the party at all. At the end of the zone, they'll discover the final mote and the function of everything related. The Darkstar yokai left behind concentrations of their power to protect their caretaker, and the party could activate them to temporarily supercharge their cat forms and become powerful combatants, each with distinct and fully fleshed out high-level stat blocks. In what was expected to be a complex mechanical encounter, the party would fight the Godfather, a high-level boss, using displacement, teleportation, riding, juggling, and other strategies to protect the Candlekeeper and themselves from him. Of course, this would also entail protecting themselves from the nightmares trying to eat them amidst the fight. Failure to do so would result in the Candlekeeper and possibly their deaths as well, with the former being a bad ending and the other being a final TPK. Since they never summoned her, they don't lure her out of hiding, and she remains undiscovered and unharmed. And the Thunder of Revelation stacks representing their timed life never reach dangerous levels, because they effectively waste no time. Since they never use the motes left behind by the yokai, substantial power attuned to them is simply left untouched. The consequences of this final interaction will mount on top of the game-long resolutions regarding the yokai and the refusal to fight them that brought us to the stage to begin with. Shala Lick. Diet Cat attempts to wrangle the Licky Cat. He isn't successful. Upon leaving the misty firmament, they find the yokai's voices. Raphael's communication skills transcend spiritual obliteration. The yokai use the last of their existing strength to grant the party the equivalent of a long rest and a final level up. They only receive certain benefits from certain yokai. If, for example, Choku had been lost, they would not have received any spell slots or secondary resources, and if Korakuda wasn't present, the level up wouldn't be either. When the revelation is made apparent to them about the path the party took to reach here, it is stated that they can reclaim the moats, recover the Candlekeeper, and utilize their reconstituted abilities to hunt down and revive the other 3 NPCs. This leaves the party with a third phase of the encounter. The steps it took for the party to reach this result are utterly absurd, from Barrelhead's Nat 20 survival to Della's wrangling, and countless decisions made along the course of the game that even made this possible. The incidental ignoring the cushions and focusing on the candles, likely in large part due to a precedent established by Della Alta-foring out of her own death scene. The fact that Korakuda was unable to fight them to the death at Camelot, Brightdale Pass, or Edelridge. The fact that Barrelhead crab danced out of a forced Shukenshot encounter. And the fact that Fulane contacted them in Jotunheimer before triggering their hard encounter conditions by traveling to Brothelfield. Yet, this game had a few more surprises for me. Shala tests her might against the crab formation, and finds herself unable to defeat it. Session 73. The party will be ejected from the firmament and returned to the Astrologicum. They know that some more parts to this fight exist, out of both the precedent set by the absurd fights in Albion and by waiting for the trigger from the last star to activate Raja's preparations for it. However, to reach either of these, they'll need to fully defeat Rubido and Ryobi Doji. When they arrive at the Astrologicum, they find the 7 vestigial stars in their inert states in audience to Ryobi Doji. Originally planned as part of the encounter, they were cut, so they vanish here and the party rolls for initiative against the duo. Damage to Rubido, including a missing arm and somewhere around half of his HP from the first fight, is still present here. Ryobi Doji possesses a divine voice similar to Yelivir, but will use its utilitarian powers sparingly. He has dojutsu powers, physical skills, numerous bleed effects, and the Realmacom, which acts as an anti-magic aura. The party nears the apex of strength possible for their classes in 5th edition first-party rules, and has all of their resources. This fight will not go the way they are hoping. While Ryubi's impact on the fight will be largely minimal, other than shredding in rage effects with his voice and landing the occasional ranged attack, the Realmacom's anti-magic field will cause headaches, and Rubido's double gravity coupled with his soul blade and physical attacks will trash them even harder than the first fight. Plagued by a string of poor rolls, half of the group will be restrained and unable to properly fight him as he dismantles an old man. Dividing their numbers with knockbacks and restraints, Rubido makes good use of his remaining stamina while Shala plays with Ayube, and her immense constitution saves will keep her protected from his deadly bleed attacks. The 2-stage psychotic break conditions begin to stack, and the fight starts slow and painful. Even so, this is the party that spanked down Heracles after a significant gauntlet, and they're focused on fighting as opposed to running around now. So Rubido is eventually brought low enough that his explosive soul blade is used, and kills him, dealing massive damage to the group around him and downing a couple people. They focus on Ryobi Doji, but aren't able to deal much damage to him. They attack the Realmacom, but it's indestructible. Ryobi could fight on, but his own damage has been very lackluster. He opts to trigger Orazom's ritual, as everything else he can do is in place at this time anyways. Doing so will trigger Raja's memory she left behind on Fulane, and the party is sucked into the last star sanctum. This is a transitionary zone with several important things they can learn from memories, and a non-combat encounter that will decide the fate of the last star's ego. The party will awake in an area reminiscent of Brighttail. It's a scattered memory amongst others that form the sanctum as a defensive measure to obscure its true shape. Falain, of course, has a spell called Catnap, and so the party does manage to get a short rest. Dietrich is looking pretty beat up after a catboy just kicked the shit out of him, so Schwa's going to roll some hit dice. Schwa is going to roll some more hit dice. Schwa is going to roll some more hit dice. Schwa uses all of her hit dice. Schwa's dice are like inverse vampires sucking a steak into a vortex of despair. Dietrich doesn't really come out of this looking much better than where he started off. HKS is informed that what visions they saw during this transition were distinct. Here they learn many important things that tie up loose ends in the game. That Darius spoke to Korakuda to have it intentionally plant these memories here, that the King's Cross were defeated in the Golem factory by Riki Horajase, who is French, and that Ryobi Doji was influenced by Orozom a great many years prior to the birth of this world, and had long planned to use the last star for this ritual to bring it here, and intentionally expose those born of knowledge to the roots of knowledge in a manner that would see a final bloody march of madness, as they are completely incompatible forms of existence. When they travel north, they'll encounter the remains of Time Lord Rubido, an alternate reality Rubido that had traveled back in time to tell them to allow the last star to be consumed by Orozom to prevent an age of eternal conflict, seeing Orozom's full manifestation as a preferable world to a partial manifestation to prevent the madness from its machinations perpetually grinding through the survivors and not killing them immediately. This was an encounter that got cut from the project last minute, so the party won't learn its function quite yet. They'll traverse its gateway across an alternate reality Outlands and Yarifex, finding some consumables along the way. The purpose of these gateways is to penetrate the sanctum barrier of the last star, a divine fortress, and within they'll find a major discovery that ties all of Autumn Wind together with the main game. A second astrologicum, brought into existence by unknown means, and connected to our world by Orozom through Time Lord Rubido. Here there is remains of the 6th Oshan prison, covered in black ash. They won't realize the significance of this yet, but the area is oh so littered in the bodies of various characters, including Clara, Kronos, the Navigator, and Nostradamus. The session comes to a close as they contemplate these bizarre discoveries. Session 74. The party considers the ruined prison and the strange glowing trees around it. Touching them makes one sleepy, and the area seems entirely desolate and isolated. They find Vincent back within Yarifex's ruins and learn of the side effects of the Candlekeeper being undisturbed by their firmament journey. She is able to locate the dead companions of their party in the firmament, and Shinigami, having restored its powers from the untouched moat in that region, is able to revive them. All of Time Lord Rubido's numerous fractal clones and other entities have been killed by the Iscariot, leaving behind its trademark black ash. They continue, eventually departing the strange domain and returning to the last star's sanctum, now across the ruined bridge and at the gates of Edelridge Altar. Not Altar, but the alternative version of it as envisioned by their memories, where some vestigial items await. One last memory left behind by Darius also awaits, where he shares with them a conversation he had with his father in years past, speaking not that they needed God, but God needed them, that the Halatrian king had come to expect his own death, and had seen something in the river and the world that led him to believe the last star was a god they had worshipped, and indeed they had to protect in some manner, and this was information he shared with his son, the king in the present time. In Edelridge, the Night-Crowned Crusader, whom harbored some connection to Darius, had told them to save God when they destroyed it.
Now the quest to enter the Last Star's sanctum and draw forth its ego before it was destroyed by Orozom was also the king's quest, given to them by his own father. To do so, they'll need to solve a simple pressure plate puzzle, but they'll also find the Candlekeeper within, whom explains she was drawn here by their actions in triggering Raja's memory. They'll also find Della. Her true nature as a divine descendant of the river and the goddess is revealed in True, and she tells the party that Ryobi Doge won't soon abandon his ambitions, even if they succeed in disturbing the Last Star, as he too is of celestial descent and could serve as Orozom's catalyst. Upon triggering the gate to the inner sanctum, Raja's memory plays, and they learn that Zapha, a historic dryad that came up elsewhere in memories and game history, is the Last Star's second half, a portion of her ego that was split as some defensive mechanism upon her manifestation in this world, whom returned to her when Nobunaga slew the dryad 50 years ago. They will descend to the inner sanctum, where they'll find Jiu's astral incarnation. After interacting with it for a short time, whom sees them as demons and infidels, Ryobi will manifest in the shade of his younger form, the Shogun, to Zulbei. The party will face off against the Shogun in a series of dialogue contests accompanied by persuasion rolls against the immense charisma of his silver tongue, contests that they will destroy with strong rolls, and Stake's extremely smart idea of drawing out Grilled from Shala, one of Zappa's historic associates. When Jiu emerges from her astral incarnation to see Grilled, her ego is severed from the Last Star as a body, and she rejects Orozom in doing so, and then no longer is eligible for being its catalyst. In short, the party will be ejected from the sanctum as a whole, as it succumbs to Orozom's influence. It is worth noting that when Jiu came out, Flayn ended up casting Protection from Good and Evil on her, which also had effects on her resolutions and will help her in the fight to come. In obliterating Ryobi's insane persuasion contest before Jiu became too hard set against them, they gain a support ally with spell slot restore abilities, some healing, and set up possible salvation for one of the most important celestial characters in the game. What will follow is the final battle against Ryobi Doji and Orozom. Ryobi thrusts the Realmacom into himself and offers up his flesh to shape Orozom, anticipating an unending bloodletting that will drown all the cosmos in a sea of carnage. His body sprouts wings, and the Dark Moon manifests. In its incomplete state, it does not instantly erase the party's existence, and they are instead thrust into a crucible of madness. A sanity mechanic is introduced, and the beginning of the many phases of the Orozom encounter are set in motion. The party finds themselves within an ever-changing, ever-evolving astrologicum with a dark orb and 7 small orbs, the first being Orozom's incarnation as envisioned by Ryobi Doji, and the latter being 7 fiefdoms that guard its horizon. The manifestation of Orozom is so horrifying and maddening that many characters are paralyzed, screaming, their throats bloody and raw. The closest unit to Orozom is continually attacked by its influence and drawn to it. Even being near it destroys matter and physics, and contact with it is instant death and destruction for any creature or object. As they wrestle with the madness and attempt to decipher the nature of their opponent, the first fief awakens and the Astrologicum transforms as it draws the celestial bodies of Orozom's true form and the Last Star to one another. Horrors from beyond the cosmos will manifest in increasing quantity and severity, and a grand battle unfolds. The party has worked hard to get to this point, and they'll be awarded with a finale worthy of the short adventure. Session 75. Orozom is the 4th phase of the Rabido encounter, and its fight is split into 6 separate subphases. Destruction of fiefdoms draws the party into suspension phases. During suspension phases, all damage the party receives while they fight an unrelated boss within will be float damage. Float damage will not register until a resolution in the beginning of the final phase, and throughout that phase they'll receive both standard and float damage. This is a long encounter, with many CR 20 to 30 bosses being thrown at the party, along with a multitude of new and deadly trash mobs. Without the assistance of Vincent and Jiu, they would be facing a very challenging battle of endurance. Not only do they have these two NPCs, they also have Dilla again, and eventually other NPCs will join their fight as a result of off-screen resolutions and their efforts to salvage their dead world. Zul Bey, wielding Yu Jian aka Arabit as one of his weapons, the Candlekeeper and her incredibly powerful horse fiddle and spirit bow, and finally, if they survive long enough, the group of Darkstar yokai, whose lives they paid for with their own in the first Rabido fight. It will just be like those cape shit movies, except everyone is either a freak or an abomination, instead of an incompetent astroturfed prostitute. Despite all of this extra assistance, however, Urazom is not an encounter to take lightly, and any portion of it threatens the party and their allies. Furthermore, despite having difficulties with much simpler fights, the colossal scale and high complexity of Urazom's fight won't trouble me that much, and I'll only make one insanely stupid mistake that ultimately was entirely transparent to the party anyways. The party will play very defensive during this encounter, controlling and destroying the ads as they approach. At first, it's quite manageable, and the first fiefdom is a bruiser with little action economy, though it packs a heavy punch. The damage Flame deals with the Finger of God is absolutely disgusting, and I never imagined it would get anywhere near this high. Considering the rest of the party also does very high damage for this level range and their classes, I likely undershot a lot of the health values for creatures in this fight, especially in the suspension phases. The first suspension fight will see some wrangling and wriggling, but they'll butcher this poor goober without much pause. Raphael's new finish is working out well for him. Defeating the first suspension boss takes them to a still-changing Astrologicum, whose terrain is becoming more and more unfavorable, reinforcing their desire to stay put, despite how dangerous Urazom's aura directly next to them is. Getting close incites a very high damage save. The fight becomes increasingly hectic as grappling tentacles begin to sprout in all directions, threatening Raphael's chastity. Abysmal yokai, though still quite frail, are capable of full possession approach the platform. Disaster begins to unfold as Barrelhead is drawn to Urazom's influence, and Dietrich's efforts to stop him from walking to its awaiting arms is met with an utterly absurd athletics roll. Schwa is traumatized in this goofy battle of the muscles as diabolical math elementals approach. A second fief goes down amidst the spiraling clusterfuck. The battle with its suspension counterpart won't last even 20 minutes, as the party effortlessly smears it across their asses. The next fief spawns, and it is a bitey one, along with other naughty algebra and hordes of nibbly dogs. The party's refusal to leave Urazom's orbit has them constantly juggling around its influence, while being surrounded by assorted hobbledehoys and soon ranged attacks from beyond their reach. This is a test of target swapping, priorities, and damage control as they grind down the puppies and fisting cubes. Stake rolls damage. The red fiefdom has insane damage and a powerful breath attack, making it by far the most deadly threat in this encounter yet, and it stands to wipe the group in short order if not controlled. Felaine decides to pull its attention away and draws it to her in a daring gamble to once more test her immortality as the bitey dogs slowly gnaw through the endless beef of Team Fat in the west. As Felaine is swarmed by various goobers, the Candlekeeper arrives and begins shooting at the red fief. That's when I realized I forgot a fief and had removed one from the allocation without accounting for it. This is what the Zoomies would call a bruh moment. Session 76. The Candlekeeper, Rhaelyra, has entered the fight. Alone, she is capable of high burst damage and very strong abilities, but she can die too, and her appearance in the fight is a direct risk to herself. She'll focus on the high value targets, though her damage is outskilled considerably by Felaine. Meanwhile, I have discreetly resolved the tremendous oversight of forgetting about a fief by adding a new one that I ruled to have stealthed itself upon spawn during the last suspension transition.
this Reaper thief will show up a little later into the fight. That's right, I'm not physically capable of counting to 7. Canadian education is truly remarkable. Furthermore, if this discovery had occurred in the middle of a session as opposed to an end, I couldn't have wormed my way around it. The party is fighting on 3 separate fronts, that's 3, and the east front could see them annihilated at any moment. But this creature scales with damage, so I won't go nuclear on them immediately. The Kennel Keeper is isolated to the far south, and Goobers will begin advancing in her position. But Zulbei will eventually show up and exists solely to try to protect her so she can focus elsewhere. Starting this session, Flan is capacitated by the loss of haste from the impact of the Red Thief's last attack at the end of the last session, so the party has had to wait a week to see if this will quickly spiral into their demise. Due to their position adjacent to Orzom's orbit, they can't exactly abandon their positions and focus this target, and if they attempted to do so right now, the dogs block the only easy path to the east anyways. Vincent, having been dueling a tentacle and then a cube for much of this phase, is also at very low health. The main thing keeping them afloat in the long term has been Jiu's resource regeneration, but she's nearly out of all of her own energy and spell slots and offers little outside of this. If they survive to see Shinigami, it can also restore resources, but the yokai will only manifest in the final phase, which is some distance away. For now, the tale of this battle focuses on just an annoying cat and a slightly less annoying dog. A dog that bites into her immediately like a chew toy, blowing inspiration on a dex save immediately. The high damage cleave attack pops deathward, and we're one failure down from a total disaster. This one is Filane's Bane, a dex save. Alas, the winds of razors smile upon HKS from the Metzen-verse. Then Metzen drinks my rolls like so many bottles of Prozac. Zulbei makes his appearance. He never received a rest like the party did, and his resurrection has left him with very low health. Nonetheless, wielding Yu Xiang, Zulbei has a weapon even stronger than Elisa's soul and is capable of health stealing the various math demons to sustain himself. At first, he seems quite capable of defending himself. On the other hand, the second thief shows itself. It's a nuker with a silencing effect attached to its attack action, though this has little impact against these particular targets, and would likely slaughter the central group if allowed to advance closer. Yet, Beryl Khan and Shala Chan continue to roll godly saves, and both make a perilous wisdom save with comparably shitty mods. Barrelheads continually flings dogs off the ledge. With Filane drawn into Orzom's orbit, Shala makes additional cats to replace the one about to be murdered, and one will be forgotten about and float around in space for a while. Burning through the last of their new consumables, the party gets repeatedly raked by the thief, but Della somehow hasn't been murdered yet. Vincent nearly dies to Shala's fire. Della gets nibbled. Raphael offers helpful advice. Steak helpfully reminds me I forgot to roll an attack. The red dog pukes on every single person. Zulbei is confronted by an abysmal cosmonaut whom is nearly equal to his current strength and will prove quite difficult for him to fend off. The unconscious Della is possessed by a yokai as goobers swarm the wounded party. To make a rapidly deteriorating situation even worse, Filane becomes charmed by Orzom and begins marching off to it. In this map phase, that means she'll fall to her permanent death before she gets to hug it. Only the stiffened grandpa can possibly stop her now. Abysses Della awakens and sings to Raphael the song of his people as grandpa wrestles the family cat amidst a sea of grape drink. Meanwhile, the Reaper Thief is fucking shit up on the western flank, and Team Fat is getting cooked, even though Vincent is still somehow alive, coasting on the minuscule ambient healing Jiu has given him over the fight, and Jiu herself is almost instantly dropped by the Soul Scythe attack that hits her at this time. Its next attack applies a substantial chunk of float damage to everyone around it. With his muscular back against a non-existent wall, Barrelhead does not panic. He rolls
as a barrel must. Rolls up, a floating head in his hands like a basketball, followed soon by a second one. Now possessing both his balls, Barrelhead dunks them. Sometimes the chat in this game is unreasonable. Vincent and Jiu both go down. Shala is down and pops her nails, and Della and Raphael continue high society discourse. Meanwhile, between Shield and Dietrich's reaction, Fellain stacks to a whopping 33 AC to deflect a lethal bite. Had they found some of the undiscovered items earlier in the game, this number could be even higher. As we near the end of this violent struggle, the Red Thief activates Convolution Matrix. A sanity save all nearby units will fail that induces an attempt to grapple oneself. Of course, Schwa's PC is the only one to fail this, and Dietrich turns into a pretzel. They say that art imitates life. Nibbling intensifies as Raphael fends off a rabid dog and a rabid Della. The Red Thief makes a target switch and lunges for the southern NPCs who are getting to be quite wounded. But this prompts a reversal of fortune where HK somehow nat 20s an attack of opportunity. Nonetheless, Zulba and the Candlekeeper, struggling with the Cosmonaut as it was, are beset by the fully stacked and hyper-lethal Thief as the party continues to wrestle with the second. Rhaenyra is nonetheless possessed by the Holy Spirit and makes some critical saves that save her life. Sacred Geometry finally arrives and forms a Shungite link with the wounded second Thief as ranged attacks rain down on the party's support. At the very edge of their endurance, every single turn is critical. If the Red Thief kills the Candlekeeper or Zulbe, they'll struggle enormously from here on, and if the Reaper downs more people or escapes, the pictures are the same. Zulbe gets utterly trashed by vulnerability. Della, possessed by the Zodiac Killer, arms herself with an appropriate weapon to deal with Raphael once and for all. The Reaper fucks up Team Fat and then disengages to recloak as it is quite low. Using a handful of special arrows retrieved from Eurofex at this key moment, Fellain downs both Thiefs in one turn by barely matching their remaining health. And so they transition to the final suspension phase, and the final Thief. This one puts up more of a stubborn resistance than the last, but nonetheless gets squished easily thanks to Zulbe's insane damage with Yu Jiang. The destruction of the last Thief paves way to the final phase, where the party prepares themselves for Orozom's body as incarnated by Ryube. Ryube Orozo Yishi Dono is born, and the sum of all the float damage the party has taken in the entire encounter up to this point is activated by its advent. A scaling save is made that determines the percentage of this application, which sees Vincent, Raphael, Della, and Barrelhead go down, but no one actually die, an immensely fortuitous and highly unexpected outcome. Initiative is rolled. The party has never been more prepared. This fight will use something called Broad Form Initiative. I designed it on the spot to deprecate legendary actions from major encounters such as this. The results will see the fight balanced much more consistently, but the boss's modifiers weren't intended to be spaced out deliberately like this, and so its offensive strength will be lower than expected as a result. Even so, were it just the party and a few NPCs, this boss would test them much more heavily than the rest of the encounter thus far. It is, for all intents and purposes, a living god. It has heightened resistances against most damage, and a variety of environmental effects larger and more significant than those of Yellowveer, including exponential circuits that section off increasingly large sections of the arenas. It also has a two-state solar calamity bomb that hits an enormous radius, high mobility, and cleave. In turn, the Candlekeeper will use her horse fiddle and switch dominantly to the role of support, whereas Zulbe will focus on sub-objectives. Jiu is down to a handful of single-target heals, but Vincent will wake up immediately with a nat 20 death save. Ryube's primary soft and rage mechanics involve mounting sanity save failure, inflicting sanity damage, and a variety of extremely lethal debuffs pronounced by a psychotic break if present, and making the arena lethal. Boundless death saves are made regularly, stacking with those applied by the Reaper, which produce huge bursts of float damage that it can then activate. It can form shades of enemy units and duplicate their actions, though amidst all of these, most characters will make critical saves, and duped units won't be able to do anything useful. The session ends with the telltale manifestation of the Darkstar yokai making themselves known. Session 77. The final session of Autumn Wind. Nearly 2 years have passed since the game was launched, during which the most horrible events that happened in my life transpired. Endless struggles were had day by day, and catastrophe after catastrophe took place. I cannot describe the process of how Autumn Wind was built and ran, or the things that occurred during that time. Somehow, at the end of this incredible journey of blood, sweat, and tears, I will manage to run this 7-hour session without any difficulties and bring the adventure to a close. Ryobi has 2 separate health pools. The primary health pool, massive as it is, and behind as much damage reduction as it is, can be tanked down if necessary. The second health pool is the form of Jigoku stars that will manifest throughout the fight. So long as Ryobi can shed Jigoku, and as long as any of the Jigoku remain, Ryobi will shunt damage away from its body and into the Jigoku instead. Even if Ryobi has health remaining in its body, mechanisms exist to prevent manifestation of Jigoku and can cause the incarnation to be destroyed prematurely. These mechanisms only exist by extent of the Darkstar yokai, whom begin to appear on their turns. The yokai, if they still lived at this point, would have engaged in the fight with their tiny, frail bodies as they were when the party freed them in a final suicide attack on Orizom, sure to see their last and permanent deaths in short order. However, since they recovered the motes Korakuda left behind in the firmament, they arrive in the fight with strength roughly half that of their projected bodies the party saw earlier in the game. Smaller and without their cosmic abilities and some other specials they possessed, and with weaker stats, nonetheless, the 5 yokai are effectively an entire extra party filled with high utility, endurance, and some wacky domain skills that can substantially fuck with this encounter. The most notable being Korakuda's Yoknovelt domain that cancelled Kali's Hell domain. The yokai are particularly strong when coupled with a Candlekeeper, whose enormous potential as a support caster is rendered all the more insane when it buffs their boss-level multi-attacks back to competitively high-tier levels, especially Choku's. That said, their ACs and saves are a lot lower than the party's, and neither group can really heal them in a meaningful way, so Ryobi will inflict insane damage on them given the opportunity. Shinigami will take over the completely depleted Shiu's role in restoring some spell slots with its abilities, though only lower ones. In contrast, the Fox can conjure other adds, Okami, each one with substantial offensive and defensive abilities that serve as counterforces to the yokai, though they spawn in limited numbers over time. As a fight with innumerable moving components, it will get crazy in a hurry. Remember, any single one of these units is more sophisticated than the most sophisticated unit within the monster manual that comes with 5th edition. The fight is fairly tame at first in comparison to the last major phase. Atlas will swap out Jiu to the yokai side where she's a bit more safe, and it can access the southern units. Atlas and Barrelhead both have abilities that allow them to tag team one another, which has hilarious results. Korakuda appears and will assist on the southern front as well, though its damage will be fairly low and it will function more as support, giving the party a blanket of crimson fog that helps some of their saves and defensive attributes. Shukinsha spawns Beholders, whom grant it stacking damage reduction. Zulbei, having made a very strong insight on the fight's start, will focus on the Jigoku as the party smashes down the circuits before they get hopelessly out of control. As the Fox's mist begins to spread, it uses its lunge attack to spawn additional consecrated terrain in the middle of the yokai. It will hop around the arena every so often, splitting it up with deadly environmental effects. The lunge itself is extremely dangerous and can inflict airtime just like Cronus did to fuck their shit up during his final phase, but all yokai will make this save. Ryobi will single out the frail Choku as the most dangerous of the yokai due to its extremely high damage and ludicrously potent domain. But Choku will escape both the lunge and the melee attack. Choku is the party's main ticket to defeating Ryobi.
Keeping Choku alive allows it to benefit from the Candlekeeper's buffs, and keeping the Candlekeeper alive allows her to maintain those buffs. The buffs are applied to the lightning towers that Choku will spawn. The party saw them at Camelot, but only briefly. Nightmares will rip into Kurakuta and shred around half of its health nearly instantly, but it'll repay the favor by using its domain to inflict the cosmology of brutality on nearly every single unit it targets due to their abysmal saves. Shukenshal will duplicate the dice from Shala's Hurl Through Hell and hit a fox, and hit Ryobe with a critical hit before flinging Choku away from it. Shala's two deformed children tank the fox for a while as Flame inches closer to cook some puppies. The party heals up and mounts up. Ryobe's following attempt to restrain Choku and deal with Shukenshar are both thwarted, and even more environmental hazards show up. Atlas and Barrelhead swap out Shinigami, and Meteor dunk the fox, murdering the Candlekeeper, whom will finish it off. Della is nibbled by yet another puppy. Nice. This is where Kurakuta will make a series of checks to see if it can suss out how Ryobe's Jigoku domain actually works, which is successful. It will spawn Yoknovelt crosses. These are destructible objects that prevent Jigoku from spawning. The party needs to destroy the remaining ones directly or through shared damage, and then Ryobe makes death saves against them. It responds by releasing Solar Calamity, which it also has used against the Candlekeeper. Shukenshal begins racking up damage from the fox, and Falane's fresh health is immediately drained, but more importantly, it heavily damages the crosses and will break Kurakuta's domain in short order, and several of Choku's irises are also blown up. This is a DPS race, one that Choku will finish first. The fox is defeated, and the party will wake up in contrast, Ryobe Doji's domain. After taking a moment to collect themselves, they explore around and find him dying to a familiar wound from an unseen Iscariot. He will ask them about the 6th yokai, one born from Rubido when he remained at the Astrologicum to recover from the first battle in the first Cosmic Era. It is revealed to the party that their memories have been tampered with, and when the yokai devours Ryobe and completes itself, they recall a message Time Lord Rubido had given to them at the last star's sanctum, one that the Iscariot had erased from their memory, pleading with them not to plunge the galaxy into a perpetual age of war by disturbing the last star. Much like the other yokai had initially intended before they were freed, the Iscariot devouring Ryobe completes itself and incarnates its full potential, and it inherits Orazom and changes Orazom by introducing new knowledge to it. The Forgotten King is born. While I had originally intended for this to be a final short encounter as they fight to escape contrast before it butchers them, it made more sense that Kare would intervene at this critical time to seal away the Forgotten King, as it had been ever since described in the main campaign. Only during this critical moment, during the weakest of the Forgotten King's advent away from the Astrologicum and free of Orazom's advent, and using the Last Star's shell as its prison, is this possible. The goddess binds it using the immortal celestial nails from Yellavir, and the Forgotten King, along with a multitude of dark forgotten stars, are held by Kare's chains of motionlessness that effectively freeze time around them. A prison that, as all people know, would not be permanent. Kare leaves them with a portal to return to the shattered Astrologicum, where they speak to the other survivors before departing back to the world of humans. Those that remain, that is, and the 7-hour session and the game comes to a close. A final series of post-game resolutions are made. It's presumed that Vincent and Falane, with the former's Jotun immortality being restored by Yellavir, and the latter never having lost it, shack up, while Della lives with Barrelhead, and they've found a beverage business, and probably also shack up. Raphael founds a university, but later on he, Shala, and Diet Rich find Erebit after he went completely rancid, and he turns them into the first vampires, which sees them engaged by the goddess's horsemen that defeat them, destroy Erebit completely, and stasis them indefinitely. Vincent, Dietrich, Falane, Raphael, Della, and Barrelhead never truly recover from their experiences and the scars inflicted upon them by Jormungadir and Orazom both, to different extents. Yorgul is put on ice, as no one can reverse the mutations from Jormungadir,
And Danica, also being a vampire, is never permitted to return to the world of humans and lives amongst the surviving children of the goddess and the Darkstar yokai. The party achieved what was a nigh-perfect ending, having saved the lives of the Candlekeeper, Fenrir, Yellowveer, the yokai, Vincent, Della, Zulbe, Danica, Grild, Ozra, and Yorgul in spite of his affliction. They did not resolve Alice or make peace with Nobunaga, and Varus Severus died for them. The consequences of all these actions will be felt in the main campaign, and the preceding adventure currently in progress, Ashes Became Embers, a late Cosmic Era adventure with the same group of players. The vast labors that went into Autumn Winds and the 2-year journey of its lifespan are ingrained into 77 sessions averaging 5 hours, over 25 developer videos averaging 4 to 5 hours, dozens of hand-built maps, dozens of heavily edited third-party maps, hundreds of manually edited graphics assets, over 1,500 hand-edited, spliced, rebalanced, and remastered music files, and untold months of labor. Despite its countless major mistakes and struggles with real life, it remains a shining accomplishment of my then 4 years of time as a DM. Starsworn is dedicated to the players, for whom without which it would not exist. Their timeless friendship, their timeless companionship, and the years we have spent together. It is built in the memory of my 2 beloved cats, my only family, Snowball and Smokey, whom both died during its production.